Greetings and welcome to my channel. Let me be clear, if you are an individual who can be easily offended or triggered by different opinions concerning race, religion, sex, sexual preference, gender, politics, geopolitics, or basically anything at all, please be advised to discontinue at this point. To continue viewing from this point is an agreement that you are watching this video despite receiving a clear warning that you should not, and you relinquish all rights to complain to any authority or seek any compensation from myself or from the platform hosting the video. I thank you for your time and attention, and if you've decided to continue watching, I salute your fortitude.
What was that?
Your ball. Can I come in? I have meat.
But at the end of the day, if it comes at me, I will go at it. And I'm not being responsible for what happens. I have to kick it between the bollocks. That's what's going to happen. I will kick a panda in the bollocks if I have to.
Today's big question, which is how often you wash your towels. Ted in Wisbeck has been in touch. I don't use towels. I use a hairdryer set on cool. It takes a bit longer, but it feels lovely. And I finish off with a little talc for my testes and bum.
Open up your eyes. We are being controlled. We're all just little freaky skin puppets dancing for the devil's delight.
Hey, here I am in chat. It says when a woman pulls a knife on you, give her a jar of mayonnaise and her instincts will kick in.
See, I don't understand. My thing is, do you want to make the point? Yeah. Well, don't lose your mind in the meantime. I can't even talk to people anymore. It's nuts. Does anybody know how to talk about anything anymore? They don't lose their mind, but you do and we do, and I don't understand why that is. You can't go through. Listen, we're turning this into a joke. This is a joke. I'm not saying you have to. You can't laugh. Be very serious about it, but give me something and speak to me like somebody who's the pilot of a ship, who's very cool and calculated. But this is ridiculous. There's something wrong when you're screaming and yelling at somebody. It's that Piers Morgan school where they want you to go and scream at each other. I don't understand that.
And up next, I don't know why I'm like this or what's wrong with me. Stay tuned for more.
Fuck, you know. Wow. Oh, Jesus, can you hear that? Can you bloody hear that? Sasquatch, what are you doing over here, man? I thought you got a live going. But somebody's bloody phone alarm just will not shut up. That can go for bloody hours, that can. Right. How are we doing? Greetings. Happy, what day is it today? Fucking Thursday. Jesus. Fucking hell, I still ain't right, you know. It's been over a week now. But how are all of you lot doing there? Sylvie, good to see you. It's good to see you, actually, because, you know, with all this bullshit palaver fucking hoop setting from the Australian government, I didn't know quite what was going to happen yesterday. I don't remember seeing any of my Australian viewers and subscribers yesterday. I think I said I don't think I've seen any Aussies today. I hope everything's all right, and we're still gonna see them. What would that change in the law and everything? I started feeling better yesterday, Sylvie, but I'll tell you what, streaming does not do you any favours whatsoever. If you feel like shit, you go and fucking, like, if you properly, not just that you feel like crap, if you're properly, you're dealing with something, and then stream for fucking 7 hours, I felt, like it's like on Monday, I felt okay in the AM. I went live, streamed for 7 hours, and went to bed with a fever again. Tuesday, spent the day in bed again. Yesterday, felt much better. Streamed for 7 hours. Felt like shit afterwards. Today, wake up feeling meh. Right, and let's see if I stream for another 7 hours today. Well, it's probably not going to help me, is it? So I probably maybe won't be streaming for 7 hours today. Well, yeah, the law's changed, didn't it, Sylvie? So I don't know, you got to show ID or something to prove you're over 16 to join social media or to use social media. I don't know. they've just they're changing the law here in France, in Spain for driving, and they right when you break down, if you break down, the law is you have a triangle, right, a reflective triangle in the boot. You have to have a high vis vest, and you set the triangle at least like 20 meters or something in front of 20 30 meters in front of the in front of your car, so it gives people enough time. So especially if you've broken down on a corner or something like that, you put the triangle out to warn people, and then you sit there and you wait for a truck to come and pick you up. Asistencia. And the change in the law on the 1st of January, saying that everybody has to have a GPS beacon with a SIM card in it that gives GPS access. It costs like 60 euros for the beacon, and you got to have this beacon. It's this little plastic thing. It's just a little plastic button with a light on it, like a little light that you're supposed to be able to see up to 1 kilometre away. It's so bright, but it's only a tiny little thing, and it's it's got a magnetic base, and you stick it to the top of your car, push the beacon, and it automatically informs the grua, the Asistencia grua, like the AA, and it tells the Guardia Civil, and it gives your exact location. They just got such a hard on about tracking people. They just want to track everybody. I saw Carl Vernon going through the supermarket yesterday. Well, I don't know if it was yesterday, but he's uploaded a video yesterday where he said, like, if he didn't see it for himself, he wouldn't believe it. He's walking down the aisle, and every fourth step, there's a camera, and they say it's to check the stock on the opposite side shelves. But as far as I can see, there's only cameras on one side, so it means that those cameras are only checking the stock on one side, not both. So that bullshit reason is exactly that, absolute bullshit. I was thinking about Minority Report, right? He injects himself, doesn't he? And his face just goes, right, loses all the muscle tone in his face. So his face just turns into, he looks like the melty man, His face going, it looks like a melty man. Right? Well, that's just paralysing the muscles in the face. We need to come up with something. Need to come up with something that will do that. That will just paralyse all the muscles in the face, so the face loses all its shape, and then they can't recognise shit. Right, I better shout out to everybody. I haven't even said yet. Nath was the first one in here, man. I'm not sure if you're still here, Nath, but good to see you if you are. and Sylvie, obviously JP. Sasquatch. Don't know if you're still here. Chief. GY Trucker. How you doing? Nude Guru. Angry Casper. You're a little behind on the stream. Press the live button. Press the live button. That'll bring you up to date or reset, refresh. Refresh. Ugh. I got so much crap on my lungs. Yeah, I thought he was still live. Look. Here we go. Since it's so difficult to get a fucking panel going on my channel, let's watch somebody else's.
I'm gonna say the same as anybody else. Pay for it. Didn't pay for it. If you want, an apartment doesn't prove anything. If you want evidence, pay for it. It's that simple.
Dude. Like, all you're doing is giving him the attention that he craves. That's why he does the things that he does.
Delicious chaos. Yeah, we've had this conversation.
I mean, we had this conversation already. So
yeah, we have.
Chaos.
And everybody wants to talk shit, but nobody ever wants to pay for it. It's real simple.
Dude, I just...
You pay for it.
In front of you, I offered $2,000 cash.
Send 2,000. Send him what he wants, Mike. Send 2,000 to Sasquatch, and I will cam up and show my diplomatic passport. That's easy.
I'll get 50%.
For the diplomatic, that we're doing that behind the paywall.
I think the Sasquatch live better than you.
I do. That's normal.
You basically live. You. Someone told me, and it basically, I promise that person I'm not gonna mention.
Mike, I'm getting more crotch than a bicycle seat. What are you talking about? I do look good.
I'm married. I'm not getting any fucking crotch. What? Like, I don't know what the hell we're talking about.
You're sexy ass. No homo. But you know what? Like, Sasquatch is, thank you for basically having us as Sash. Chuck, I'm gonna take care of you. I have to take care of Chuck, because otherwise, who's gonna take care of Chuck? I'm gonna have to take care of Chuck.
Hey Chuck, it's okay, bud. If it all goes downhill and your mountain of money and Play-Doh girls and your pond and what was it, 7 acres?
Nice.
It's okay, bro. You can come hang out with me.
You have to. You guys have to come to my birthday.
It'll be great.
It's going to be on the 23rd for the.
I'd love to have somebody on my panel and in my chat room that likes to throw money around like it's confetti, like Mike 23. Oh, fucking. Yeah.
More importantly,
yeah, I know you're good for it, Mike. Otherwise, I wouldn't have done it.
I know, man.
Thank you, sir.
You're good.
Chopper knows.
So what I was trying to say is, I have to go and deal with a legal thing tomorrow.
10th, you're going to be there, right? Promise me.
It depends on how tomorrow goes, probably.
Come on, you're going to be there.
Where one of the accusations against me is that I discussed with somebody else that I had a problem with using people's pronouns. and then I told him about how I'm a non-binary, transgender, blah 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 blah, ghost, and all that stuff, right? And so tomorrow I have to go and so it wasn't even that I refused to use somebody's pronouns to them. It's that I had a discussion hypothetically with somebody else where I said that I had a problem with using people's pronouns. So no one was actually. So I have to go deal where that's one of the accusations against me tomorrow for a legal thing. You understand that? So I have to fight that fight. No, dude, no one's talking to you. I have to fight that fight, right? Where I'm a gay dude who's being attacked by my own LGBTQ people, right?
I mean, that's your issue right there, is that you're buying into that whole LGBT fucking, 10th man, ladies and gentlemen. Someone with the one of the most overinflated egos I've ever come across on YouTube. Actually considers himself to be a celebrity on YouTube. But, there we go. Takes all kinds, doesn't it?
At the same time, because you guys are all great to hang out with you on the internet. But if tomorrow I went to prison because I didn't use somebody's pronouns, none of you guys would give a fuck.
Well, do you know what?
That would
you guys would give.
Nude Guru. I made this. I thought that for a short time, I thought that maybe you were an alt of 10th Man, because there's a certain not mannerisms, affectations and stuff that are similar to just the way he takes a breath and stuff when he says some things. Just the way he takes a breath is just very similar to you, and that like when I actually listen to him, it's like no, that's not Need Guru. Yeah, Sass, you can have a. I've only got a couple of wrenches in in the Magic Treehouse, but you can have one. Pretty sure I put the link in.
Or the flight prices are going to increase. There's going to be all kinds of weird shit that happens.
What are you talking about flight prices? I came first class.
They're going.
I am. I'm not a double agent, but I sure make more money than you do.
Hey, Mike, instead of having a party in New York, let's do it on your yacht. Let's just do that.
I wish I could have. I don't own a yacht.
Anyway, I could care less. Nobody gives a fuck about what I'm saying, so now we'll talk about something that somebody actually cares about.
I didn't mean
No, it's fine. So I'm like, what's this thing that I'm invited to on the 23rd? Is this on Dusty's panel or something?
Birthday. I think it's his birthday, right?
Yeah, it's my birthday. I just wanted to do something.
It's a Dusty show, is it?
We're just doing Dusty's, yeah. I don't know what time exactly. None of that's been hammered out.
Text me. Text me.
Yeah, I wanted to do something nice for everybody. Like, so.
Good morning. Last year, when it rolled around to December 22nd, from dawn of the 22nd until I passed out on the 27th, there was disaster after disaster after disaster taking place. Like I was running around like a chicken with my head cut off because I was the only person that hadn't agreed to go to all these things, and then everybody's shit broke, and I ended up driving back and forth across the county carrying people back and forth from broke down cars. One of which was mine, by the way, but it wasn't the vehicle I was driving. It was someone else was driving my vehicle, and it also broke down. So like it was an absolute freaking.
I remember that.
It was crazy. I'd come in, sit down, like pop up for about 10 seconds and get another text. Be like, damn, I'll be back.
Oh, you were around, Chuck? You were there.
Yeah, I remember when all that crazy, he was having to go fetch cars right and left. And then, like he said, he lent somebody his and had to go fetch it.
Yeah. Yeah. I spent probably fucking, I don't know, $1,000 towing cars that day. And that's not counting the ones that people got done themselves. However, it happened.
Yeah, and so let me get this straight. Like, I know that 10th and Sasquatch known each other for 6 years, and Chuck.
No. Sasquatch knew me. I didn't know him.
I used to pop in on his live streams back when they were basically. You couldn't imagine. You couldn't imagine the cesspit that happened back then, because that was before all the terms of service. That was before all of the cancellation culture and all of that stuff. And so, like, it was some really flawed type of stuff, kind of stuff that today would literally get you charged in court. And
what are you talking about? My panels ended up in court twice.
I'm just saying, dude. I mean, literally.
Yeah, so this is the thing is, I don't really care anymore. Like, literally, my fallback is 20 feet of rope, right? So I don't care anymore. Like, I try to be nice when I come on panels and make people laugh and joke around, right? But you guys all need to understand that, like, I'm done, right? Like, I don't want to be alive on this planet anymore.
Oh, come on, man.
As far as I'm concerned, all of you, and I love you guys, I do, but you're all the same as this Josh guy.
Are you coming from my birthday?
Yes.
Like,
yes, I will.
That is definitely a false equivalency there.
And it's just
you associate with this person and treat them with respect, then you're tolerating what they're doing.
All right.
If you allow people from the Middle East,
an arbiter of morality,
if you allow people into a country, whether it's America or England, that believe that gay people should be unalived, then all the people of that.
In case you hadn't noticed, Casper, this isn't a panel. We're watching another panel because nobody wants to come and do a panel here. So we're watching another panel. The link's pinned.
Birthday.
And the title is Blade Runner 2049, anyone? Because once we got a few people in here, if everyone's up for it, we'll go to Rumble and we'll watch Blade Runner 2049. Because fuck all this bullshit. Just watch a movie.
You know, and he delivers for me, and then I send them with interest. He knows that because he knows that.
I like interest.
Chuck is not working for me. It's like, I got you, Mike, and Chuck, dude, like Chuck is a very, you know what, like you guys are very amazing.
I want to go fishing with Chuck. Ever tell you how much I hate fishing?
10th is a very, very fucking amazing person. Sorry, Josh. I don't know you. I don't know. But 10th, I do know. 10th and we spend so many fucking hours.
What evil lurks in the hearts of men.
I love it when people think that because they spend loads of hours with somebody on fucking panels talking shit, it means that they know them.
You know what, you guys? We're gonna get older. We're gonna die together. That's one of the fucking.
Thanks, Mike.
You know what I mean? And so the very privilege is this: you enjoy as much as you can, have fun, enjoy, and that's
absolutely. I'm not a big fan on your classical hedonism, right? I don't do the whole drink. Well, I do all of these things. I just don't generally do them together too much.
We all used to do it when we were younger. We were all big fans of hedonism and, you know, crazy antics when we were younger. But we're now all in our 40s, you know.
And so when I became an addict, it kind of screwed that whole concept up, because addiction doesn't really permit moderation. Like, it is this, right? So,
is it just me that often thinks about would cyanide hurt? Is it just
it
me
does.
that thinks about that?
Yeah.
That's why. Yeah. See, I'm
It's
trying
like
to think of something that wouldn't.
It's like having we're not going down that particular road because that leads
Yeah.
to blockings and stuff. Like I said, TOS.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
But
Yep.
so like for instance, so Sasquatch, right? Like I've had like even 10th know this. I have a like intense like I go I'll have so many champagne and the next day my body's like fuck you like and then I'm like okay I need to relax. I don't know how is it that what I'm trying to say is that even me like I have to like pace myself like because I only have one body. I don't know how dudes can actually like continue on and just
Every single time I have ever seen Mike 23, he's pissed out of his, or, you know, seen him on a panel, he's pissed out of his head.
fucking intensity, and I'm like, okay, no, drinking today, and I just drink water. I'm just like trying to like drink, like fucking kiwi juice. I anticipate. I just don't know how is it that even the dude that I remember, and he died, and
Thanks, Mike.
like he died, like, and he would.
I'm sorry, Mike. No, Mike. I'm sorry. That had nothing to do with your friend dying. It's just that.
No, it's just like,
left turn. I have this friend I knew,
no,
and then he died.
No, but I don't
didn't think
understand.
of it.
No, you're absolutely correct on that. Like, how the fuck you do that shit? Like the dude, and he was better looking than I am, and he was better built than I am. And it is like he called him Venom, and he remember Sovietsky, and he would have the bottle of water. It's not water, it's fucking vodka, and vodka, and it's like
I did
how
that
the
through
fuck you
high
do
school.
that shit?
Use Sprite.
And it's 12 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm like in the morning, and obviously he died, and his eyes turned yellow. I'm not strong enough for that. I don't know. I'm not.
That sounds like his kidneys.
Dude, if
his
I
kidneys
fucking
failed.
drink heavily, the next day I'm like, oh fuck.
I'm gonna propose something to you, bud.
Dude, how you doing?
Good day. I'm doing great. How are you?
Yeah, man. You know.
Probably.
Just fucking hell. Just fucking hell. Yeah, I'm alright, man, I guess. I think the because I'm not feeling great physically, it's making everything seem worse than it is.
Oh, of course.
You know?
Yeah. For sure. Yep. Well, health is wealth, right? It's very important.
Yeah. Just yeah.
Well, I'm gonna at the very least come with a solid positive vibe.
Nice.
That will hopefully be
and
infectious.
Do you know what, dude? I kid you not. I think I felt it when you came in, because, yeah, you just coming up just lightened my mood instantly. So I thank you for that, my friend.
Oh, brilliant! Pleasure's mine as well.
What do you ever go over to like Sasquatch and Powdered Dusty and that and see these panels, these people?
Seldom. I know of them because they're connected with people that I know, and I've seen them for quite some time here and there. But most of their focuses are rather distractionary from my tastes, so I don't really give all that much attention, with the exception of the times that they have exceptions with their focuses, and they do at times. So then I might be intrigued to engage and participate for a while.
Do you I mean, obviously, I think we all do it, don't we? We do our little. Well, I do anyway. I sit here in my little imaginary psychiatrist armchair, giving my living room psychiatrist assessments on on the people that I'm seeing and listening to, and it's just I don't know. On one hand, it's really, really interesting, and then on the other hand, it's desperately sad. Like, desperately sad.
Yeah, I guess for me, putting those two together is why it's not interesting. Because it's desperately sad, and it's people just it's like watching people just literally and metaphorically distract themselves with a vice to ignore options and a beautiful reality that they could otherwise have.
Right. It's like they're walking around in a haze.
Yeah.
All the time. If we don't, I don't see them when they're not under the influence and just hazy and, getting up in their own egos and,
yeah. I think there's a lot of compounding of masks going on too, right? With a lot of incentives and reasons for people doing that, and this is something that I'm coming off of. Well, not coming off, continuing actually. Yesterday, I had some much needed reminders to accentuate me being. I'm always typically in a good place, but it helped put me back in a really good place where I need to be. And one of those key things was this masks thing, that so many people are living in peril because they're living in a masked fictional ideology. And that takes them away from, the sunshine, right? And the reminder to keep that recognition that that's what keeps people in peril is a reminder for myself why things are like that, and that it's all a choice. And remembering that it's all a choice is where the relief comes. It doesn't have to be this way, right?
Right.
And that's so fundamentally important. And what goes hand in hand with that is this thing called focus. And remembering to stay meticulously in charge and conscious on a moment-to-moment basis. And that's a practice thing. Tall order maybe at first, but that's you get good at whatever it is that you practice better and better. Staying meticulously conscious of that, and remembering that as a mind, a consciousness that projects and reflects instantaneously, you amplify whatever it is that you focus on instantaneously as well. So if that's the case, that's an impeccable measurement for responsibility. That means that everything that you choose is on you based on what you focus on. And that's both a double-edged sword. That's a blessing and a curse, but whether that results in a blessing or a curse is ultimately also up to you. So focus is so fundamentally a key to remember and to make conscious choices. Whatever it is that you're focusing on is what you're going to get back. It's like sowing seeds, right?
Yeah.
You reap what you sow.
Yeah, and I guess that's where I don't I don't help myself. Because the only avenue for me at the moment, and for the last 4 years has been YouTube and doing this, and it just means that YouTube and this is what I'm focused on for most of the day. For the largest portion of the day.
Yeah.
And it's just a negative feedback loop.
Yeah. Well, I mean, YouTube itself doesn't have to be, but what you're focusing on in particular and what you're putting out there on YouTube, where you're going to, the specifics is what you're going to put out and feedback to yourself, right? So that's ultimately up to you. Just like right now, I'm taking meticulous charge of my focus, and I'm coming up here and I'm maintaining that in the midst of all the shit that's going on the screen right now, that you have the mute button on, the whole thing, right? Doesn't matter to me. I have my focus, and I'm maintaining that solid conscious responsibility for myself. And so I get that back to me, and that's not only incredibly empowering, but it's incredibly energizing, because it gives me a position where I can be infectious with that without it being a draw, an energy drain on myself.
Right. I mean, my focus on what I watch on YouTube is, I try, hate that word. I do my best to watch informative educational stuff. Documentaries about things that I don't know about, listening to audiobooks and listening to scientists and psychologists and all of that. And I don't like watch. I stay away from the bullshit, the fear porn and bullshit. That's just getting crammed down everybody's throat the whole time. I've got to put the fan on. I'm bloody hot now.
Yeah, there's a lot of it. But again, you have to choose to watch it.
Yeah, the trouble is though now, YouTube's just filled up with so much AI slop, and it's.
Well, that was inevitable.
Yep.
It's a CIA-run pop culture platform. You're going to get everything that's geared towards that. And it's going to get less and less, most likely, the pockets of counter to that. And so, take it for what it's worth for as long as we can. It's still, being the numbers that are on here, still a viable tool to do some productive things with for the time being. But if you think that's going to last for a long time, you might want to think twice.
Yeah, it's not really a career that or it's changed so much in the last 5 years. It's just gonna implode eventually.
Like all empires of capitalism do. They have to, because the foundation is unstable to begin with. Can't build a house on an unstable foundation. Not a very good one. It's not going to last, right?
Right. The trouble is,
it's not meant to actually. But go ahead.
Right. Yeah. It's just the trouble is that we've never actually had to live through a collapse like that before. What's going on now. What happened 5 years ago and everything. It's all, we've seen it. We can see stories that have similarities or whatever in one way or another to what's going on, restrictions and movement and all of that stuff, war and and such, but we never actually experienced it. We had pretty cushy lives, you know, up until the early noughties. Nobody really had any idea what was going on, and it all just seemed like, well, nobody could see any potential disaster. I mean, in general, like normal people, I certainly couldn't. Right? I could never have predicted
things looked
what's going on now.
stable.
Yeah, they looked relatively stable. Well, I mean, we all knew. We've always known that governments are a nightmare, a bunch of lying shitbags, and corporations are trying to take control of everything. But everybody was kind of, I don't know.
Everybody was going along with everything you just said.
Yeah, because they thought it was. I guess because they thought the intentions behind what was being done weren't so. Nobody wanted to believe that the intentions behind what was happening were so dark and controlling. And
there you go. There you go. That's it. And there's two reasons why they didn't want to. Number one is because they would have to admit to themselves their part of responsibility in the equation. Don't like that. Let's look in the mirror. Number two, it means that you actually have to start taking responsibility to do other things, because in order to stand on a moral ground, when you come to terms with that, means you have to let go of the skin in the game that you have. And for some people, that's a lot of work that they put in. But I got news for you. You kind of worked for nothing. And that's the point, is to get you in a perpetual hamster wheel distraction. That's what pop culture is, popular distraction, right? Chasing a wheel, forever chasing rainbows, and willfully ignoring a responsible, healthy way of functioning in favor of delegating responsibility away. As if it's somehow magically because me and some other people, a bunch of people decide. Massive amounts of people decide. Oh, we're just going to make this core little group, and they're responsible for 99% of everything. Yeah, that's a healthy ideology. That's just the epitome of a child's mind that doesn't want to grow up. That's all that is. And so you reap what you sow, right? Now, being the bearer of positivity that I want to maintain coming up here, the good news is, as long as you have breath, it still remains a choice. At any given time, it doesn't matter. You know, there's variables of the degree of challenges that people have when learning to take responsibility for this. That means something different to somebody with their challenge than it might be to somebody else. So be it. That's reality. That's life, you know? At the end of the day, it just comes down to two things. Are you going to kick the can down the curb and go watch some other pacification thing, or have another drink, or smoke another toke, or whatever it is, and just pretend your sorrows aren't a reality? Which is what you're really pretending, is that you don't have responsibilities for yourself. That's all it is, you know. Or are you going to embrace it and start actually being proactive and think about, what is it that I really am having a hard time and struggling with here, and how do I overcome that? And figure it out. Those are the two paths, right?
Chief, how you doing, man?
How you doing, sir?
Hello.
You sound a little bit nasally still today. Hope you're getting better, brother.
I'm much the same as I was yesterday, to be honest.
Yeah, I heard you say 7 hours, and then you ended up with a fever before you went to bed.
On Monday, On Monday, yeah. Yesterday, I didn't have a fever, and I didn't. The congestion had gone. Just feeling meh, you know.
Right.
Not, yeah, just meh. When I say congested again, I've got a stuffy nose, but I mean my sinuses. Like Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, my sinuses were causing me so much fucking pain because because they were so congested. Like I couldn't. If I sniffed, if I bent over, if I fucking, or you know, blowing my nose gave me a moment of relief, and then it just felt like two big fucking rocks had been inserted either side of my skull, up against my brain. OTW, how you doing, mate? Come and join us, buddy. Come and join us. I want to talk about this fucking awards ceremony set bullshit you guys were doing the other day. That's another really interesting thing, right? I'm watching people, and it's like they're just trying to emulate the stars, right? The
pop
TV stars and the film stars, fucking throwing themselves awards, giving themselves awards for shit, and best fucking streamer, best master debater, panel verse shit and all that. It's like, oh man, I know that there are individuals that are just, you know, they know it's absolute bullshit. They're just taking the piss, basically. But there are individuals that really cling to this, like it's real. And it's like, for fuck's sake, man, get over yourself.
That's how
Seriously.
I feel about people who have a mind of government and statism and corporations and all these things. It's like, this is all fake.
Yeah.
Get over it. That's the exact same thing that that plays in my mind when I watch people who perpetually complain and basically sob about what they choose to participate in, and ignore the idea, and even chastise it. You know, there's other options in life.
Here we go.
Oh, we can't think like that. We can't, we can't think about actually moving to a direction where we are somehow responsible and decide how we function. Heaven forbid it be up to us, you know.
Yeah. Do you know, that was quite funny because on backstage I've still got Sasquatch up, right? And he just came up like this and put his hand up, and I thought for a second that Sasquatch had just joined, right? And I'm looking and it says DO7 underneath. I'm like, that's really weird. How's he come up with my name? Right, okay. And I brought him up to see what he was going to say, and then suddenly realised, no, he'd just gone. That was still on his channel. I need to stop sharing that.
Too funny.
Oh, fuck. Sorry.
He's got to pick up his lung. It fell on the floor.
Oh, I need to smoke a cigarette is what I need to do. John, bro, how you doing? Good day. You have real Sasquatch here in Arkansas. Why isn't Arkansas pronounced Arkansas? Right? Americans are really weird about pronouncing the way they pronounce stuff. It's quite clearly sass. There's, if it was AU or AO or AW or AR at the end, you'd understand Arkansas. But It's spelt sass. Where does the saw come from? Where does that pronunciation come from? Because it's so, I don't know, it just seems so wrong.
They got their dip in their lip and they can't say that right. Okay.
I can't say well, and it's, I guess it sounds weird. Arkansas. No, it doesn't. It sounds fine, man. Sassy from Arkansas. Oh, I'm sweating. It's not even hot. I don't have a fever.
That's your body trying to purge.
Right.
Yeah. Well, it's
That's
been
a good
purging. It's been purging for over a week now. I started purging on Tuesday last week. That's when my symptoms started.
Yeah.
Like.
It can take a while if you're got a lot of toxicity.
Well, actually, no. It was a month. No, it was Tuesday, Wednesday last week. I was out of action with bad symptoms, and then the Thursday I streamed for 7 hours or something, and then was wiped out and had a fever till Monday. Well, I woke up on Monday without the fever, and then did the another 7 hour stream, and then ended up with a fever again. Went to bed. Tuesday, spent Tuesday out in bed, and yeah, back since then, and the fever's stayed away. But you know when you've got a fever when you're freezing cold. It doesn't, everybody else is fine. It's not cold, but you're shivering, right? And you have to wrap yourself up all nice and fucking warm, and you're shivering your tits off, but you're sweating your ass. Like everything just gets soaked. At some point, I need to wash all my bedding because I've got several pints of sweat. I must have excreted from my body.
That's good. Your body's detoxing. That means it's in a healthy enough state where it's got the resources to do so.
Interesting.
That's important. Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's interesting considering my diet and everything. And
right. Yeah, because if it didn't, then other things would start to happen, and you don't want that.
No. I mean, I got something else going on that I need to. Well, I don't need to at all. My body's going to sort it out. Fuck you, doctors. But yeah, there's something else going on. I thought I was worried it was my kidneys, but actually, Sylvie told me that what I've noticed, because I did a bit of monitoring of my urine, and I was noticing, like, after a couple of days, if I let it settle, there was shit at the bottom, like almost like a white powder or something at the bottom, and I did not know what the fuck it was. I was like, what the fuck is that? And because my pee doesn't really smell like pee, and
yeah, sounds like an infection, maybe.
Well, yeah, chalky residue. So Sylvie's saying a chalky residue is good because it means your kidneys are filtering.
Oh, that depends. Depends what it is.
Yeah.
What is that? What gave you the inclination? It might be your kidneys. Any pain or anything in the back?
So Friday, Saturday, Sunday, it was worse. I had lower back pain, right? But I couldn't work out. I wasn't sure if it was just because I'd been laid on my back for too long. You know, laid in bed for too long, and I just put it down to that at the end of the day, and it's gone now, right? And I drink a lot of water. I drink liters of water, and especially over Thursday, Friday, or Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. I was drinking liters, and but it felt like. Right, so one of these Mandela effects is that the kidneys have moved. When I was growing up, especially when I was learning to fight and stuff, we learned about I learned about kidney punches and how effective a good kidney punch should be. Well, a kidney punch was a lower back.
Interesting.
That's where the kidneys were, right? Now the kidneys are up in the middle of the back, behind the rib cage. They're much higher up. The liver's bigger, and the kidneys are much higher up than they were before. So where the kidneys are supposed to be, that's not where I was hurting. I was hurting down. It felt where, if you put your hands on your hips and you get your thumbs, and stick them in your back, either side of your spine, just above the hip bone. I guess it depends how big your hands are and how big your thumbs are, but that sort of area, that's where I always thought kidneys were. I wonder if, maybe everybody else's kidneys have moved, but mine are still where they were. But maybe it's just lower back pain because I've been laid down too long. I don't know. But that combined with the like I said, my pee doesn't smell like pee, like normal pee. It smells fucking off, and I don't know if it's because I just drink too much coffee all the time with condensed milk, and my diet's really shit, or if it's because there's something wrong with either my liver or my kidneys.
Well, if it's something that's changed, it would indicate that either something has changed in the diet or something in your body has changed because of your diet, most likely.
Well,
I don't think you got no jab.
No. It's been for a while. I've had it for a while, man. It's been it's been different for a good few years.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow. So that would indicate, again, it could be one of the two, but it's it could be a chronic situation at the moment, or it could be that something that you're ingesting on the regular is producing that.
Right. I mean, and there is something.
Could be the milk.
Right. In the last 5-6 years.
Somebody just mentioned the COVID thing. There's a lot of things that kind of adjusted. The jab was just one part of a big equation, right? A lot of things kind of shifted in the mainstream corporate food system in a very short period of time. So it might have something to do with that too.
I mean, they're absolutely, the supermarkets are stocking basic, I mean, I don't know if I want to say poison, but they are absolutely toxin laden.
You should say poison. That's exactly what it is.
But it's just toxin. There's nothing but toxins in everything that they're selling in the supermarket.
Yeah.
And that's unfortunately where I have to get my food, is from the supermarket. So, but my diet has reduced so much. There are only these certain things that I'm eating and drinking, and it's been like that for 5 years now,
right.
since the coof.
Interesting that you mentioned that, because like that's the first thing that had to change for me when I went on a different path in my late 20s after a very near-death severe health crisis from being just doing everything wrong, totally eating corporate food, like fast food almost every. I was very fast-paced lifestyle, trying to get out of capitalism and trying to condense an average 60 to 80 year work career span down into like a few years so I could just concentrate on music. Right. Probably something you could relate to, ideology, right? It's just, I just want to do music and have fun. So let's get the work part over with as fast as we can and be free to do that, right? That was my idea. And in theory, it kind of worked, but I forgot about balance.
Yeah.
And so it caught up to me near the end of my 20s. And it was a very fast rubber meets the road. I was hanging on by a thread. And it was either change everything right now radically, and on the basis that one accidental cookie crumb could mean my last day, you know, or just let myself go. And so the food was the first thing that I had to focus on, and the window for that is what led to kind of all the rest of this stuff to get to self-reliance and whatnot. But to solve that, I was introduced and looked for people who were growing their own food with very high standards for themselves. No chemicals, heirloom seeds that were wild, in clean environments, as far away from industry as possible, you know. And so I was a little fortunate. I had some people who were willing to share at first their resources with me and help me heal, because they saw what I was going through, and they also realized that my mindset wasn't an irresponsible status monkey type. So there was a common denominator there, right? And so they were willing to impart their resources, and then their wisdom as well came along with it.
Right, and they didn't see it as a waste. They didn't think it was, you know, like, going to be like planting seeds on concrete. It was
right. Yeah, it's a very elitist mindset, which in my view is healthy, but in their eyes, I wasn't a waste. You know, I was a reason to save, right? And so I was fortunate, and I recognized the value in that too. But yeah, so now I had a bit of a nest egg saved up at that time, but I was no billionaire by no means. And so there's a bit of generosity there, of course, but I had to spare my resources. And it was a matter of that focusing again, making that a priority. And interesting, ever since I changed all that, with the exception of one lung infection that I had because there was an extended smoke haze in a metropolis that I was stuck in up in BC for a while. And when I say extended, I mean for, I think, almost 2 months every day. This was like 4 years ago, I think. There was major fires all over the place. And it just kind of was a little cesspool that trapped all the air, and there was no escaping it. So
I remember hearing
remember
about
that?
it on the
Yeah.
news, yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty brutal. So me and my lady friend, you know, we endured it, but we got a lung infection, and it was a little hard to get over that one, but we did. We managed. So with the exception of that, I've never been sick as far as colds, flus, or anything of the sort. And neither have the people who shared the wisdom. So it's not by accident, you know.
No, absolutely. I mean, I still stand by my testimony that I gave a couple of days before I came down with symptoms quite heavily. I think, you know, that was just the like I said, that was just the mates just giving me a little kick up the arse, reminding me not to make too many claims, but changing my mindset in 2018 really had a noticeable effect. You know, I went from getting man flu twice a year every year, and the change of the seasons between spring to autumn, summer to autumn, and winter to spring. Like really severe head colds, man flu type head colds, and at least twice a year. I mean, I'd sometimes 3 or 4 times, but went from that to basically, you know, it went like 5 years or something, and suddenly I thought about it and was like, holy crap, I haven't had a cold in about 5 years. What's going on? I haven't been sick. I haven't felt sick. And all I did was change my mindset. And then when I announced it, I think a few days later, I came down with something, and I was out of action for 9 days. Right? Out of action. And there's this correlation is no pure proof of cause, right? But 3 times I've really expressed this, you know, mind over matter.
Yeah, I
as
think
sickness is concerned. And then within a few days of talking about it a lot, I came down with symptoms. So it's 3 times now in the last 8 years.
Yeah, I think there's definitely there's a level of correlation there for sure. Similarly, maybe you've noticed this as well. When you're really focused on something, time just flies. And if you don't think about it, you're not in a kind of a routine sleep schedule. You can go for a long time. But the moment you think about, shit, I haven't slept for a day and a half, is the moment you might start to feel tired all of a sudden.
Yeah.
You know? So there's definitely an aspect of that. And that's a programming thing. You can actually, you can take responsibility for that equation and overcome that. But at the same token, you can't mind over matter drinking Everclear. you down a pint of that, or you know, a liter of that. Good luck mind over mattering that.
What's Everclear?
Oh, it's hyper. It's what you make to make vodka and stuff. It's what you use. You know, it's the concentrated.
Oh,
it's like 151 proof or higher.
Yeah, something like that.
Ethanol then.
Yeah, it's very flammable.
Is it ethanol that they use for alcohol?
It's just really high percentage alcohol. You know, it's like concentrated.
Yeah.
In Texas, they'll take 1 bottle of Everclear and poke a hole in a watermelon and dump the Everclear into the watermelon and then let it soak overnight. So
right.
you eat 1 bowl of that toasted.
We did that at uni with vodka.
Right.
But that was, you know, only 40 proof.
Right. I've seen it with vodka too.
Or 40%.
So if I could put just any bit of emphasis on the point of those things that I was using for focus and whatnot, it all comes back to kind of giving oneself a kick in the ass to make decisions responsibly and find a solution. In my view, well, not in my view, factually, just by the results, 1 + 1 is 2. You reap what you sow. If you're going to put your health, what you ingest, especially, in the hands of capitalists, you're playing an incredibly irresponsible game with yourself. You're playing Russian roulette to epic proportions. And this is not a healthy and wise decision, right? You're going to have to some degree. I mean, even when I wild forage and grow, how do I know an animal didn't come and piss on the plant, right? So there's an aspect of it, a level of it to a degree, but the body is very resilient and it's meant to handle those things. It's not meant to handle, and it's not designed for a constant bombardment, though, of toxicity that was intentionally designed because profit was the incentive.
Right, and that actually does physically debilitate the body. Right.
Yes.
I mean, that's what I say. So, for one thing, you take them home and rinse them off, whatever it is that you've picked. You take it back, and that's one of the good reasons to rinse it off in water and give it a little clean, you know. But if you just pick it up and eat it, and it's been pissed on by a fox or a squirrel or whatever, like you said, I think this is where my mindset changed in 2018. That, you know, our bodies, I believe that we were created. I think strongly, I feel very strongly, because it just makes the most sense because of the complexity of the design that we were designed, right? And I think that anything capable of designing anything like this is obviously incredibly intelligent and has thought of everything, right? Because otherwise this system wouldn't have been running for however many thousand years it's been going. It would have all collapsed in on itself a long time ago. So if we are the kind of pinnacle of creation as far as being sentient, autonomous singularities, each one of us, you know, capable of just astonishing things when compared to all the other living things. I mean, the other living things on this earth, they can do fantastic. You know, it's amazing what they can do. You look at the complexity of a spider's web, and you know, when the birds that create these fantastic nests, and wasps' nests. You know, wasps and bees and all of that is like, yeah, it's amazing what they can do, but they don't have, as far as we're aware, they don't have brains, and they don't really think. They don't sit there. You don't ever see a bee sat there smoking a cigarette, pondering the meaning of life, you know, unless it's in a cartoon. But that's where we are. So if we were designed to that level, it makes sense that the creator will have known that all kinds of toxins can enter the body through the skin, through the mouth, through the eyes, the ears, as in the information that we're getting, because that affects the vessel. But also, you know, something crawling in your fucking ear. Ear infections, all of that. So that's why we have an immune system designed to fight against those things, white blood cells and all that, designed to combat that sort of stuff. I think the fact that we're still going, you know, all right, we're pretty beat up now, the human race, you know, we're kind of, we're not at our best at the moment. You look at the level of obesity and mental health problems and just general health problems. But the only reason for any of that is because of the state, the system, the pharmaceutical industry.
Elaborate on that, if you will.
Yeah, it's because of capitalism, basically. You know, in industry, and capitalism. I think the Industrial Revolution, we were kind of tricked. We thought it was going to be, you know, it was fed to us as this fucking amazing advancement in technology, but ultimately,
what was,
I think it was a regression.
capitalism was?
No, the Industrial Revolution.
Oh, that. Yeah, I think so. I wasn't there, but yeah, it looks like it. Yeah, it looks like it was. Now you can. Don't worry about farming yourself. Just go to work, and now you can go across the country in 2 seconds with a car.
Right.
trade that away, right?
Exactly. It's all done under the guise of convenience and
yes.
you know, and it would benefit us. It's going to benefit us. At the end of the day, all these jobs that get created and well.
So capitalism is definitely a scam. There's no doubt about that. But here's the thing. It has to be chosen.
Yeah.
Right? It was chosen, not in full awareness. So what people did is they were over anxious. They weren't thinking. They weren't smell checking and due diligence this. They were falling for a hook, line, and sinker, bait and switch. And that was just an irresponsible decision. That's all. And they're still doing it.
I honestly think that the pushback on the Industrial Revolution was much bigger than we've ever been led to believe. Right? I think that they all, you know, reference Red Dead Redemption 2 again, right? But,
so pushback meaning the consequence or something else?
I mean, pushback against the idea that industrialization was the way forward and it was the best thing for the people, right? When Arthur, when Butch or whatever his name is says Dutch says to Arthur, you know, we're going to Saint Denis, and he's like, ugh, Saint Denis, man. Civilization, right?
Yeah.
I you know, I was of one mind about the whole cowboy thing when I was growing up, and then after playing Red Dead Redemption, it's given me I think they've done a really good thing with that game because it's given a different perspective of what was actually going on. Like these lawless men were actually just kind of anarchists. They were anarchistic. Yeah. They weren't
they're like me.
Right. They weren't, it's not that they were lawless. It's just they didn't think that they had to be governed by fucking a bunch of dickheads in the city wearing suits who had no idea how to live a real life, you know? Had no idea. They were brought up with fucking silver spoons in their mouths. Had never done a hard day's work in their life. And
right. They were people who thought for themselves.
Yeah, the cowboys. Obviously, the cowboys. That's a real thing, man. It's ranchers and cattle ranchers and those were the cowboys, weren't they? But the lawless or the outlaws. Sorry, not lawless. The outlaws. But that's all they were doing. They were living out a load of bullshit being implemented by a bunch of dickheads who were no better than they were.
Right. And that's the thing is, to even have this view of outside the law is only if you're gullible enough to believe in the scam that man's law is to begin with. It's fake. Right? And here's another interesting piece of the equation. This anarchy thing. People think that if we live like that, then we're just going to have, you know, people without a sense of moral compass, and we're just going to we're going to sit in the street and shoot each other. Okay, so that's what they think. So they think that to mitigate that, which is a heavy assumption, right? There's no basis that in reality they haven't tried this. It's all just, you know, it's in the head. But let's go with that for a second. So this idea, if that's the basis, that we're going to select some people out of people who don't know how to self-regulate themselves to regulate everybody else on our behalf, obviously that's a flawed ideology. And so that's what statism is, right? It's to try and mitigate the idea of anarchism, using it in that context. And not only does it not solve that, it makes it worse. It's because anarchism is actually the default state that you can even try those things to begin with. And all it does is it just gets in the way of people going down a responsible path in favor of distraction, which is favorable to capitalist-minded individuals who want to take advantage of those who want to walk an irresponsible path. Capitalism is just the art of exploitation. Well, who's the easiest person to exploit? One that is willing to delegate responsible away to somebody else. Perfect candidate for exploitation. Totally perfect candidate. And that's most people, right? And so now you see the cycle gets clearer and clearer. And the longer it takes individuals, whether it's in small or en masse, doesn't matter, just happens to be millions and millions at this point, to put the brakes on for themselves and walk a responsible path, the longer they reap what they sow and get, rightly so, the consequence of what they chose. Right? An atrophied, toxic, unhealthy disease is what it is. Why? Because you're living outside, you're living in a fairy tale, a fantasy world that's not in line with nature and how nature functions in its healthy fashion. So obviously, if nature, as you just described a moment ago, which was well put, has this resilience built into it, it's integrated in it, and that functions perpetually, autonomously, well, what do you think is going to happen the moment you start stepping outside of that? Obviously, that's the beginning of deceasement. So the good news is, if you want to reform, the fastest way to do that is to reform yourself and realign back to nature, back to the way that works perpetually. And just like magic, all of a sudden the disease goes away. Not overnight, but health is afoot.
If I think if large groups of people are literally just dumped into a situation where they have to change the way they live, then they're perfectly capable of doing it. If an entire city suddenly was shut down, right? There was no no law or order, no electricity, no regular, no food deliveries and shit. Supermarkets all run out of stock and everything. I think there would be a period of just absolute crazy pandemonium, people going nuts.
Yeah,
going
for
absolutely
sure.
nuts.
Yeah.
But
I think you'd even see cannibalism and stuff, but go on.
Oh, yeah, amongst certain groups, absolutely. But I'm pretty sure that eventually, right, it would find equilibrium. It would.
Yeah,
It would.
you're right. Survival of the fittest would balance out.
Right, and that doesn't necessarily mean that the only people that survive are the bad guys.
Nope.
And the criminals.
Yeah,
right?
that'd be a mixed bag.
Yeah, because it would just come down then to intelligence and resourcefulness.
Yeah, and a bit of timing and a bunch of things in the equation.
It just means a period, a very uncomfortable period where, a lot of people are going to get hurt.
Yeah, definitely.
And so some good people will get taken away, but mostly it will be the stupid ones.
Well, yeah, I think so. But also, the other factors are their endurance. How healthy are they? How witty are they? How atrophied are they? These are all factors, right? How resourceful can they be quickly? How quick can they put the pieces together and turn to instinct when needed?
Mm.
And so there's a lot of different aspects in there too. Like maybe some people have an edge because they've learned other survival skills already. So they have more of a backbone. Other people have gone to deprogrammed fear out of themselves, so they're able to focus in times of necessity like that. So they're going to make it a little better. You know, a lot of factors, right? But here's the thing. Relying on any one bag and not diversifying in life is another incredibly irresponsible thing to do. And on top of it, if that thing is capitalism and unhealthiness, you're just going to reap what you sow. It's just the way it is, right? So it's one thing to be born into that environment like I was, you were, right? So now you have a challenge ahead of you for sure. But to allow yourself to willfully ignore the responsibility for seceding out of that and all the other due diligence responsibilities that goes along with whatever it is that you choose to participate in is never going to boast you well. Never. So on the flip side, the positive, once again, is tomorrow never comes. If you have breath, today is your opportunity. Today is your opportunity to take that responsibility, embrace it, and stop the pattern of ignoring it, all of it. And it's a tall order. It's a lot for a lot of people. And then not just think and talk about it, but actually be proactive and start making the moves. What does it mean? What is it to be responsible in life and to start actually practice thinking for yourself instead of doing as you're told? What does it mean to actually, we throw this word adult around liberally, right? What does that actually mean?
I think what we're doing is we're pronouncing it wrong, and it should be pronounced adult. Because we're all dolts.
Yeah. Right. And that's probably one of the first things for a lot of people. I guess for me, it wasn't as difficult to embrace the path because I never got caught up in it. So I didn't have an ego challenge to get over where I had to swallow myself and eat the crow like a lot of people might have to. But if that's you as an individual, whoever's listening to this, just do it, right? Life is short. The worst thing you can do in life is dwell and pacify yourself with extra layers of toxicity. That's not going to boast you well. So, just look it in the mirror, face the reality that you made choices that were not healthy for you, irresponsible choices, whatever. Admit it to yourself and tell yourself you're committed to going down a path of responsibility. And at that point, you're merited to yourself to forgive yourself and not hold on to it anymore, because there's no point in that anyways, because what's that going to do, right? Just let it go. That's the opportunity of the day. While you still have breath, let go of the arrogance is the first thing. Because let me tell you something. That breath, it comes in right now, but the next one is not a guarantee. And so at the end of this day, if you ask yourself this question, Did I make the most of the breath that I had today? If it's anything less than a certain yes, then what are you doing? What are you doing with your life? You're just spinning on that breath, that gift, for what? You know? If you're not being your best friend, what are you being? If you're not being fully honest with yourself, what are you being? If you're not being healthy, what are you being?
Yeah, if you're not being honest with yourself.
Yeah.
And that ultimately it's just, that's what it's down to, about being honest with yourself.
Yes, sir. That is the root of disease or health, right there. Eight billion order-following, willfully ignorant, dishonest-minded individuals.
Well, 7 billion.
Sure.
999,999.9. Because
let me yield. You wanted to ask him for his thoughts there.
Yeah, Chief, come on, man. I want to hear something from you. Give us some thoughts.
Oh, I'm toasted right now, brother. I said it. I'm sitting here. I smoked a doobie. Hey, and it didn't
Wake and
hit.
bake, brother.
I lit a cigarette up.
He's showing us the way.
I was halfway through that cigarette, and that baby kicked in and said, "Morning, buddy." So it's pretty good. It's a sativa and gets you motivated. You know, so I feel like, you know, we could go skiing or whatever. I'm just ready, you know. Other than that, just been shoveling, Richie. Yesterday I shoveled several driveways for people.
One sec. Just take a look in the private chat. Look, we got Queen Stephen back in. Dude, are you still on this, man? Like, seriously, you really need to get a life, my friend. You need to lose some weight and get a life. Right? To make you've got some serious choices to make. And some changes to make. Look at you. Look at this, man. Can you see it?
Yeah, that's great.
What he's talking about is the car accident I had in 2000. Yeah, right. Where, you know. So you need to be you oh dear. Tenerife South, right? That's where you fly to, and then you get a taxi to Las Americas. But when you arrive in Tenerife South, right, get in contact with me, tell me you're here, and then you in Las Americas. Okay? We can meet down by the beach or wherever you want. We can meet somewhere, and we can sort this out. Yeah. I've never seen anybody project quite as much as this individual. Look at him. He's absolutely desperate. Desperate. Wow. I could ban him. I could just ban him, but it's actually quite amusing to me. It's Queen Stephanie.
The Raven.
It's Queen Stephanie. The audience is laughing at you. Yep, they're all. Look at all those. Look at all those laughing.
What's wrong?
No, they're laughing at me because apparently I'm a murderer and such. Like, he can't actually come into the chat because he's obviously blocked from the channel. But I didn't block him from the stream. Didn't block him from from StreamYard because it's just amusing watching him come in here and. He's live streaming me. Oh my God! Wow, you got what, a whole fucking 3 people watching on your live stream. Oh no! It's interesting, man. It's interesting that individuals like that exist.
Right I think that watching right now, actually.
No, Queen Stephanie. He's sorry, she is.
Oh, that's a she.
It's live. No, it's. Well, you know, I think it's debatable whether or not it was born with a Y chromosome. I think it's a Q chromosome or something.
right.
I think it's a different species, basically. But yeah, exactly. OTW, you were going to come and join yesterday, and you never did. What happened? Come and join us, my friend.
So I've heard your story about the car accident and stuff, and so I don't understand why this broad has some negative connotation to make about.
I was shoveling in snow. That's where I was.
Yeah, I was shoveling snow too, for real.
Yeah.
How many inches?
Yesterday there was about, I'd say, 6 to 7 inches, but today it's up to like 8, 9, going on 10. It's still snowing, so I'm gonna have to go shovel again.
Yeah, 12 inches.
I'm so glad I don't have to deal with that.
It's all right.
Only because of the way it negatively affects my body, only because of the discomfort physically that I feel because of the cold weather. Otherwise, it wouldn't bother me. But
right.
What were you going to say?
I was going to say, do you realize how not appreciated Queer Steven is out here in these parts, right? Like, nobody likes him. Like, I mean, nobody.
Oh, dude, I never thought for a second that anybody did. He's a certified something or other. Right? He's actually diagnosed, isn't he? He's been diagnosed. Right.
From what I've heard, yeah, but you know how rumors can be, right?
Oh, yeah. I'm a self-diagnosed schizophrenic, so
I'd rather he not be a schizophrenic and just be actually normal that way. That way, he wouldn't have any excuses, right?
Yeah. I was watching. I was watching. Can't remember who it was yesterday, and they were talking about. That's it. It was. His name's Simon, right? He's an old English fella. I can't remember what his channel's called, but this old English guy in his late 70s, early 80s or something. He's getting on, but he was talking about all of these, these diagnoses of autism in late diagnoses of autism in adults, right? I think it's quite interesting. Like he completely poo-pooed it and said that excuses for being horrible online. Basically, it's just it's lack of accountability. People don't want to take accountability. They'll blame it on something. So this is just another thing that people can blame their character on.
Scapegoatopia.
Right? And there's definitely a truth to that, right? That is somewhat accurate. There are going to be a heck of a lot of individuals out there, and I mean I've come across them myself. People that say, I'm autistic, and it's like, well, there's two types of autism. Then there's the autistic person that just really isn't good. They're not good socially. They don't communicate in the same way socially, but they have incredible minds, right? They have absolutely incredible minds. They're capable of incredible things. They've got minds like filing cabinets or, photographic memories, and they seem to... The autistics that I've met, especially the real, like, years ago, I met a friend of mine. Her son was really, like, seriously autistic. You had to be really careful around him because if you looked at him funny, or if he thought you were looking at him funny, or just the weirdest things made him go off and not. you know, he just go into a hysterical fit about the craziest things. So she was always, we were always treading on eggshells around the kid, right? Well, that was autism back then. Now, you got people that literally, they're just, they have a disorder, but it's not autism, you know? It's a personality disorder of some kind, particularly
Capitalism has
narcissism.
to evolve, otherwise it dries up.
Right.
Well, actually, it becomes communism.
The trouble is, we haven't been going long enough to be able to see examples of, or enough clear examples of the cycle and how it works. Capitalism to socialism to communism, or to fascism.
No, these are all just
communism.
Lego pieces for one statue, right? That's what most people don't get. Building blocks.
It's like a pyramid. It's echelons, right? It's like you got to
Absolutely.
go through different levels till eventually end up becoming communist.
Yeah, and there's no foundation at the bottom because it's a Ponzi, and everybody who's on the totem pole is in deep doo-doo. But just try not to be too far under the dog pile. That's the name of the game, right?
I mean, we do
Have fun is what I say to that.
Yeah, we have cycles that have been hidden by history of the rise and fall of civilizations, right? That so I do subscribe to the theory that you know about it, OTW, the Jason Brashear's theory about the Phoenix event.
Yeah, in 2046.
That will be Nemesis in 2046. 2040 is the next Phoenix event. So that's. I mean, I don't know about his predictions as to what's going to happen and where, but he says it will be China in 2040, but then in 2046 it will be North America.
It's
that's
funny
affected.
that he says that because from my interpretation of things, the rise of the Phoenix actually happens every spring. Like it's a constellation. And in every spring, the constellation comes up through the horizon, passes there, spends the summer in the sky, and then drops back down again.
Much love and Merry Christmas to you too, Fools and Tools. And Rebecca, good to see you. And Jambro,
I'm not a
if I haven't
pagan.
said hey already.
About here.
I'm so pissed off that Christmas isn't what we think it is, and that, you know. that
Why?
Yeah, but
it's
you know,
turned-
you can always make it what you want it. You know, it's like you don't necessarily have to identify with the corporate narrative that they push when it comes to Christmas. It's like you can just make it the day that you want it to be, right? So it's like for you, that's the day.
Why not make it every day?
That's what my grandson says. He says Christmas is every day.
It is. It's for me.
Yeah, I hear you. I
Yeah,
enjoy
I
every
guess
day,
it's
man.
it's all about what you're looking for at Christmas, isn't it? Like if you're just looking for new gifts, you know, you just want lots of gifts, and people to give you stuff for Christmas.
Well, if breath isn't the ultimate gift, wait till it's your last.
Right, but it depends what the gift is. It's like things can be given in appreciation and recognition. You know, it's you don't need to put it the sticker that you know mainstream has put onto it, right?
Right.
Where you need to have the newest things. You can make something for someone, and it would have a lot more value than just go out and buy some garbage crap that they're probably going to put in a closet and leave it there and never use it and give it to somebody else the next Christmas, right? So,
whilst that's true, right? Unfortunately, it's not until you're in your mid to late 40s, I think, that or certainly most men. So I can only really use that example, but because I'm a man in my mid to late 40s, but it's not until now that that I fully appreciate that. So in my 20s, getting a knitted, a hand knitted jumper or scarf or something from my nan versus getting a real nice,
brand name beanie hat.
Brand name freaking.
Can you knit?
Adidas top, jump, pullover or whatever. When we're younger, we think, oh no,
made with the finest polyester corporatocracy has to offer.
But we think the best thing has come from the high street and has more value than the thing that's been handmade and given.
The thing that's made with the heart,
Right, exactly. And not only made with the heart, made well, is more durable, and is going to last a lot longer and actually be much more beneficial. Because at the end of the day, when it gets really cold, what's the jumper that is works the best? It's the one that's been knitted by your fucking nan,
out of wool,
out of real wool. Yeah.
Right.
I mean, my nan died in 2005, unfortunately, and my other nan, I didn't
know how to
didn't
knit,
know her.
Richie?
I did. My nan taught me how to knit. Better than that, when I was 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years old, all the time I was spinning wool for my nan.
All right.
Because she had a spinner, a foot pedal operated spinner, and she taught me how to spin wool, and I used to fucking love sitting there, just spinning wool for her. And then she'd make something out of it.
Rebecca, I know you don't like me that much, but I kind of like you already just because you have the same name as my daughter. I don't know. It's like it's hard for me to not like you.
Rebecca's awesome, man. She is awesome.
Why do you say Rebecca don't like you?
Well, I guess she's like, we rarely agree on things. That's first. I don't have an issue with Rebecca from my end, but, and it's funny because I think I recall, like, in the early years, she was, like, more cool than, right? It's like.
You lost your channel again.
Who?
It's bloody Fools and Tools. There's another one. Round 3 rebuilding yet. Again, only 4 months. The last one only lasted 4 months.
What did he do to lose his channel?
Fools and Tools is actually a she.
Oh, well, what did she do to lose her channel?
Do you know what? I'm not.
She told me, but I forget.
Yeah. And I subbed, but I didn't. No, I've been.
That's what did it. You subbed to it, and it took the channel down.
What did she talk about? What did she talk about on her channel?
I think what's been going. On in. You're in Australia, aren't you? Fools and Tools. I think you've been up on my panel.
Yeah,
once,
she is.
Was it? So I think it's just been what's been going on in Australia. Basically pointing things out and noticing things. In ITW, Rebecca has no ill will against you.
No will ill?
No will ill. It's like I see, because we agree on a lot. Me and Patrick, we agree on a heck of a lot. But there's like Denizen. I haven't seen Denizen for ages. Actually, I think he rage quit, didn't he, or something?
Last time. No, I think you kicked him off. Remember, he was being very belligerent and
he was really rude.
Oh
to
yeah, man. Oh, and then you fucking like, no way, you're not gonna talk to her like that, and boom, gone, man. Come back some other day, and he never came back.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Come back tomorrow. Come back when you're in a better mood. Don't ever speak to Sylvie like that. Don't.
Yeah, and I've had my issues
like that.
And it's like I like Denizen, and he, even I had my issues with him, at a certain point, because we just don't agree on particular things, but that shouldn't prevent people from sharing, right? I mean, it's like you can agree to disagree and just move on, right? But it's just hard for that. And you said you wanted to talk to me about the award thing.
Oh yeah. Who won?
Dusty.
Yeah.
But that's okay, because in a sense, if I cope really good here, that would actually mean that he is the most degenerate live streamer of 2025. Right?
What was... Excuse me, what was the actual award? I can't remember what the actual award was for.
Degenerate X Sector.
Eh?
The Degenerate X Sector.
So, what does that mean? I mean...
Well, it's in the word, right? Degenerate X, probably Generation X sector.
Degeneration X. I like that, actually. I'm gonna use that. Degeneration X. Because, yeah, a lot of Gen X has definitely deteriorated and...
Come on, just say it, be blunt. They all become fucking pussies.
I think, I don't know, just because in my own experience, it would be so easy to just fucking give up. Right?
Oh, I don't have. That's just like not embedded in my DNA. I'm the type of guy that just fucking gets back up. I was telling that story to you yesterday. I was in high school, and for the better part of the beginning of the years that I had there, I was getting into a lot of fights and losing a lot of them. Right, but the next day I'd go back. And I'd still treat them like shit, and I'd still talk to them like they were fucking pieces of garbage, and I wouldn't fucking fold to them laughing, and I'd literally tell them, I didn't beat you. You beat me up yesterday. I'll beat you up today, and I'd probably get beaten up again. But I told them, I said one day I was 15, and that summer I started roofing. And when I came back to school in September, dude, I was racked up, my friend. I was 10 times stronger than I was before I started my summer, carrying like 2 packs of shingles, 160 pounds, 3 stories high in a fucking ladder that's doing the banana, So I learned balance. I learned stability. I got stronger. So when tough guy wanted to, get into a scrap with me, I just pick him up and drag him around like he was a pack of shingles. It was it's fantastic.
Absorb the punches much better as well, with a bit more.
Well, I was actually faster, more balanced. I would avoid the punches. It was like, because I was kind of used to it. It's like after losing, I'd say I don't know, let's just give a round number, 50 fights in the span of about a couple of years. You gain experience. You see the punches coming. You recognize different types of patterns that a lot of people that there are some really good fighters, right? But there are some people who just throw punches and they don't really know what they're doing. But you don't know that when you don't have any experience.
The best fighters aren't trying to knock you out with their first punch. And I'd like the
moral of the story is
never give up.
On the top, and always higher.
Say that again.
The roofers are always on top.
And always higher.
Always higher. Yeah.
I did some roofing. It's hard work, man.
Yeah, roofers are good on the cover and under the covers.
Now I gotta live on a plane. Thanks.
I thought about getting into roofing when I was working in construction. After a couple of years after I'd been in construction, I had a mate who was a roofer, and I thought about getting into that, or scaffolding, because there was good money in scaffolding.
I haven't met a roofer in my life that wasn't a badass motherfucker.
You never met James. I mean, he was a badass, but not in that way. He was the lad that when I introduced my fiance to him, the night I introduced my fiance to him and the rest of my mates, he passed her a note telling her, basically trying to get with her, saying any chance we can meet up, like without Richie knowing. And she gave me the note when we got in the car to leave. She just handed me the note. I was like, what the fuck? I said, who the fuck gave you this? James. Oh, right, yeah, okay, all right, no worries. Are you going to beat him up? No, that's just fucking James, man. That's what he's like. He's, I knew I couldn't trust the fucker. I knew the first opportunity that he got, he was going to try and get with her. So what I should have done is just let him go for it and take her off my hands. If I had realised at that moment what I was getting myself into, I would have let him. Go on, take her, go. See you later. Have a happy life. That was an experience, that relationship.
Usually, a lot of relationships are. Until you actually find either you end up alone and celibate, or you fucking find the right one. There are, all the other ones are kind of like test trials.
It's really weird. I never thought I'd feel like I feel at the moment, right? I mean, as much as it'd be nice to have a woman, to be in a relationship, especially when you're sick. That's when you miss it the most, right? So I did on Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I'm laid in bed. Like, I've lost even more weight. If that's even fucking possible, I've lost even more weight because, I was 4 days sweating my tits off with a fever and not eating anything. So, yeah, like by Sunday, I was feeling really fucking weak by Sunday and just laid there thinking, oh, I need a woman. I just need... Because I needed some fit. I needed to get to.
Notice
I
how
needed to go to the supermarket.
Weakest hour, that's when he thought, I need a woman.
Yeah, well, yeah, like what? I just needed. It didn't even have to be a woman. It could have just been my mum, But as a 48-year-old man, you want to say, I need my mum. I need my mum to go to the shop and get some ingredients and make me some soup, and make me a coffee. that's
I got something backstage to lighten up the mood, maybe make you guys laugh.
Yes, because Nude Guru was wanted to keep the mood up, and I've not helped with that.
Oh, it's okay.
I want to tell you my secret now. I see dumb people walking around like regular people. They see what they want to see. They don't know they're dumb. They're everywhere.
Yeah.
You don't
That's
know
pretty
they're
good. No, but that's the worst thing. It's not even, they don't know they're dumb. They think they're fucking clever. They think they're smart and intelligent.
Yeah.
The thing about insanity is it tends to repeat itself, ignore itself, and unrecognize itself.
Right.
And so how do you get out of that conundrum?
You try to avoid them as much as possible, but obviously online it's not that easy. In real life, it's super easy. I mean, it's like just stay home. It's not complicated.
Well, if you're not one of them, you're not in the conundrum. I mean, if you're one of them, how do you get out of that?
Oh well, it's like what is it? Let the dead bury their dead. Isn't that in scripture?
Right. And encourage more of it. Self-implosion.
Yeah. You just let them, just dismantle themselves, and eventually they'll, dissipate.
And and just try not to enjoy it too much.
Just take out your lawn chair, drink a pina colada, and watch the show. It's like that.
Yeah. I made a thumbnail for that, man. Let me see if I can find it.
Welcome back.
It's the owl burner.
The burner of the owl. Welcome back.
How are you doing?
Yeah, this guy triggered Jack Talcott like big time because he burned his owl on his live stream.
Listen, that's not too hard to do. Triggering Jack Talcott. Let's be honest. I wish I'd seen that.
Did you see the debate I had with Flow State on Jack's channel?
I tuned in. Right,
it was crazy. Jack was totally biased, man, and I ended up telling him, "Why don't you suck my?" And I never got a chance to finish my phrase. I was already backstage.
He's quick with that, and he's got lightning reflexes to take people off. But
love is available, brothers and sisters. Okay, enough.
It's
holy cows, man! What the fuck?
He was supposed to be the moderator, and he's like, today. And when I brought him up, I said, "Hey, welcome to the most biased moderator of 2025. He won the award last night. Welcome, Jack Talcott."
Holy fuck! Holy cow!
I've done my best. I've done my best to sit and experience Jack Talcott. But there's just something. The trouble is, I'll say it again. I see a lot of myself in Jack, right? So that I think that's one of the reasons why I keep, every now and again I'll just have a little listen and see where his head seems to be at.
Look at this shit, FTW.
But
nice.
Yeah, there's just a level of disingenuousness.
A level.
Well, it's what the fuck was that?
Oh, this motherfucker has a horn and shit.
Yeah, don't bother doing that again.
I'm
Thank
sorry.
you.
I'm sorry. My bad.
You didn't think that was going to be loud? What?
Did you buy that for winter, Cage?
Yeah. Yeah, for the trails.
I'm trying to find this bloody picture, man. I can't find it.
It's like an inflatable fucking kayak. You know what I mean? Just stupid shit. How come this guy's flashing his avatar like crazy?
I don't know.
Does it never end?
But you know what? That's funny too, because the last time did it one other time like that. It picked a Google image of mine. That image there, you see when you see the
Dude,
red.
it's scrolling through. It's
Yeah,
scrolling through. Is that a?
See the guy with like the red and the white
Yeah.
line running across his head? That's an
The arrow.
image that I created, and one half of the face is Fauci, and one half of the face is Bill Gates. And I put him in a clown suit, and I did a video about him a long time ago. So when I first seen that come up on Richie's thing, when I'm using StreamYard, they're picking. I don't know what image they're picking from. You know, it's
That's not. So
Google,
that
a Google
so,
image.
So you haven't done anything to scroll through the.
No, I'm not doing
the avatars like this.
Look, I'll turn my camera back.
You're just doing it by yourself? What the fuck?
Yeah, like I'll
Are
turn
they
my
really
camera back on.
clowns for giving the insane masses that roadmap?
See,
Objectively
now
speaking?
on the computer, I'm not hosting. I was just playing around this morning, so I didn't use the camera that's on the computer. I had it connected to.
Like you know what's weird when I honked that horn. Sorry, because I wanted just to see if I was tripping out. I should have muted.
See?
Yeah, that's weird. But yeah,
See,
yeah,
why does it do that to mine too? Last time I didn't do nothing.
How is this?
The static picture before.
The fuck? Yeah, that's
I've
weird.
got a static
I'm having a weird glitch happening on my
It's
end
of
too.
It's of John Lennon. Richie knows that. So who's just doing this? Google?
StreamYard is fucking.
I think it's StreamYard. I think it's
It is
StreamYard doing it.
It is StreamYard. It has to be.
It's never,
because I've been on Richie's stream and I have a static picture and it's of
Yeah.
John Lennon.
With that
Right.
horn though, when I honk that horn, for some reason it activates on my phone. It activates Apple Pay. The Apple Pay thing fucking pops up when you honk the horn. I don't know how or why. Technology is fucking weird sometimes. I'll tell you that. What the fuck? No, that's when I did it because it was happening before. I'm like, am I tripping or is it what the fuck?
Is it live or is it Memorex, right? We're live.
You're not pressing the buttons or anything. I don't know. That's pretty consistent. It's just
No, that's
happening.
not. Look, here, I just clicked. Like, here's
It-
my hand. I'm going to click the camera off.
If you
and it goes
just go
right
into
to
the
avatar.
go
and
to
it
edit
starts
avatar. Just go to edit avatar and see what one it.
Settings in StreamYard.
No, on your it's the three dots on your little picture of you. You've got three dots that you can open up to.
Yeah, it's not open in this. I would have to open up another browser.
No, it's in StreamYard.
Oh, it is? Wow,
In
see?
StreamYard, underneath the main stage, there's you, right? Your avatar underneath the main stage. You press the three dots, and go to edit avatar. And then it'll bring up all the ones that you've loaded in. Like I could sit here.
Okay,
and scroll through mine.
I found where you're talking about here. Yeah, and it's StreamYard. It's an image that's.
Right. But I'm having to click every fucking one of them.
I only got one avatar loaded on this account. Yeah, I was doing it too.
Well, was it bug somebody or somebody? I'll go like that.
I think it's like I actually wouldn't. I was going to ask you, how'd you get your avatar to do that? Because it's it's another option, isn't it? Rather than sitting there with just one fucking picture on, have it scroll through a bunch of pictures, a bunch of avatars. I don't mind the thought of that.
Well,
It
that
looks-
image
you
I
know, it looks
produced.
kinda good.
That image I produced through GIMP.
GIMP.
The fuck is what's GIMP?
That's
It's a great program.
A free picture
Clone of
editing.
Photoshop for free.
Oh, okay.
It works great, man. You can do so many different things. I don't know it all because there's so many things, to do.
Isn't it funny that
Why's it called
nobody, like the first time GIMP came into the public consciousness, and the word came into the public consciousness and public use was fucking Pulp Fiction.
Release the GIMP.
The GIMP.
The
with
GIMP.
with the suit and the the leather suit and the
Yeah, GIMP. It's like one of these things, like the weird, like fucking. I don't know what they
kinky.
call it. Yeah. SN, whatever that bondage shit. You know what I mean? I don't know. People are fucking weird. What the fuck? Welcome back. What? No burning owls? What is that? No owls allowed to be burnt online? OTW. It'll offend people.
No, it'll offend Jack Talcott, dude.
The owl wasn't being burnt though. It was just
be more considerate of people with sensitive ideologies who think they're Jesus.
Hilarious. I thought it was fucking hilarious. It's just an owl. It's just an owl statue.
Am I wrong? No.
No.
I swear to God, the guy's wearing fucking sandals.
Special powers.
Holy fucking cow, buddy.
Chosen one. Just sent $9.99.
Clap your hands to see if it keeps going. There you go. I'm just trying. It's a glitch.
And I can't type with my feet.
Maybe you could if you trained it.
I probably could. Yeah, I was going down the street, man, about 75 miles an hour. Lady passed me driving with her feet. She didn't have no arms, man. She was cooking down the road with her feet.
Damn.
I'm 275, swear. 2006.
I've seen that. They do actually. They can modify the car, can't they? They can modify the cars that people can drive with no arms now. It's pretty cool. I'd be chuffed.
It's chuffed.
If well, one of the things about
this lady's
it's just
a mother. He changes the diapers of the kids, goes to McDonald's, drives through with her feet.
How does she change the diaper? Well, I was going to say, hopefully not with her fucking mouth.
With her feet, man. She does, with her feet. She could write with her feet.
And we all can, right? We all could.
Right, if you had
Everybody is capable of doing that. Every single person is capable and has the potential to learn how to write with your feet.
And so many other things.
Yeah, pick things up and do things that you would normally do with your hands.
Watching people like that, I used to, back in the day, in my immediate family, but I also worked for quite a few back in the day, and it always is a reminder of how many excuses people make in an inspiring sort of way, right? Like, what's my problem if they're doing all this, right? Compared to what they go through on a daily basis.
It's like that that guy, I can't remember, I think his name's Randy or something. I showed him the other day. Basically, the guy that had his face blown off, right? Had no upper lip, no nose, just his face blown off. I'm not sure if it was I think it was an IED. He was he served in the military, and it was an IED that did it. But it may have been something else. I don't know. I'm not entirely sure. So I've got this memory of seeing him in an army uniform. It's just I haven't watched his whole story, you know. And he's been getting surgery and stuff for the last 5 years or whatever. Reconstructive
Nice,
surgery.
OTW. Sorry.
Say it again.
Just seeing what OTW put in the chat there. Well done.
Oh.
It's a grift without fear.
Cheers, man. I appreciate that. And yes, and what he said. What OTW?
Please can I have £1,000,000 now, please?
Yeah, I mean the guy looked like definitely looked before he got his top lip and everything all reconstructed, which obviously is going through period. It doesn't look great, man, but he's just absolutely full of goodwill and joy, right, and appreciative of the fact that he's actually still alive. He's not dead. And it's made him obviously totally reassess what's important in life. The fact that he can, you know, we look at people like this and we think, fucking hell, I could never do that. But you never know.
You never know until you're in those shoes, but
That's really that, right.
Well, people adapt. It's adaptation.
Yeah.
Well,
so
you got to give them the props though for the will and determination. A lot of them, right?
You ever came across Lucid before? He doesn't really show up very often. I don't know if you ever seen him 007 or anything. I know OTW knows him.
Yeah, Miracle Man. Blew his head off and he's still alive.
With a 38 special, literally like half his fucking brain's missing, and he still plays guitar. Like he's completely fine. So what?
I think I've seen enough evidence of the fact that headshots don't necessarily kill you straight away. We all think from the movies that you should get shot in the head and you're that's it, game over. But I've seen more than one on YouTube, obviously, but more than one person who tried to take their own life with a shotgun and blew the top of their head off, and they're still alive and they're still here.
It was an accident though with Lucid. Like apparently he slept with a 38 special under his pillow. I guess he was like in a dream and actually
Pulled the trigger.
His woman.
Of all the
fucking-
things to miss, I can't fathom missing on that one. It's nuts.
His lady saved him or something. But yeah, it's crazy. Like the guy's like literally half his fucking brain's gone, and he's like completely fine. Like he's like smarter than a lot of people I know with a full brain. It's fucking crazy.
They're gonna have to give you credit on that one for sure.
Not very hard to beat either, though. To be fair.
Well,
It's
there's
crazy, man.
that guy. There's that guy that ended up in hospital. With whatever the symptoms, I can't remember what the symptoms were, but when they scanned him, it turned out that his brain, there was only 10% of his brain left. The rest of his brain was just fluid. The rest of what was in his skull was 10% brain, and the rest of it was fluid. And yet, he was a fully functioning adult. He had his IQ was low. He only had like a 79 or something IQ, but he was otherwise fully functioning.
I think it depends what part of the brain it hits, and then I don't know. Like I have a friend.
So he was still smarter than most people.
Right, because I think it's 79% of the world population is somewhere around 70, I think.
Are you kidding me?
Right,
Probably
yeah, that's
graded on a curve.
that's the average, right? Oh
Or
yeah.
the bell curve or something. But yeah,
I thought the
I had a
average
friend
was
BG. He got
110.
shot once in the head, just by like a fucking like a 9mm or something. Dead. So I think it depends where it hits.
There's only 21% of the world population that has an IQ over 115.
Oh wow. And IQ doesn't really measure intelligence though.
No.
No, it's about pattern recognition, but still.
Because I think there's something called fluid intelligence and then crystal intelligence or crystalline intelligence. So there's like different types of intelligences.
Well, I think there's only like two. You're the IQ and the EQ, the emotional intelligence and the emotional quota.
And fluid.
What's up, Mac? Good to see you.
Good morning.
I think the emotional intelligence is actually the more important of the two. As far as having a good life, and, having a happy, balanced life, emotional intelligence is actually more important.
Well, as social beings, I would that's a given. But when you look at the dynamic itself, it's kind of like even if you're you have an extremely high IQ, if you have a low EQ, then you probably have a hard time functioning in society anyway.
Introvert.
Have you guys ever heard of the GATE program?
I've got EQ. My EQ is bass.
Have you guys ever heard of the
It's all about the bass, no treble.
Have you heard of
It's funny you say that.
Every time you come up here, Cage, you ask that question, and I still don't know why.
Not every time. Come on.
Well, pretty much. Like the last 3 times you've been up.
You remember
You've asked the
pattern
same
recognition, Cage? We were just talking about that. Yeah, you have one of those. A lot of those patterns, right? And you repeat them over and over again.
Good. How do you think conditioning and the brainwashing, where it's like, hey, how do you think people are all brainwashed through repetition? So, how do you change that through repetition?
Well, I do fix washers for a living.
So, the only thing that's relevant, I think, about the GATE program is that there are gifted and talented individuals, right? It's just what's recognized as a gift or a talent. I think the worst thing about YouTube is that you've got people thinking that being able to sit there and talk shit for a long time is actually a talent, right? All these fucking YouTube creators and panel master
bank
debaters
account to try and justify that.
right? And they think like 10th Man thinks that he is talent. He's quintessential talent.
Right, but so does Flow State.
But
I was like, what?
I don't listen. I know. I'm not.
I'm OTW's laugh.
I like Flow State, man. I think Flow State.
You could like the guy, but that doesn't mean he has any talent.
Well,
what talent do you see in that guy?
His
Come
ability
on.
to, I guess his ability to. It's not about talent. It's about the ability to recognize. He recognizes opportunities. Right?
Keep peddling, Rich. I mean,
Yeah, I
mean, grift with our
I guess-
brothers and sisters. Grifting's available.
I guess you're just endeared to the charismatic swag that he has. That's the only thing I think he has, but there's no talent involved in that.
I think it's just his absolute shamelessness. Like he is not.
I can gargle with peanut butter. Is that a good talent?
Wow, what the fuck? How do you even do that?
butter.
It depends if
Jesus
it's smooth or it's crunchy.
I can't think of anything. That's that. I mean, I think I'd rather.
Sorry.
I'd rather be waterboarded than try and
You
gargle
should
with
run for
peanut
president with that.
Yeah, I'd vote for you, even though I've never voted in my life. You know what? What about being waterboarded with maple syrup? Do Canadian style. Could that work? Have you ever been waterboarded? Have you ever got Chinese or Canadian drip tortured with maple syrup? It's a lot more effective than water.
It's a lot stickier.
That would be way worse than water.
Hell yeah.
especially if they release the wasps.
There's actually, when you look at all of the broadcasters out here, there's a handful of people that actually are talented. And you know what? A good majority of those broadcasters are seriously underwatched.
I'm not a broadcaster. I'm really good at growing plants.
I'm not talking about you.
No, he's talking about me. He's talking about me, of course.
No, it's me and me.
Me.
No, Richie,
No, it's me.
Pick me. Pick me.
Fuck off. No, but for real though, no, Richie's really good. Okay, you and Richie are really good at fucking music and art with you. I'm really.
Well, I didn't want to be horrible and say he's talking about himself, but obviously he was.
He's definitely talking.
No,
about
actually,
himself.
I was talking about Richie, Freedom Grower, aka Dick. Funny enough, they both have the same name. They're both named Richard. And
keep my name out of your mouth.
You know, I don't even have to put myself in the mix. You know, I mean, there's the Machine Lies, TML, extremely talented when it comes to processing all of the information that he takes in and then redistributing that to make it understandable to a dumbed down audience, like a less intelligent audience, right? He's good at explaining all of the different dynamics, and it makes it easier to process this philosophical side of what he studies, right? Because it's not something that's easy. If you would read it yourself, it would probably take you 3 or 4 reads of the same book before you catch on to what the author is trying to give out as a message.
He is an author. His character lets that down, right? He lets himself down.
I missed the who. Who are we referring to here?
TMO.
The Machine Lies.
Gotcha.
Because I mean, I absolutely agree. But the last few times I've seen him, I've ended up like, Jesus, mate, like, what are you doing?
Yeah, I believe it's like when they have these particular interactions with certain people that are disingenuous, right? So it kind of gets him triggered, and then he goes off on he loses his focus when it comes to the topic, right? But that's
his ego comes out.
Right, but I mean, when he's on his own or when he's actually permitted to present the information, the guy is fucking on point. You know, he's solid.
Yeah, he knows his shit. He knows what he knows. You want to talk to him about Islam, or and Christianity, and he definitely knows his shit, and he's got esoteric, a certain amount of esoteric knowledge.
Which doesn't come from YouTube videos. He gets that knowledge from the books, that were written hundreds of years ago.
He's a book reader.
Yeah. He reads philosophical books and makes correlations between different philosophers. Because a lot of philosophers take the work from one philosopher and then expand on that work and then come up with their own philosophy, which he's able to really. He's really able to map out like the whole journey of how the philosophies ended up becoming what they are today, right? So that's what I like about. He's able to correlate all of these philosophies between these different philosophers and really bring out the core idea, And he really explains a lot about communism, capitalism, technocracy. It's just like, it's wild, the information that comes out of this guy's broadcast.
Right. But what, I mean, my issue, one of the reasons why I haven't gone out and, read everything, Kant and Nietzsche and Jung and fucking all of them, right, is because who is it that's actually pushed these names forward to us? And who actually are these individuals, right? So there is an agenda behind that.
Oh, well, of course. Well, he points that out. That's what's fun about it, because he's not actually there to promote it. He's more or less trying to call it out. And he's kind of referring that to technology, because in other words, the Machine Lies is a kind of a representation of what the technology represents, right? It's
actually
he
his people
says
that
the
lie to
technology
themselves.
is actually the downfall of humanity and not it's not beneficial for humanity.
Right, and like I was saying about and that was it started with the Industrial Revolution, obviously. That was a huge advance in what we consider to be technology, and it was a fucking sugar-coated dung pile.
Well, isn't it kind of ironic calling out the machine and technology while using technology in order to give your message to people? It's kind of ironic.
It's ironic.
It is.
Yeah.
Right, but
Yeah.
see, what's him? Bill Nix goes, just because he references thinkers and philosophers and name drops, then doesn't make him a philosopher. No, but what you don't understand is he gives you his rundown of philosophers, gives you like the mathematics practically behind all of it. It's not just him reading books and then talking about the philosophers. No, he actually takes the ideas, breaks them down, and actually makes it simple for people to understand. That is talent.
Is it talent or is that just intelligence? And is intelligence a talent?
Well, it's intelligence. Like, for instance, with me, I'm fixing appliances for 45 years, so I could tell any one of you guys how to fix an appliances through the phone. Because I have the talent, I've got the know-how, I've been there, I've done that, I've seen it before, so I got 45 years experience.
Yeah, so you could just literally walk into the room and listen to whatever that machine is doing, and you know exactly what's wrong with it.
Exactly.
I know that because I used to fix computers, bro, and it's
I do
funny, but
computers also.
I know everything that's wrong with the machine just by the sound it would make.
Yep.
So
Sounds like to me, a talent is really just skill.
Right, that's exactly what I was going to say, right? That's exactly what I was going to say, Guru. I think that a talent is really the seed of a skill. That's all a talent is. You work on that talent and turn it into a skill, or you know.
Or is it the other way around? It's a skill that you acquire that eventually becomes a talent because that you've now integrated emotional.
Talent definitely comes before skill, definitely, because you're born with talent. You're not born with skill.
Yeah, I was
skill comes with practice.
I was
right?
born mechanically
Skill
inclined. I can't explain it, but I knew how things work, gears and stuff. I always loved mechanics and shit.
Right, like my dad. My dad, that's why he became an engineer. I mean, yeah, my granddad was an engineer as well.
Right.
And I think that's why he didn't think that I was practically, we weren't the same, because I'm more artistic. I didn't care so much about how things worked. I just liked to use them, to create things. I liked taking things apart, but not so much putting them back together again.
That was the younger me did that, but now I can put them back together.
Which is actually your stepdad? Your real father's a musician?
Do you know what? Like I said, I've seen pictures of my dad in the last 5 years, and like when we hadn't spoken for we hadn't spoken for 12 years or something, and I haven't seen a picture of him or anything.
That's wild.
And I mean, totally out of my entire life, out of my 48 years, I've only really spoken to my dad for about 28 of them. But I saw pictures of him. Like the first picture that I saw that I hadn't, it had been years since I'd seen a picture of him, and I saw this picture of him and sat there. I was like, oh fuck, I do look like shit. And I realised I do look like my dad. I've got some of my dad's features, and manner, affectations, and everything, And I guess it was a part, even though we didn't bond, he was a part of my life, and he was a man that I looked up to. And it's not that I wanted to be like him, but I didn't want to do what he did.
Makes sense to me. But to add
It's
to
funny you say
talent-
that because it was pretty much the same thing for me. It's like to be like my father, but he was a musician, and that's the only thing that I wanted to be like, right? Like, or it's kind of a weird way of saying that, but it was like when I saw him play a guitar since I was really young, the trigger element was like he was an alcoholic, right? So we went over to this it was a Balmoral. It's kind of like a big bar, but on top of the bar, it's a hotel with kind of like 7 stories high, and he would live in the hotel on weekends. Because he was a traveling musician, so he'd go around Canada and do tours, and he was a country player. But there was this one time where my mother brought me. I was younger. She brought me to see him play at the Balmoral, which is actually demolished today. It's not even there. It's replaced by a bank. I saw him fall asleep on stage drunk and keep playing guitar. And that was the day I said, I want to be that good. It's like people were freaking out in the audience. Like he was literally like on the stage, leaned over on top of his guitar, sleeping, and his hands were still following the music. It was wild.
It's just
Like,
autopilot, isn't it? The body was just on autopilot. The consciousness was taking a rest while the body carried on.
I mean, if ever one day I'm able to play guitar while I'm sleeping, I mean, I've reached the the summit. I'm
the pinnacle.
Yeah.
I don't know what just happened.
Chief's lost his battery.
But until you can gargle with peanut butter.
Yep, that's the talent.
Well, I mean, where does that even come? Where's the fucking idea even come from? Never even thought about gargling with anything or gargling.
Yeah,
with
but now that he mentioned it, it's like, I wonder what that's like.
I wonder what that's like. No, not that, dude. All I'm thinking is just this great big huge fucking glob of, because I like my peanut butter crunchy, so a great big glob of crunch. It'd be like trying to gargle a fucking dog shit. Why? It just tastes a bit better,
I came up with that saying when I was a kid, dude. It's just been in my repertoire of words through my life.
Bon matin. I'm good day.
That's good morning. Bon matin. Comment ça va?
It's français. Ah.
Yeah, it's français. You have it Frenchy here. You're
I
good.
just
I can
forgot
translate.
Matin. I thought matin was afternoon. I'd forgotten it was morning. Oui, ça va bien, merci.
Hey, Ardent Pardy, tu viendras OTW Live.
Je
Vu que t'es français.
Comment ça va? Ça va bien. Merci beaucoup.
Mais oui.
French is annoying.
Moi, je viens de Québec.
I'm just going to have to crack into Spanish because I can't remember enough French now.
Muchas gracias. Bienvenido a Miami. Señor.
Coño. Oh, look, we got Voy in the house. The Stranger Returns. Okay.
My favorite dictator of the Netherlands.
Don't tell him that. He hates communists, man.
Name. It's like, I think he's the one who coined himself that.
Yeah, I think he was actually. I remember that. That was a few years ago, wasn't it?
Yeah. I've known fucking Voy for I think 4 years now. I met him back in the Flat Earth days.
Dude, what? Your Flat Earth days. I was going to say, because yeah.
Oh yeah, my Flat Earth days. Sorry.
I think it was like, must have been 7 years ago. Must be 7 years I've known Voy now. But likewise from the Flat Earth community.
Yeah, back with Brian Stavely and all those guys. Yeah, I haven't seen or heard much of Brian Stavely lately. That's
no, me neither. I've been raided, I think, by the delectable Sasquatch Thank you very much, sir. Welcome to the.
Oh, awesome!
Welcome to the raid. Thank you for being here. I'm sure you're all going to disappear off quick enough, but thank you for coming.
Putting that out into the universe. Now you're literally manifesting that to happen.
Reverse psychology. Reverse psychology. Jesus.
Quick, get the peanut butter.
Don't forget the honey.
But no, we're not have. Is it smooth peanut butter or the crunchy one?
That's a good question. I think it's the dry kind, that's been in the fridge for a couple of days.
It's the old-fashioned one with oil that floats on top.
That always does. It separates eventually.
Stabley's retired from YouTube.
Peanut
It must be. Is he doing that on Rumble or something? Dose, or he's doing doses of reality, as in he's just living life. Pardon. I take it you're in Canada somewhere.
He's what did he say? He was in. He comes from Nova Scotia or something like that. Newfoundland. Hold on a second. Where is his comment? Yeah, Newfoundland.
Oh, not a fucking Newfie. You're surrounded by Canadians.
Newfoundland.
The only thing worse than a Newfie is a fucking goddamn French Canadian.
Dude, like we have so many Newfie jokes here, man. It's just crazy.
You got Newfie.
Ever having a Newfie steak? It's fried bologna.
Is that like the is that the Canadian version of the Joyzy?
Yes, yeah, exactly.
New
It's
Joyzy.
like- yeah, the Newfies are kind of like, how many Newfies does it take to put in a light
People
bulb?
think this. And,
Well,
I think
listen,
they're mostly like Irish.
none.
They have like a weird accent. They're kind of like Irish.
So-
I've never heard of a light bulb.
So Arden,
You've
I
never
just
heard
have
that
to
one?
apologize. I have to
No, I
apologize.
just answering your joke. I said none. It takes none because none of them ever heard of a light bulb.
Oh, that's not bad. But actually, it was like it takes three: one to hold the light bulb, and two of them to spin the ladder.
Fuck off.
You're not fucking Irish, and tell me what's wrong with being Irish, there, sir.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. Actually, that just reminds me. I've been watching this creator. He's a musician as well, actually. Oh my word! It looks like no, he hasn't. He hasn't, has he? Or has he just tied it back? I think he's just tied it back. I thought for a second then he'd had a fucking haircut.
I should. I'm thinking about getting a haircut.
You look like you put a little. And when I say this, I don't mean it in a bad way. It looks like you put a little bit of weight on, but it might just be the fair.
I think it's
You
the
got
lighting.
pretty camera.
It's the lighting.
It's the
always
lighting.
the lighting. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got better lighting today. Yesterday, we could barely see him.
I mean, that's true in so many ways. How are you, Rich?
Oh, you know.
You
Just,
sound a bit under the weather.
I came down with symptoms last Tuesday, and yeah, I've had days of high fever and fucking a lot of phlegm and mucus in my sinuses and that's all dropping down into my fucking lungs while I'm sleeping on my back, and so coughing that up the next day. Either that or it is actually a mild chest infection. There's a lot of green. It's there's no clear. It's all very thick and green.
That means it's you're healing. That when it does that, it's because
releasing
you're
it,
healing. Yeah.
It's also if it's yellow or green, that means that you do have an infection.
Yeah, but just
aren't those just early signs of pneumonia?
Not necessarily pneumonia.
I'm not sure.
Well, no, yeah,
It could
yeah,
be
they
a
are.
bronchiate. It could be a bronchiate.
Right. It's not. It's not. It's not any of that. I've never really been. I don't think I've ever had pneumonia or anything like that. I've only ever had bad colds and the flu.
Yes. Yeah. So a severe cold, right?
Yeah, it's just what I used to call a severe head cold. Possibly flu-like, because I did have a fever for like 3.5 days. Like Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then Monday I felt better, so I went live. But I wasn't feeling 100%. I'd streamed for 7 hours, and it just completely wiped me out, and I went to bed with a fever again. And then I had to spend Tuesday in bed, and then yesterday streamed for 7 hours and felt like shit at the end of it.
Yeah, dude, you got to take it easy. Even though you're sitting in a chair, I mean, streaming does take a lot from a person, right? I mean, when you have the energy and the overload of energy, it's cool. But now you find out, when you need to, how do you say this, recuperate? Dang it.
Yeah, I'm finding out doctors don't like to prescribe antibiotics as much anymore.
That's because people have the bodies have gotten used to it. They finally.
That's what they say.
Well, they were prescribing it way too readily. They were giving people fucking antibiotics left, right, and centre for the. I've used antibiotics.
I remember
go on.
having this. Yeah, sorry for interrupting, but about antibiotics, right? Antibiotics. I remember we had this solve, or how would you call it? Yeah, solve, right? That's an English word. An ointment.
Salve. Yeah, salve.
Yeah, and it was this oily, greasy ointment, and it would have antibiotics in it. So whenever we would be wounded or have a scar, this is what they would put over it, right? And because this is what they used on the udders of cows, right? Because they would get dry, because they get cleaned, and so they would, and this was just a normal thing to do. But these were full of hormones and antibiotics, right? So it's not a good thing to use. But it was
Not
back in the day.
stupid doctors
in our
guarding
food,
in chat, stupid patients.
Well, usually antibiotics aren't prescribed for vaccines.
Yes.
They're not, that's...
Yeah, or to prevent infection altogether. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, whenever I get a cold, albuterol and antibiotics fix me every time.
Just eat a lot of garlic, man. You'll be fine.
I had antibiotics for a chest infection a long time ago, 20 years ago or something. Had antibiotics for a chest infection, and it was clearly a chest infection. Like I was in a lot of pain. I couldn't breathe very well, and I was coughing up. It was almost fucking black and yellow and green, all kinds of colours, man.
It's like gall. It's like black gall.
So I took antibiotics and I got better. And I did actually improve. But when I had my foot operated on, 7 years after my car accident, they decided to rebuild my foot, and that all got infected. And the pain, man, from that, like the way it throbs when you've got an infection. And I've had antibiotics for abscesses, but under my stuff, when you get it in your teeth. I've had a couple.
Yeah,
and had to have antibiotics.
I hate fucking toothaches.
Oh, it's not even a toothache though, is it? It's your whole jaw and the gum and everything, and if you suck, close your lips and suck, you can taste the poison coming out of the fucking pus and shit. But yeah, if there's pus, then antibiotics are, that's time for antibiotics. That's time for penicillin.
Yeah. Oh,
if there's no pus,
I said le penicillin.
RGW's on point though. Look, I always dick. Is you?
Yeah, I got a lot of garlic too, man. I eat a lot of that.
Right, but garlic apparently you should only eat when you're sick.
No,
if you eat it all the time, it's the same as.
It's a natural antibiotic. You're going to kill your flora if you do that.
Right.
Oh, so come on. We're talking about taking antibiotics. That will too. And then you should take probiotics out there because it kills all your good bile.
I like taking semi-probiotics.
And yeah, antibiotics killed all the good kills your gut biome, right? So
Over time, yeah.
Yeah, that's another reason.
It's nuking the whole system. That should only be taken at like the last resort.
Once every month or so is okay if you're eating the right foods with a lot of probiotic as a countermeasure and preventative. Nothing wrong with that.
I'm saying antibiotics should only be taken as a last resort.
Oh
Yeah.
no, that should never be taken. Just
I don't
garlic.
take that bullshit. I would never take that shit. Personally, what I do is like, okay, you have an immune system for a reason. So if you're healthy, you're exercising, you're eating the right, your good diet. Your immune system should be able to take care of that.
There isn't anything natural that doesn't counter the synthetic version by 100 to 1 at least.
Yeah, because that's what the synthetic version is based on. It was designed on these natural remedies.
Yes. And it's all petroleum based too. So there's no rationale or justification to be, having a derivative of gasoline ingesting that, right? That's just dumb. But that's capitalism.
Yep.
Make a lot of money selling that. So not stupid doctors, stupid patients. That's what you get.
Yeah, and then doctors capitalizing on that.
That's it.
I think that they've dumbed down the doctors, though.
Nah. They did it to themselves too. Newsflash, though, to the patients out there: the people who are profiting off of you being sick have no incentive to make you better. Just
Big
that
pharma.
simple.
Right. There's no business model in cure.
Yeah, not sustainable. Right.
I mean, that makes these people evil, even though you sound like you want to defend them because the systems work so, therefore it's agreeable. I mean, how does that
No,
work?
I'm just putting the responsibility where it rests.
Okay.
It's on the individual. Due diligence rests on the agent, right? Person. That's an individual responsibility. So we were talking about this earlier, especially something that you're going to rely on for your health and trust for your health. The most idiotic thing to do is to entrust that with capitalists. The most irresponsible thing to do.
But people don't view other people as a capitalist or a Zionist. They just view these people like
gods. Yeah.
No.
Angels, white coat angels.
No, just like people that care about other people.
Yeah.
Well, they think that they're healers.
That's exactly, and that's where they're just being dishonest themselves with that view. So again, that responsibility still reflects and rests back to the individual, because nature dictates cause and effect. You bear the consequence.
That's true, but it's like you almost want to evade the propagandists and the movers and the shakers. Okay.
Not evading anything. I'm just, again, reflecting the mirror back on that. That propaganda would mean nothing to an honest mind. And that's the root cause of the disease. A dishonest mind will just accept without critical thinking whatever they're told. The propaganda, right? So, especially after the first time and the second, you don't need much for an honest mind to say, hey, no, I'm cutting this shit out. It's not for me.
It's not working.
Yeah.
All it does is essentially perpetuate.
Right. And the other thing is, there is a bit of aspect where you're going to get what you sign up for, right? So scapegoating away the pill pusher when you signed up to take the pills is, just making excuses for irrational behavior.
Well, for ignorance.
Ignorance, willful ignorance, exactly.
Yeah.
Right. And so I emphasize the importance on that, because the opposite side of the equation, to take responsibility, renders the propaganda useless. It disempowers it, and it deprofitizes it. The consumer has all power. But if you want to give it away, you can do that.
You're not very forgiving, are you? quite strict. But I mean,
well, you reap what you sow. Nature isn't forgiving, so I'm just
Yeah.
telling the truth, right?
yeah, I hear you.
That's all. You play stupid games, you win stupid prizes.
I've been there and done that.
Fuck around, find out. You heard? Welcome back.
Well, yeah, taking shortcuts.
Then you get married.
And the whole 9 yards, right? and how many cycles do we have to go through? Like, not just ourselves, but the generations before us. And if you want to take any of written history for face value, it would be something along those lines. How many times? I reckon that it only, as long as it takes, is a mirror projection and reflection, a feedback loop to how solid a mind is to being dishonest with themselves or honest with themselves. That's all. That's when it stops. The moment you're honest with yourself and say, no, this is bullshit, then you broke the cycle.
That's when you wake up.
But it's fear that stops people from doing that.
Yep.
Controls people.
Just, if you allow that to be an excuse, again, still a choice.
See, and that's where morality comes in. That's why they had to get rid of morality altogether, and that's why we have these conversations, these discussions about these kind of things, right? Because you can rule stupid people. That's why they wanted to make everybody stupid. And
You
now
can
they have-
exploit stupid people easier.
right? And so that's why they had to make everybody stupid and have them live without morality. And now we are here, and everybody's growing up without any real morality. And now it's, oh, people are crazy. People think this, people think that. Now we have to make even newer rules to make it even more. It's here we are.
Well, it appears though that it's like since 2020 it appears more obviously that people that seem to have morals and common sense have just quite happily discarded them.
Because it's
And they
more
know
profitable to discard.
Mm-hmm.
And also I think because it's where everybody else is.
Right? Yeah.
Why what's the point in me having morals and whatever if nobody else has got them?
It's the lack of accountability that plays a big part of this, right?
Lack
Yeah.
of responsibility in favor of delegating it away, making excuses, burying your head in the sand,
Exactly. Yeah.
putting the onus of that away,
Yeah.
Oh, the government's supposed to take care of us. Really?
Right? Yeah.
When did that happen?
Right, but then
kind of a defeatist mindset and spoon feed, right?
No, but I mean that's what they have created, and it's quite successful, in a way. I mean,
that was definitely there is an orchestrated effort to go into that, but again, that only was in such because the acceptance of an irresponsible way of life was chosen and still is. And so until that is disbanded by an individual, the cycle for them will continue. That's where the rubber meets the road.
True. Yeah. That's true.
Anything less than that is the same projection and scapegoatism ideology. It's just a loop, right? Oh, when the masses will change, then I'll finally change. That's the same thing. When reform happens, then we'll be better off. That's the same thing. Yeah, hurry up and wait, right? Instead of actually being proactive and you're responsible for you. Since when does somebody else become responsible for you in life? That's a fantasy people carry out, right?
I mean, what was that song? Waiting on the World to Change? Right? That was a
Bill
song
Maher.
about exactly that sentiment.
I'm just gonna lay here.
Because I'm waiting
World to
Yeah.
change. Keep on
And
waiting.
of course, waiting for a savior too, right? That's a classic one. Somebody's going to come and save you, and all. Of course, that's all just a scam that people tell to
Lord,
themselves.
take the wheel.
Right, but what does it show you? It shows that everybody just still wants to be a child.
Right.
They're not ready to grow up.
That's
Right.
right.
They need to be led. They can't lead themselves.
We're just men talking to men. Okay, so these. I mean, if you're a child, you have you have a mother, right? And so you need a woman to be a child. You need
OTW. Is it that
Yeah.
they can't, or they just don't want to?
I think
For
it's
some
complacentness.
You need a man and a woman to be a child. I don't think
It's
women
about
magically
it's
make
about
babies
coming out of your comfort zone. So it's like you
and they don't want to.
Exactly, because it's too hard. It's eventually you kind of get like used to it, right? So it's funny. I was talking to somebody about this yesterday, where if ever the shit hits the fan and all goes to hell, and like there's no more money, no more electricity, no more anything, all of these people that found themselves in that comfortable space are the ones that are going to suffer the most.
That's why I go and make fires when it's like negative 40 degrees at the wind chill.
Yeah, you mean like what do you mean suffer the most? They're gonna die first. That's what you mean, right?
Well, I mean, they're obviously going to suffer before that happens, you know.
I think it would actually. I can't wait for that shit. I'm saying, hurry up, bring it on.
Well, dude, be careful what you wish for.
I got my bottle of pina colada in my lawn chair. I'm kind of waiting for it too.
I don't give a fuck. Like, hurry the fuck up. Let's get it over with already.
Yeah, the elites are really spreading the peanut butter thin on, you know, it's like they're really stretching it out.
It's not going to happen.
Holy cows, brothers and
It's
sisters.
not
One
going to
jar
happen
per
like
nation.
that. It's not going to happen like that, Cage. There's not
I
going
know
to
it
be
isn't.
one point of takeover. There's not going to be.
Oh, I know.
one-
It's like the frog in the water, right? The boiling
It
water.
happens slowly by slowly.
Yeah.
With
But
the
it
age
already
stress.
is. But here's the thing that hardly any recognize. You're the ones turning up the dial.
Good.
Staying
Fucking
in the
hurry
pot.
up. If it's up to me, I just unplug all
Dial there for us to play with.
Well, you reap what you sow. Have fun.
So how does that work for you? I mean,
He manages not to get into the pot at all. It's like, yeah.
Well, I left the pot a long time ago. I was born into it just like everybody else. I just didn't waste any time, right? I
Right,
took
but-
that path that we were just talking about a little. That's why I have a respect for you there, OTW, because you see the value in leading a more self-reliant path. As far as I understand, anyways, from what I know.
Absolutely. But at the same time, there's still that dynamic where you still need that small circle of individuals around you to kind of like not necessarily depend on, but be kind of like there for each other. So it won't be such a.
It helps. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Because I don't think you could without other people. Honestly,
No, I'm fine. I'm fine
you
without
need a
other
community.
people, but in certain circumstances, to mitigate challenges, there's a huge benefit in teamwork. For
I have
sure.
a
Yeah,
friend-
yeah,
I have
exactly. And I believe that propaganda lone wolf bullshit is actually embedded into our cognitive beingness. But if you actually look at what the lone wolf dynamic actually what it really means is any wolf that's not in a pack ends up dying.
Yep.
You understand? The lone wolf does not survive.
Imagine, I mean, have you heard about this narrative in Europe that they will find lone wolves that attack sheep or even children when there's not even a wolf pack around? Have you heard about that?
Yeah. The reality is in the equation. Sorry, I don't want to cut you off. I have a leg.
No,
Finish
but
up.
I mean, the only lone wolf that you would find in nature is the leader of the pack. You know, the oldest of the pack, and that lone wolf walks in front, and the pack follows behind. So that's the wolf that will get killed first, actually, because it's the oldest wolf. but like you said, wolves. I mean, they run in packs, right? They don't run alone. The only one that runs alone is in front of the pack.
Well, it's because it's the older one usually. It's like the oldest,
Yeah, it's the
eldest
oldest.
one.
Wiser.
And
The oldest.
they want to pace. They want to pace the other one so it doesn't get left behind because it's slower than the younger ones.
Yeah, they live in packs like human beings. You know, I mean, I feel more comfortable being a hermit, but I cannot be a hermit out on the mountain. You know.
No, you need. Yeah.
I can only play the hermit in society.
Right.
You know,
But
I
if-
have a friend. I have a friend who has special clearance and shit. Like he designs airplanes and shit. I met him at the Bill. I met him at the Bill. There's this ravine over here, making fire. He has like dual citizenship in the United States. He recommended I get like these like the 5 gallon like the Home Depot fucking buckets. He's saying fill that up with freeze dried food and bury it around the city and shit in the forest and that. That's what he's recommending. I don't know. Shit's about to happen. Watch. Maybe
I
not.
reckon what you said there, Voy, about the hermit thing, and yeah, people are different when it comes to that. A little bit introvert, extrovert type stuff and whatnot. But here's something that is important for consideration. We become products of our environment, right?
Yeah.
So even with the pack thing, like I have many allies, friends, family, whatever you want, packs, but I choose wisely. I'm not just going to accept anybody. I'm very elitist when it comes to that, and that's healthy, right?
I've been training like my friend A1 and I. We do like you put like 80 pounds in a fucking backpack and do rug packing. You know what I mean? Train for this shit. There's gonna be wars. Watch. I'm just about to hit the fucking fan. I guarantee. Like the whole thing with the cough, that was just a test run. Watch when they release someone that actually makes
Martial
people start
law.
dropping. Yeah. I don't give a fuck. I'll climb a tree and I'll be under the fucking 50 cal. Fucking hear this shit.
Dominant makes a good point in the chat there. Packs are hive mind. Very big difference between the two. Very big.
Yeah.
And the thing is, are there any wolf packs out there that don't have a true leader? I'm not sure there are.
No, it's the alpha. The older one leads the pack and paces them so it doesn't get left behind.
Right. But it's a natural balance that's found within the pack, right? And
It's actually a strategic. It's as much
It is
as
strategic,
it's
yeah.
natural. It is actually strategic, right?
And
a
there's some-
strategic move.
there's some
it's
wisdom
very
in-
well. I mean, it's very well understandable. You can. It
Yeah.
does make a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense.
No,
Yeah,
it
and there's
does.
some-
And
there's some-
yeah.
There's some wisdom to be taken from that. At the same token, we're not wolves.
Yeah.
So we have to understand our dynamic too. And we're also not bees, back to the hive mind
Right.
thing. And that's what most of the city dwellers are living like, right? Like so far out of the element, it's just crazy.
Right.
That's
and
why
this
it's
is-
all, yeah.
I think this is part of the confusion created by this idea that we evolved from animals. Right? People think, oh, well, we evolved from animals, so then we, makes sense that we'll have the same instincts as some of these animals, like pack-like behavior and alpha males and survival of the fittest. This story of evolution that we've been fed. It's given us a false perception of ourselves. So we do actually think of ourselves as just intelligent animals, and I can see that.
Very arrogant. Very
Right.
arrogant. Yeah.
We can, I've noticed in myself moments when I've been like, fucking hell, that was a bit primal. That's a bit animalistic. Particularly, in the bedroom and stuff. Sometimes I could get very animalistic, growling and all kinds of shit. And it wasn't done for effect. It was just like, that's just me. Like, but at the end of the day, we're not animals. We're not animals. So
I know we're not animals because I'm going to have to go to reify my driver's license. So I'll see you later, guys.
Okay, dude.
See you later.
Have a good one.
Yeah, none of the animals have to sign up for permission to do things like that.
Right. No
Just
animals to
humans
pay
who think
rent.
they're more intelligent.
Yeah. The animals are sat there going, so these guys think they're more intelligent than us.
Right.
They make each other pay for food and shelter.
Yeah, exactly. That was the other point I was going to make. Just look at all the things that humans force each other to do at the threat of violence if they don't, or being put in a cage. All the whole 9 yards. It's all violent. That none of the rest of nature does, as far as I can tell. So it's lunacy.
We're kind of fed this story that nature is, because nature is cruel, right? Nature is not forgiving.
If you think nature is cruel, let me introduce you to these human creatures. Anyway, go on.
Come to Southside Chicago.
But people say tough love. Tough love is cruel, right? But at the end of the day, tough love is exactly that. It's tough love, and that's what I see nature as. Nature is tough love. Because if you're not going to survive very long unless you can adapt to your environment, right?
Yes. And be in an environment that's healthy and caters to your anatomy, which is another thing that humans tend to completely ignore. Again, in favor of a cookie crumb comfort based off of capitalism. And you find out real quick that it was a scam, but how far will you go to actually correct that? People will go to endless measures. Look at all the things people do just to mitigate the environment that's not catered for a no-haired skin being. It's crazy.
The trouble is, too many low IQ people think that what's going on must be right because it's being done by by men smarter than me or whatever, right? Yeah. They look at these so-called intellectuals and intelligent individuals. These ideas have been, thought up by these individuals, then there must be some sort of sense behind them because these are intelligent people. I'm just a fucking shit shoveler. I just shovel shit.
Yeah.
That's all I.
Who
That's
am
all
I?
I can do.
I don't have any. I wasn't born with this thing called the ability to think or nothing. Who am I?
Well,
I don't know. I don't think it's that. I think people are just would rather pacify themselves to their own demise and pursue willful ignorance and delegation of responsibility away and just ignore and embrace the other side of life, the other way of life, or other ways of life, the idea behind that, because it takes effort and work. More than what it takes to just learn one little skill and have your 9 to 5 or whatever it is, drink your beer on Friday and Saturday, rinse and repeat until your body's decrepit at 40 or 50 years old. Can't function anymore,
The shame of it is, though, is that people don't think, because they like to value things in what the reward is going to be. So if I have to do all this, what's the reward going to be? Oh, what? So I got to work my fucking ass off all day, and at the end of the day, when I want to sit down and watch some TV and just take it easy because I've worked hard all day, I'm not going to be able to. Because there's no electricity, or because we've only got enough electricity to power the lights in the refrigerator, and I can't have a TV, and we've only got a fucking fire to heat with, and there's no
the attitude
distractions, right? And that they just think of it in the sense of that they'll need at the end of the day to be distracted from all the things that they've had to put up with during the day, without the appreciation of the fact that when you actually go and do that, right, when you go and do a hard day's graft out in nature or whatever, at the end of the day, when you get back, you're tired, you're exhausted, but you feel a darn sight more fulfilled than, go and work in an office for a day. Build a barn.
Especially if there's learning and standing on your own overcoming, and standing on your own 2 feet involved. Knowing how to mitigate challenges and the confidence that comes when you know how to mitigate the elements of nature without having to rely on some stupid capitalism-based system that is obviously designed just to exploit you and everybody else that you participate in with, right? So not only that, it's healthy exercise and you feel like you're in your element because you are. You're reconnected and you're doing, breathing the again, being a product of your environment. The air is clean. You're touching the soil, if it's healthy soil, and it should be, right? And it's stimulating you, and you're getting the charge from the ground because your feet is on it. You should be bare feet. It's probably a good idea, And there's a whole lot that goes into that, the way that you are designed to be from a more wild perspective that most people won't contemplate seeing because they're too busy embracing the distraction from that and atrophied so far that what wouldn't have been a struggle, it would have been by design just a learning curve, now becomes way behind the 8 ball because you're atrophied, and so it's a daunting task to look at even starting at 0 and getting to that point. And so they end up, it's too late for me. They have a defeatist mindset, and the attitude remains for them, and then they check out that way, But that's, you reap what you sow. It doesn't have to be that way. No matter how far you've been in the bullshit, you can still change it around. I've seen miraculous things. Nature has a wonderful way, if you do certain things and the right things for yourself, to turn things around and help you heal. It obviously wants you to still be here and be a part of it, still giving you a breath. There's probably a reason for that,
So here's a question. What about the exploitation that you're talking about is not a side effect and not the main cause? Because what it does, it renders people to take accountability. How did you get in this position? Like, we can blame capitalism and communism, but where's your accountability?
We put ourselves in our own positions.
There you go.
Exploitation is a side effect of greed, isn't it?
It's a side effect of irresponsibility.
Yes.
Or lack of.
And to know your surroundings. That's why we're called human beings. It's like when you use the word conspiracy theory. Break up the 2 words. You're in a human form. You're in that body. You're stewarding that vessel. How many of us lack to take accountability? Most of us just don't take accountability anymore. But yet,
with the flow.
I think it's more confusion at that point. But that flow that you're talking about, Mac, what direction is it going? For a lot of us, we forget, we're trying to get out of nature, are we?
At the least resistance.
Yes, very true.
The trouble is, it takes, more often than not, it takes a fucking mental breakdown of sorts to recognize, that we are, at the end of the day, we are responsible for wherever it is that we are responsible because it's been the result of choices that have been made. And we think, we can sit there and cope with the choices that we made and say we had no other choice. But we did. There's always more than one choice.
Of course.
And it's just whether you can see it or, whether you want it or not.
So let's
That's back to the honesty to self thing again.
Yeah, well, break it down, Richie, at that point. Mental breakdown. So now when people discover that, then they realize what it's been running. So emotionally, most people are numb, and then physically, the body's already been damaged. So that ongoing program is ignoring those other 2 parts. And that's why you said you usually need a mental breakdown. You almost need to have the last resource before you'll even start the journey of recovery.
But mental breakdown actually has such a stigma attached to it. It's a mental health thing, and somebody's lost their mind when they've had a mental breakdown. Yes, everybody in the system You need to have a mental breakdown and lose your mind where it is at the moment because it's in the wrong fucking place. Like whatever's going on up there, you're perceiving the world in an incorrect way, and you need to have a mental breakdown in order to see that.
And that's where you have the concept of mastery and slavery. See, it's never outside; it's inside. So you have something that's thinking that it's supposed to master you, opposed to working with you. Now, again, this is where people understand is the development, whether physical, then emotional, then mental. The brain itself, more times than not for most people, the upper brain anyway, doesn't fully develop to 25. So what are we talking about when we're talking about the word mental? Receive information from the mind. That's all. For a lot of people, this is foreign to them. The ones that are somewhat, we'll say, had a rude awakening, you might grasp this. Now, the little part doesn't be needed, but again, how many people will say, it's my body, but yet they'll say, I'm 40 years old. I say, well, if it's your body, it's 40 years old. You're not 40 years old. I know it's a play on words, but it tells a person where they're at. They don't fully understand themselves. Actually, if anything else, they're confusing themselves.
Well,
now, I know
if you ask anybody, like, you say, how old are you? I'm 48 years old. Do you feel 48 years old?
There you go. Yeah. That's where people overthink and maybe underfeel. But then again, there's the intuitive aspect too. But for a lot of folks, they're not balancing those two things. You can tell how a person talks. Well, what do you think? Also, this is a thinking question. Well, how do you feel? Well, there's a feeling question. But a lot of us aren't really, as much as we're hearing each other, we're not listening inwards because something says that person's already revealed where they stand. And I'm talking intuitive now. Not that person in the upper brain. Go ahead.
See how learning how to count can work against you?
One.
Very important nuance to understand these things, right? It's all what you practice.
Rebecca, if it means anything at all, I've never thought of you as 63 either. So in my mind, you're in your 30s.
But who's counting? And why?
There you go. You got it, Angie. Again, there's the transformation or transmutation. Once you start entertaining other ideals, I say I'm 40. I am 40. Anytime you use the I am and then whatever is after, that's your persona.
Love you, Sylvie. Sweet bars, sweetheart. It's good, sweet dreams. Sorry, Dom. Just wanted to catch her before she goes. Sorry, don't let me stop. Don't let me interrupt.
No. That's a form of awareness. You start questioning things. Why do I say I'm 60 years old? And then for a lot of people don't realize how much that's high behavior. Well, and then next thing you know, I'm like, you can't stop and really just like take it for what it is. Because people doesn't realize how many times they have all these categories, and nothing wrong with having categories and labels, but do you challenge them? Do you question them?
Yeah.
Not really. Oh, okay.
Do you view the different contexts? Very important. Most people don't do that, right? They just accept one form and that's it. Yeah.
And then somebody will play. Sorry, Angie. Somebody will play a musical instrument and become good at it, but then some of them will realize their gift within. I can see colors. Oh, and then other people can actually read words and like I can comprehend them. What do you mean? I don't even have to see the word anymore. See, this is where when a person, Confucius used to talk about this, or at least it was written about it, where the first 13 years you got to find out what are your gifts. Talents, I get. You can condition somebody or train somebody to have talents. But what are your gifts? Are you a mystic?
We were talking about talent and skill earlier. I don't think you can teach somebody to have a talent. They either have a talent or they don't. You can teach somebody to gain a skill, but you can't teach somebody. It's like, it's like I taught myself how to play guitar, but I cannot teach somebody that cannot play guitar how to play guitar. I can't teach you because I know how I taught myself, but that's not. You're not me. You don't have the same ear as I do.
I can teach you guys how to gargle peanut butter.
Well, teaching in a sense, you can observe it, and once you realize a person has a gift, then you can educate. You can bring it out,
right?
And then hopefully within themselves, they'll say, "Okay, thank you." Like some people can observe things and then pick it up. Other people literally, go ahead.
I was just going to say, isn't there a culture? It exists now, where they do not. It's either a culture or it's a community, where they're not given. Basically, they're given time. Children are given time for their talent or their gift to shine through, and then once it does, that's what's focused on, and they don't. It's like, I don't know, maybe that's an old way. I don't know, but I'm sure I remember hearing about it.
Well, there's a difference between a culture and a community. A culture is usually being manipulated. A community, they're working together. Everybody's finding their place in that community. So that's why most people have hive mind mentality. That's culture. Cult.
Right. It's cult of.
And they're proud of it.
Of course they are. Pride before a fall for some of them. Majority of them, they're going to be stuck there, if not all, the whole lifespan.
Proud of it and
not my problem, thank God.
Proud of it and protective of it, right? So,
yeah, they'll kill you if you challenge them.
Well, they got to reinforce. They got to reinforce something. They've probably been trained that way.
I mean, look at what's going on in the UK right now.
That's why, in my view, a domesticated human is a lot more dangerous than a wild one.
Yeah. Not just the farmers, Mac. Our entire culture and way of life. Basically, in the UK,
you know that's happening everywhere. United States, Canada, France, Germany. It's the powers that be are causing all this.
It's happening at different
purposely.
rates.
And the thing is, and people that are nationalists, they're trying to reinforce their cult. They don't realize how much they're trying to cling to it. That's not a community. Being American or British, that doesn't make you an American. It makes you a cult.
And justifying it because this keeps us safe.
And they feed off of it. They use the media to reinforce it. These are the new laws we're going to pass in Canada. And then you see how quickly people go, and I'm like, okay, there's your cult right there. There's one. Culter. Right over there. Sleeper.
We need to go after all these money hoarders and recirculate their money.
We can, or we can go back to resources and actually find out our gifts, and then we work with nature again. Again, it's...
And do the community thing.
If we want to. But a lot of us don't want to. Most of us don't have lacks. As much as they want, want is a lack. And most people don't have that. What they want is to fulfill their comforts and desires, and money brings that to them. Yeah, and money brings it to them. But the power is you condition people to chase that piece of paper.
Yeah, and it also brings that, Jim, at a cost and expense. And if we're going to put morality on the equation, which most people will just willfully ignore that too, because they're willfully ignoring the other side of the equation, the cost and the expense. Then you get the perpetual cycle of disease. So the only logical conclusion there is just, for a mind that wants to be responsible and healthy, make no excuses, choose your allies, and don't participate in systems of toxicity. It's really that simple. Simple, not easy, but simple.
Mm-hmm. Well, we put a lot of veils over top of us. Morals are usually for the mortal part, the material part, which is important. But what about, a lot of those written laws or written words within oneself? I get it. Most people say, well, don't harm another human being. In what way? Emotionally, mentally, or physically? For most people, it's physically. The rest of the part, as long as I don't get caught, which is fine. But again, are they really being honest with themselves? And when I say self, I'm talking about their ongoing software. They're not. And that's why most people that are morals, they'll even debate about morals. Okay, this ought to be fun. Does it work for you? No. Okay, well then move along. Again, that's called like behavior.
Whose subjectiveness is less subjective than the other?
Of course.
Debate over that, right?
But then they got to bring it back into the objective realm and then say reality. Yeah, I get reality. I see that thing over there. But where's the word that you're describing it? Well, that's subjective. What do you mean? I could use Latin to describe the same thing. And that thing I'm talking about is the physical thing. Forget about that subjective thing. Where's language? Where are thoughts? Again, we're human beings. We're more or less have a human experience. But for a lot of folks, they'll quickly defend, oh, yeah, well, I'm a human. I said, have you ever challenged that? You know, it's like when people say aimlessly, they give out the word, like I'm repeating myself, conspiracy theory. Conspiracy is one thing, theory is another thing. There's also conspiracy agendas and conspiracy facts. But those are two different words. It's like using different kinds of elements. Once you mix those elements, it'll bring you different properties.
But the world at the moment, because of the where people's minds are at, they have no appreciation of nuance. Right.
So what does that mean for you?
Yeah, that's the most.
That's the only thing. That's the only question.
Yeah, we're talking to each other here, Richie. Don't. First of all, the world's good with or without us. The human part, it's all of us have already been stamped, meaning that the vessel's already been stamped. Whether or not you live 60 and live healthy, or you live 90 and you live, ill health, you've been stamped because that vessel's aging as we speak. So now when people start getting caught up, well, the world, and I'm like, no, the world's quite all right. Are we including the fishes and the ants and the mountains and all that? Well, yeah, they're decaying too, are they not? Yes. So this must be bigger than that then. Now, for the people that aren't interested in that, leave them alone. They're okay.
I mean, we could say that it is definitely arguable that the only reason that nature is decaying and degenerating, destabilizing, is because of what capitalism has done, basically.
Well, from what people are doing to each other in the name of capitalism,
right?
Using that as a scapegoat.
It could be accelerating, but nature's already shown a constructive and destructive process to it. Like, are we to say that lightning shouldn't exist? It plays a role. Everything plays a role. We shouldn't be surprised when a person says, but I want to live longer. I said, yes, but who's talking at that point? Why? Because your vessel's going to decay. You could probably keep it healthy and steward it, and you'll prolong it and maintain it. But for a lot of folks who are like, well, I don't really want to put the effort. I said, okay, that's why nature does what it does. Again, we become civilized in small little boxes called cities and towns and villages.
Here's a thought for you. What if lightning didn't exist in the way that it does now, like before, say before industrialization? What if industrialization caused the contaminants in the air that actually increased that we had?
I love that way of thinking.
And then that's why it wasn't until what's his face, decided to try and harness it. Like, do we honestly? No, not Tesla. It was before that. What was his name? Not Stevenson. Was it? No. What was his name? The guy that flew the fucking kite. He didn't actually discover it, did he? No.
Ben Franklin.
Franklin, right? Yeah, and that's a big fucking bullshit narrative because Ben Franklin did not discover electricity.
What do I win?
Right. But according to the narrative, right? Do we think that for fucking 4,000, 5,000, 10,000 years before, whatever, that we didn't, have the ingenuity and innovation to try and harness it before, and do we think that we wouldn't have been able to harness it before if it was something that was harnessable? Well, what if it didn't exist in the way that it does now, and so there was no need? We didn't harness it because it wasn't there. We didn't have storms coming over the fucking city, zapping 200 fucking lightning bolts at the city over an evening or something. We had a storm here. It was the most intense electrical storm I've ever seen in my life. I have never in my life, before or since, seen so many flashes of lightning, fork lightning that spread right across the sky and was coming down over the sea and over the land, and they were saying it was like 400 strikes a minute or something, just on this island.
So what you're posing here is, if people are bringing tech into this, we'll call it realm, it will transform nature. In a way, nature will alter itself to accommodate with the new tech. So it'll be like another species saying, how do we transform the people, transform its environment? And then eventually, and get the people to help. It's kind of like, when we do things on the Earth's surface, we're affecting clouds. So at that point, what you're talking about, maybe lightning, maybe the
kind of like when you farm,
Yep. Please share. Go ahead.
But see, humans don't want to look at that side of the equation. The idea that they're not at the top of the food chain makes them very insecure.
I mean, this is an arrogance that it makes. We can see why we are an apex predator, and although we can be killed, we can also kill anything that's capable of killing us. Like we're not like it's not like the mouse. When is the mouse ever going to kill the cat? Right? When does that ever happen? When have you ever heard of a mouse killing a cat, like fighting back and tearing its throat out? That it doesn't happen. But we don't have any predators that we can't actually ourselves. Obviously, that's about weaponry and stuff now, isn't it? So yeah, I guess
if you're talking about with technology aid, then sure. But
you know what I'm saying. As far as the animals, our biggest threat is ourselves. That is our biggest threat. Not nature, not anything in nature. It's us
that we can see.
Yeah. Again, guys, when we actually have wars or humans killing human, it reinforces or justifies why we kill animals. Because if we actually didn't have war and we didn't kill each other, it would almost be like a lot of people would be questioning, why would we harm another animal then? See, we justify that we eat animals. And then even that, it could serve a purpose if you understand your blood type. But at the same time, is that an evolution or is that a manipulation? Again, like if humans didn't kill each other, they would really think twice about, why am I killing that deer? We don't kill each other.
Or is that a lack of information or maybe a desperation because of the result of atrophication?
Again, whether we are admitting it or not, most of us, if not all of us, are in cults. So that's a cult behavior to think that I should kill animals without questioning it. Okay, so if you're going to kill an animal, when are you supposed to kill it? Especially when you have mystics among you, we should wait for the moon to determine when we should do it. As much as
is a cult.
Then it's moral.
Sorry,
ahead,
dude. Is a cult not just the evolution of the tribe?
Families usually, that could form a tribe, but the cult behavior, it's their behavior makes them a cult opposed to maybe a tribe. Because then a tribe would be like, it would be like a community.
Yeah, you could have two different cults. Two different tribes. One's cultish, one's community-like. It is the behavior. It's the way of function.
I think the key word community, right? They co-opted it and created communism, using the idea of community as the bait, basically, right? We'll just be one big happy family. But this and the confusion between culture and community, and the fact that people are proud, like we said, we're proud of our culture, proud of the English culture. Well, what we should be saying is we're proud of the English community, and
or you're proud of the
standards.
Let's go with that, and let's hypothetically remove language from the situation from a base point of view for a second. Look at yourself as a feral creature, and you were taught English or any language. You're just totally feral, and you're looking at two groups of people, tribes, if you will, but you don't know groups and you don't know tribes. Just seeing two groups of people. One of them is more community-like. The other one is more hive-like. On your own, in feral state, do you have the ability to recognize the difference?
Yeah, that's more divide and conquer. once you start dividing yourself with religion and state or nationality, that's the divide and conquering process.
Right.
Again, once you start looking at it, the human race, then you're looking at everybody, not just looking at, okay, well, you can determine the gender if you saw their parts, and maybe you'll have a certain attraction to one over the other. But for a lot of folks, what they do is, I'm an American, I'm a Canadian, I'm a Roman Catholic, I'm a Greek Orthodox. That's divide and conquer. That's called that actually is.
I'm a Texan.
I'm a Texan. There you go. And then they'll use certain things like their accent to justify it. Opposed to, okay, but what would you do if a person had a very similar accent, but they were living in a different landmass? Even that, I live in America or I live in Canada. Again, we're using language that conditions us. It's not a bad thing. It's when you start defending it or fighting for it. Like, it's always fun when people say, I was born with rights. Well, so you have no lefts?
I think it is, objectively speaking, unhealthy because it's delusional and it's dishonest to oneself. It's really just embracing dishonesty and fantasy, fakeness.
Yes, it's delusional in the illusion. That's the fun part. It's like being disenchanted in the enchantment. A lot of people, when they become disenchanted, they try to get back into the enchantment. I said, well, you're going to do it, trying to do it consciously now? No, you were asleep before. Now you're somewhat awake. There's a direction you got to go. One, you're going to be fighting. The other one, you're going to go with. Excuse me. Go ahead, guys.
No, I'm just agreeing with you. Don't stop. I'm just mumbling an agreement in the background. Oh, yes, absolutely.
If it resonates with you, Richie, I get it. That's why when people say, I agree or disagree, I get it. It's the energy, and sometimes I'm just channeling information. And when I say channeling, I could be channeling it through my gut. And I'm just like, okay, and I'm the one that's sharing it out loud, but I'm the one that's actually supposed to learn from it. By the way, thanks yesterday. You shared a view with me yesterday, and I think I appreciate what you said about me yesterday, Richie, by the way. We'll leave it at that.
Oh, dude, thank you. I'm glad you took it the right way, not the wrong. Yeah, you obviously, I wasn't trying to be a dick or anything. I received it. Really, more than anything, I was thinking out loud.
You were, but I received it, and I do appreciate that because that's not my intent, but it comes across that way.
Right. I think that's, and I know that. That's why I communicated it. Anyway, moving on. Can I just lighten the mood a little bit? Well, not like it's not that it's dark. It's just we're, this is deep philosophical stuff, man. This is too philosophical heavy for some people, but
fuck them.
We've been talking about culture, right? And we've been talking about English and American, and obviously we have to talk about the Irish. The Irish are people on the earth, and I don't know, that maybe that's why I just take so easily to emulate an Irish man when I speak, and so I can sound a bit like an Irishman, but I can't sound like this Irishman. And I don't know if you've ever heard of him. This guy's called Garan, I think. Garan. This is Garan, and he is actually a musician. He's been on the Late Late Show, or is it the Late Late Show? Late Tonight or something? An big American fucking thing, and he was on it about 10 months ago with his guitar. But I actually came across him more for his shorts, his very comedic shorts. He's 6'4", and he's obviously a very big lad, right? But this is reacting to Americans in Ireland. You up for a little giggle?
Fire away.
Hello, how are you getting on? And welcome to another video with me. You're looking very well. You're always looking good when I see you.
See, now the way that he's introducing that video here, I've been thinking about maybe adapting a similar sort of way of introducing pre-recorded videos. you know, and just maybe the stream generally, you know, and just being really nice and bright. Obviously, there's a certain amount of sarcasm in it, but yeah, the way he greets. I think he's West Ireland. His accent sounds like he's from the West, which is like, I think, Cork, that sort of way.
Hope you're feeling joyous. Well, joyous is probably a bit of a high bar, so I hope you don't hate yourself. Today, we are going to be looking into the wonderful world of Americans in Ireland, watching them like little ants climbing around our country and having the time of their lives. Now, opinions are mixed on Americans. This will be no news to Americans. I'm a lover of Americans, and many Irish people are, but you do have a bit of a reputation with us for talking a lot, particularly about your lineage. So if you come to Ireland, it's okay to tell me that you're Irish, but I don't want to listen through a PhD level lecture about your entire ancestry going back to the dawn of time.
Right, for copyright reasons as well, I'm going to pause it every now and again. If I haven't got anything to say, it'll just be because I'm laughing. Even if none of the other fuckers are. Because this is funny shite. Come on, laugh with me. Come on, tell me you're appreciating this. Don't you think this guy is just like the funniest guy? This is the funniest guy I've heard on YouTube for fucking ages, man. Just a normal guy, right? He looks kind.
I'm finding it humorous, Rich. I'm just trying to stay mute.
Yeah. Humorous, humorous is a good word for it as well.
Thank you very much. I don't need to know what your great-great-great-grandfather did to fertilize his potatoes. So without further ado, let us look upon some Americans in Ireland. Fabulous. So this first lady is having her very first time in Tesco. What an exciting day. Tesco is a supermarket in Ireland and the UK, I think across Europe. So let's see what she thinks about that.
I'm an American in a Tesco in Ireland, and this place is so weird. First of all, why aren't eggs refrigerated?
You don't need to refrigerate eggs because they're healthy eggs. In America, for some reason, you clean your eggs. You want to make them white. I don't know if that's some sort of a weird... I don't want to get involved. Here, the eggs come right out, free range, right out of the arse of the chicken. They're a lovely tan brown colour, and you're allowed to leave them wherever you want. I think...
People don't realise just how long eggs actually last. Unrefrigerated. They don't realise they last, like when they're up on the shelf there, they've been there for fucking over a month, but they're like probably over a month old, well over a month old by now.
They probably don't wash them, right? So they make them last that much more, I think, Richie. Is that how it works?
I don't think it's got anything to do with washing them. Like, I don't think washing them would make them
in a lab.
Yeah, I think it might be something to do with that, you know, like a machine, like fucking printing them.
I think eggs a bit longer if you keep them in the fridge, but then you have...
They do keep a little bit longer if you keep them in the fridge. Like, that is true. But they still go off in the fridge as well. So
cold eggs, and they take about 15 seconds longer to cook them.
Right, and when you put cold fresh out of the fridge, and you put them in your boiling water to make your hard boiled eggs, the shell will always crack, right? Because of the sharp temperature change, right? The shell will always crack, so it's always best to have them room temperature and boil them up slowly.
That's that kind of time. So yeah, eggs are fine out of the fridge, unless they're not, in which case I've never died, so it seems to be fine.
Look at all these different kinds of custard. I love custard.
Actually, that is not exclusively custard. Some of those are custard, but we've also got a delicious but very divisive dessert known as rice pudding or creamed rice.
Don't you think the most interesting thing about this is the fact that the only rice pudding and custard that seems to be available, and it's the same here and in England, is ambrosia. There's not a huge competition for rice pudding. Ambrosia has basically cornered the market for rice pudding and custard.
I don't know if it's popular in America. I know it's very popular with the Indians. They love a bit of creamed rice. They spice it up a bit. And a lot of people hate creamed rice, but it is my favourite dessert. But to be honest, I do love custard. I love it with a little bit of apple tart. You would probably say apple pie. I don't know if there's a difference between tart and pie. Let me look it up. So this is now an educational video, free of charge, by the way. Is a tart different from a pie? And we're about to find out. I'm doing this the old school way, okay? Google, no ChatGPT. Back in my day, you had to click your own search result links. A robot didn't look at them for you and find the best one. It was graft to get your answers. Apparently a tart is a shallow pie. I can be a bit of a shallow pie myself when it comes to the ladies. I'm only joking. I take what I can get. I don't want to actually offend, okay? It's just a joke. Everyone is wonderful. Except me, okay? Anyway. Back to the video.
I wonder if they have Lucky Charms.
Lucky Charms, you see them the odd time. I've tried them once. They're absolutely horrific, but our cereals are usually a little bit more boring, and they're usually a colour that can be found on Earth. We don't use any of the food colourings that, you know, fuck you up.
No. And you know what? None of these are sugary cereals.
None of these are sugary cereals. Love, you've just chocolate Weetabix. You've got their chocolate chip Weetabix, Frosties, Cocoa Pops, Frosted Shreddies. What do you think frosted means? They're very, very cold. No, they're covered in sugar. These are sugary cereals. It almost appears as though the cereals have become more sugary in your presence. I didn't even know about some of these.
Look at these sodas. Fanta.
There's Fanta. I've had Fanta in America. It's the most unsettling orange colour. It doesn't look like orange at all. It's like an extreme version of orange. It's like the colour that orange would be forced to be at gunpoint if it was.
Do you mean Donald Trump?
Was a prisoner of war.
It's like an aisle dedicated to Cadbury. I barely recognize anything in here except for Coca-Cola. These are illegal in America.
Yeah, Kinder Surprises are illegal in America because you're not able to eat them without choking yourself or something. Yeah, so just a tip if you want to get Kinder Surprises back, that little plastic egg in the middle, you are not supposed to breathe that in under any circumstances. That's why we're still allowed those here, because we adhere to that rule. We're very obedient over here, but it has its perks. Yeah, we have the best crisps on the planet. These are not potato chips, these are crisps. I really like Pringles, but I can only eat about 2/3 of the tin before my hands no longer fit in. I like to think that's like a built-in force field against the fat people. I know I could just tip the Pringles into my hand, but when you're tipping the tube, you know you shouldn't be there. It was time to stop eating Pringles, you know, potentially years ago. Prawn cocktail, I believe you would call that shrimp cocktail in America. See, I know the crack.
What? There are so many sweets in this store. Even Duracell looks weird. But they got Dove. What the hell is Lynx? Is that like Axe body spray? Do 14-year-old boys use that here too?
I think they called it Axe in America because in America everything has to be named after some sort of a weapon, whereas it's Lynx here because Europeans are happy with just a dangerous cat.
Oh, even the parasol looks weird here.
That's Persil. Use that to wash your clothes. I've never purchased that product.
Fancy Feasts are called Dreamies. Whiskas has a different font.
Also, I have noticed this with the fonts. Everything in America has a really, you know, simplified font. Everything is just very big written big. It's like all your products have an old person's phone settings on them.
Where's Rabina? That's my fave. Rabina. They sell cell phones at the grocery store?
To be fair, okay, we may sell phones at Tesco, but literally only people who sell narcotics buy phones from Tesco. Like if you buy a phone from Tesco, you've either just gotten out of prison or, well, there really isn't another circumstance where you'd buy a phone from Tesco.
And they still sell Kinder Joys? Those are legal in the United States.
They made Kinder Joy eggs so that they could be fed to Americans. They don't have that dangerous plastic ball in the middle.
Twix and Smarties. Smarties are the best. Just to think I can't bring any of this fruit back to the States.
Just for, those are fruits and vegetables? I'm joking. I mean, look at me. I haven't heard of fruits and vegetables.
Like I would be in serious trouble. Although these are the cutest little tomatoes.
It's pronounced tomato.
There's no regular cashiers. It's all automated?
It's not all automated. We just also have automation. But yeah, more and more things are automated in the shops here now. There's more and more of these like automatic checkouts. They're trying to get rid of everybody with a job now. I don't know what the benefit of nobody having a job is, but apparently that's what we're aiming for.
Tesco is crazy. What do you think of Tesco?
I get the impression he doesn't want to be there. He probably doesn't even want to be in Ireland. Well, she seemed like a lovely lady. I'm glad she enjoyed her time in Tesco, and hopefully she comes back to visit us again. Let's move on to the next video. Here's Bethany, and Bethany had 10 culture shocks in Ireland as an American visitor. No tipping. I covered this in the last video. You should tip people. It's just not mandatory to tip. If somebody does a good job, give them a tip. Their wages are probably shit. If you come to Ireland, give everybody in the service industry a massive tip. That's what I encourage. Driving on the left side of the road, yeah, that's the correct side to drive on. A pint of Guinness is a full pour and a glass of Guinness is a half pour. That's incorrect. You should never be drinking a glass of Guinness because you look like an absolute gobshite. Never, ever drink a glass of Guinness in my country or you are unwelcome. A Guinness should only be served in a pint format and nothing else. I'm absolutely disgusted looking at this. Bathroom light switch is outside of the bathroom. Why would you want to turn off the light when you're in the bathroom? That makes no sense. Oh, I'm in the bathroom, but it's a bit bright to be honest. Visibility is too high. Let me just turn the light off. To be fair, when I'm looking down at myself in the shower, I do feel like visibility is too high. So maybe actually it would be better to shower in the dark. You take turns buying rounds instead of buying your drink individually. This is only true if you have friends. But yeah, usually the social thing to...
Hang on, is that not a thing in America anymore? Do you not buy rounds? It's like it's your round, it's my round, and everybody buys a round of drinks. Like 5 guys, 10 guys. I've never gone out with a group of 10 guys where all 10 guys have actually chipped in for the round. But I've gone out with a group of 5 lads, and it just goes round, and one lad buys the round, and then the next lad buys the round, and the next lad buys the round, and you're guaranteed to have had 5 pints. And
some people do in Canada. My buddies with coffee. A couple of my other buddies, they're a little bit more well off. They do it with cognac, but that becomes expensive. When you start buying rounds. Sorry guys, I'm going to pass on that one because that one round is going to be very expensive. I'll just have my shitty apple juice. But yes, in Canada, people still do it actually. And among my friends, like I said, it's usually coffee. Even though you shouldn't be drinking a lot of coffee, but we do sometimes.
What are you saying, Mac? Do you buy rounds?
Me? Yeah, I remember being on the cruise ship with the wife, and it seemed like every bar, there's like 18 bars on this ship. We get into the bar, and next thing you know, I'm buying around for everybody. Dude,
And
my
they
drinking
all stand and practice gargling peanut butter together.
Exactly. Man, my
Is that where you've learned to
$800.
gargle peanut butter?
$800 of fucking drinking.
I'm still trying to. No, I'm not going to think about it. Where that came from. How that even popped into your mind, man? It's just incredible. Incredible
Things you come up with when you're a kid.
Yeah.
It sounds ridiculous, don't it?
Well, it just sounds like a lot of choking. A lot of choking. I just want to welcome the struggles. I brought up a comment earlier and noticed I was trying to, because I'm not wearing my glasses and my monitor's like over there, and so I'm trying to actually, instead of squinting, I'm opening my eyes as wide as I can to see. Is that a woman or like, if it is a woman, it's a topless woman. No, that's a sort of a Momoan looking smoking a joint. I don't know, but I love it. Welcome, good to see you. And Honeybeezy, good to see you too. And Dana, Morgan, dude.
Do is to buy a round. Just make sure if there's any scabby people with you, any cheap bollockses, that you make them buy first. Very private bathrooms. What other way would you want them to be? Hello, I'm just taking a shite, as you can see. No, nobody should ever watch you taking a shite. We really believe in that in Ireland. Turn on the switch on the outlet to turn the power on. I learned this the hard way with a dead phone in the morning. Do you not have switches on your plugs in America? Sometimes you want to leave something plugged in. but you don't necessarily want power going to it. We're really living in the future over here. We have different plug adapters to the rest of Europe. Yes, we do. We use the greatest plug and most secure plug of all time, the 3-pronged plug, properly grounded, excellently safe, doesn't allow power through until the whole thing is plugged in. A superior fucking design. Okay.
Absolutely agree with that. Living here in the Spanish province with the fucking shitty Spanish electricity that's only, it's 220 volt instead of 240. And in America, you've only got, what, 110, 120 volts?
Yeah, we got 110 normally, but for doing the electric appliances, 240.
So you do have the 240 plug,
Yep.
but so you've got a three-pronged.
Yep, 3-pronged plug.
Yeah, for that.
Two 110, the other one ground.
Right. So yeah, you got both. You got both versions, which is
Yeah,
actually better
three-phase.
than the UK. In the UK, we've only got 240. Well, unless it's in the bathroom. That's the only place you'll find an electrical socket in the bathroom is the shaver plug, which is 110 volts.
That's why there's been a lot more electrocutions in the UK than it has here in the United States.
So true.
It's not
You get a hold of that shit, you can't let
volts.
go.
It's not the volts that kill you. It's the
amps.
fucking. It's the amps.
No, it's both.
It's Ohm's law.
You're fucked.
We'll do
It's
one
not, it's
more
pretty-
and then it's time for me to go to bed. It's another culture shocks video. Let's see if there's any new culture shocks in this one. Everything is old as shit. Yeah, we have 50,000 castles in Ireland. 50,000. How many castles do you have?
I just love it, man. The use of English, like this castle built in 1185, man. It sounds like a Londoner. Like this castle built in 1185, in it though. So American.
Have in America? White Castle, what is there, like 50 of them? To be fair though, a lot of our castles don't have tiny cute little burgers, so that's a win for America. There are pubs that go back to like the 1700s. They're pretty cool, but they're also usually incredibly small. And usually you can't take a shite in the bathroom, because the toilet will freak out. It's only used to medieval shites that are tiny. So just so you know, you don't want to learn that the hard way. Drying clothes on the line. Yeah, of course. Put your clothes, if you have a lovely day, put your clothes out on the line. Do you not do this in America?
Yeah. Do you not do that in America?
People
Close on the line. The older folks do that.
I imagine it's something that happens out in urban settings more than the rural ones. Like in the city, you don't really want to be drying your clothes on the line in the city, obviously. So maybe this person's from the city.
I think also, Rich, to keep in mind, our clothing material has changed. So a lot of clothing really is not. It's not useful to hang them outside.
Right. Yeah, because they get affected by the sun. And it's all about colours as well. If you dry your clothes in the line, then it fades. The colours fade a lot more. We got a new face backstage. Although it might actually just still be Queen Stephanie trying to pull a fast one. So Spider-Man. You've not been up here before, have you? Can you do me a favour, buddy? You might actually be a girl, but you're Spider-Man, so, you know, I am going to assume your biological sex, that you are male. I don't remember having you on the panel before, so you're going to have to just... I'm not going to bring you up yet. I won't bring you up with your camera on. You can switch it off before you come on, but I need to see you before I'm going to bring you on. You just got that. Give me the Spock sign or the Squidward. Oh, only it's gone. Okay, so obviously malicious intent there. Never mind.
Do not be wasting
I think it was Queen Stephen.
the sun. So you have no appreciation for the sun. You get it all the time. If it's a sunny day and I don't have clothes out drying, I start panicking. I'll be telling everybody I need to get home. There's great drying out. That's free drying. When the sun comes out, people go nuts. This is connected to the other one. Yeah, because it fucking rains all the time.
Yeah.
It's a privilege to get a nice day. You can sit wherever you want. You need not worry about the dryness of your arse. Sometimes on a nice day, I'll just go around just sitting in various places I may not have ever had the opportunity to sit before. Also, if it gets even moderately warm, every Irishman is taking his top off immediately. The people are so friendly, but everybody here is ignoring you. Is this considered friendly in America? Nobody has used their right to bear arms. What a friendly environment. No, we are friendly, but these people appear to want nothing got to do with you. I'm only joking. They probably think you're great. I just find it hilarious that this is the best example you could find of our friendliness, just people ignoring you.
I could just imagine what it's like in that Irish pub with all those guys chatting to each other. Not one of them's got a fucking smartphone out, right? They're all sat talking to each other. So some Americans sat there with their smartphone out filming, like wide-eyed and filming everybody. So just turn their backs to and say, Jesus. They're filming us again.
Have 2 buttons, one for a wee and one for, Lots of Americans and non-Irish people in Dublin. Well, of course. It's a capital city. Is this really a culture shock for America? I thought it was the melting pot over there. Also, some of the people that you think are foreign are just from Cavan. They're actually speaking English. The word crack sounds like crack, meaning fun. Well, I hear crack is fun, at least initially, but this is a different type of crack. I'm going to do a whole thing on Irish words soon and Irish slang. We'll get to it, okay? But yes, crack means having a good time, all the good shit. Well, you're all amazed by the bathrooms. What? I need to look up an American bathroom stall. What are you doing over there? 1 second. Oh, wow, yeah, the doors are really small on these. You really just have a full-on, just peeking window on there. Just a little peeking area. Just lower your head and peek away.
Is that true? Is it like, there's not, I guess that it stops people from, being able to do things that maybe the owners might not like them doing in the toilets, I guess it but not that much, I imagine. Why I can't imagine that either, right? It happened in prison and I didn't like it because that's not what it's like. You go anywhere in England and the toilets are fucking private. You close that door, nobody can see you. And nobody can smell it until you're long gone and they walk in after you.
Not like Amsterdam where they got it right in the street, the pissers.
Well, the pissers, that's all right. I don't think there's anything wrong with it.
Then it goes down underground and gets sprayed out and cleaned up and pops back up. You see those yet? Those urinals? Right out in public.
I haven't seen that. I mean, I don't think there's, well, maybe there is with the amount of toxins and shit that's in people's bodies now. So their urine, most people's urine is going to be contaminated with something or another. So maybe it's not that good for nature. But I mean, yeah, if you got to spend a penny, right? I don't think if there was a stool or whatever, up against the wall in public, I wouldn't care. I'll just go and take a pee. Like, the only reason I wouldn't do it without the stool is because you get fucking arrested. But it's not like taking a poop, man. It's different. There's something way more exposed, and obviously those the whole pee thing is only really of benefit to the man. We are we're obviously blessed with the ability to just go and flop it out wherever and pee and aim, Girls don't have it that easy. Even if they want to stand up and pee, they still make sure their trousers are pulled all the way fucking down. And that's why we want the privacy when we take a shit, because it means actually exposing your arse. We don't mind exposing the penis, but we don't want to expose the fucking arse.
Did all the peeping toms get on the bathroom design committee? What is the purpose of this? America, you can't be living like that. Have a full door on your toilet. Fast food isn't as good. You're having a McDonald's. McDonald's the worst fast food. Have good Irish fast food. Get yourself a Supermax. Go down to the chipper. You can have real Irish beef. Why are you eating this guff? Why are you eating this nonsense? Get good food. Irish food isn't as good. I've got them.
He's just done a video saying he's gone to Wendy's for the first time because we've just opened up a Wendy's in Ireland, apparently. This year, Wendy's opened up in Ireland. I guess that's because of all the Irish tourists. All the American tourists.
McDonald's, what a ridiculous say. I'm not going to start, okay? I'm angry. You've got chicken McNuggets. They're not even chicken. They're made out of the chicken's eyes or its arse or its thoughts. I don't know what it's made out of, but it's not chicken. Go to Supermax and get a chicken breast tender, lovely, proper, Irish, well-reared chicken with good parents that went to college. Anyway, I've become irate, and I think you'll agree that that's quite enough of me for today. So I hope you enjoyed the rest of your evening. If you liked the video, please like it. If you dislike the video, don't dislike it, because it'll make me very sad. I'm very sensitive and I can't take criticism. You can subscribe as well. And also, thank you very much to all the people who became members on the channel. What absolute legends. I didn't even mention that I'd done it. And you absolute heroes have become members. Class. Can't wait to put some stuff up for you, but I just wanted to give you a big thank you. I love you. Not like deeply, don't get weird, just a bit. Have an excellent
No homo.
and stay delicious. Hello, how?
There's like, you know, when there's people out there that you just, if he's in a room, you want to go and talk to him. And if you don't go and talk to him, you want to sit there and listen to what he's saying, just because he's so fucking amusing. And like Morgan said, you know, it's like, where is it? Oh, I can't find the comment. He said, this guy's pure love or something.
Richie, I go ahead.
No, go on.
I was going to say, I find him humorous. It's when you start looking at it beyond the humor, where a lot of things he promoted, aware or not, was all corporations. The door stall, making the comparison to McDonald's to other foods, but meanwhile in the grocery store, most of those are corporation stuff. But it's still humorous the way he presented it.
Right, absolutely. The guy is completely asleep. He is part of the system, quite happy to be part of the system. It thinks the system is just the system, you know? It's like, that's just.
Or he might be fully aware. He might be fully aware, just making humor of the situation.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. He just comes across so, like, just doesn't give a fuck, you know? It's not gonna let anything, you know, he's not heavy, man. Even though he's a heavy guy, he's not heavy to listen to. So he's just very light-hearted, and
it'll be like somebody making a comparison to an Asian store and how different cultures are being conditioned. It's always fun when you hear about people, one side's been conditioned to drive on the left side, the other side right side, and then one person will say our way is better than the other way. At that point, it's a different type of humor.
Morgan's own in the chat again.
It's like plugs. I can explain, like being an electrician, why they have switches in the bathroom opposed to outside the bathroom, and why the plug in American and British, they have the ground lug at the top. In Canada, it's at the bottom. For safety reasons, the ground part should be at the top. So again, there's always a reason behind it, but it's humorous still, because it's the ideal of comparing one way is better than another. But I do like the strong Irish accent and all the different terms that Irish people use opposed to other people in other parts of the world.
It's the different, like, because it is different. Like, I've got me Irish accent, but it's based around Dublin. It's like Dublin, Wexford way, which is more kind of central, nearer the central Ireland, or the south side. But he's over in Cork, so it's a slightly different. It's got I don't know. It's even funnier. Some of the ways, you know, just the way they say some things.
Yeah, like in America, you have the Texans and the people in Long Island or Jersey. They have like you can almost put your finger over your nose and talk like a person from Long Island. So it's accents. I find that interesting.
Long Island, like that's where Jacob Israel's from Long Island. He lives on Long Island, and New Jersey. I mean, I get confused. They all sound like fucking New York. Well, Boston, New York, New Jersey.
So true. The Canadians with the A, I guess, or the Malay that say la. La is the versions of A.
Dude, you say that, right? Yep. And I swear, 6 or 7 years ago, every Canadian that I'd ever listened to speaking to said A all the time.
Mm-hmm.
A, that's right, A, right? And it seems to have stopped. I've never heard you say it. I've never heard OTW say it. I've never heard Isabella Morgan say it. Like, Tenth Man doesn't say it.
It's stereotypical.
Yeah.
That's all. It depends on what part
Thank
of
you
it.
for not putting me in that box. I appreciate it very much.
It's a different box you're in, NG.
That's right.
Depends on the culture, and it depends what part of, in this case, Canada. No different than the States. It'll be like somebody say, "Oh, I thought all you Americans talk like Texans." No. Well, I know somebody from New York. Was he born and raised in Texas? Well, yeah, he probably still has his accent.
Mm.
It's always fun when people move to another country. Some people will actually pick up that accent. Oh, interesting.
That is, I think that's interesting. I know when I was hanging around with Australians all the time, when I was in Greece, I had like a group of friends. They were all Australian, and so I was spending all my time listening to the Australian accent, and then I met this couple or something, and they thought I was Australian, and then I realised that I had kind of developed a little bit of a Australian twang, but not quite as bad as Kieran, but just a little twang, because it seems like a natural. I don't know. Just I guess it's the whole parrot,
That's all I hear is parrots.
Right. I mean, we do it, and I've noticed myself doing it. I've done it. I will still do it. When you make a new friend, and that new friend has a word that they use, a phrase that they use that you didn't ever use before, but you start using it to relate more to to the friend that you've made, right? So, things like saying, "Oh, it's bait, man. That's bait." I was hanging around with a group of people that used that word, and so I used it. It's just, I guess it's a language thing, isn't it? You adopt the language being used to communicate.
Sometimes it's a language thing. Other times it's a trying to fit in thing. So it depends.
Well, most of the time it's probably a mixture of the two.
Yeah, maybe other things too.
How many people will say that they don't want to just fit in, but where's that music coming from? Is that OTW?
That was probably me. Yeah, that was probably me. I was trying to. I was looking for something.
You're sat there all quiet again.
Yeah, I listen sometimes more than I talk. That's one of my, motive operandi.
Modus operandi. Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? because I'm a sort of a walking contradiction in a way. What I should appreciate when nobody's saying anything is because they're listening, which means that obviously, things are being said that people want to listen to, and they don't necessarily want to, contribute to or anything. They're just quite happy to sit there and listen. But then that suddenly it feels like a pressure, like, oh shit. And I get frustrated that nobody's talking. we're just sat here waiting for somebody to say something interesting. Because that's what we're doing, isn't it? We're all sitting there waiting for somebody to say something interesting that we can, or that we either feel the need to respond to, or agree with, or not.
Well, you're probing at that point. So when people truly practice meditation, and it finally hits, basic meditation means to listen. You're listening inwards, and then you start really reevaluating. Then what have I been doing with other people? You've been hearing them. This is why when people are hearing each other, hopefully they've learned to listen inside. So you're basically having two types of conversation going on. So when you're listening from within, as you're hearing other people, something will bubble up. But for most folks, they're basically reacting. They have, I'm looking for things to throw in and say it's right or wrong. I agree or disagree. So they're basically trying to think hearing and listening is the same thing.
Which basically means those who are doing that are having a conversation with themselves.
Yes. Either with the self or with the ego.
Right.
The body,
which is a non-versation to engage with, right? Very counterproductive. So
Hear me out, though.
Okay, use the word hear me out. Hear me out. Another human being, just hearing them out. By basically saying I agree or disagree, well, that's your ego talking. I agree. Oh, okay, that's nice. Tell me when you're done.
Yeah. You don't
Yeah,
have to
I agree with you, Dom.
Well done, Patrick. So, hey, let's not play the bad brain game now.
What the fuck is Glasgow Irish? I don't think Glasgow Irish exists, Mr. Morgan, sir. There's Glasgow, and there's Irish, and they're different. I think there's a certain rivalry between Scots and Irish, the Scottish and the Irish as well. There's an argument that Scotia went to Ireland first. So that or something like that. That the Scots are actually Irish, or the Irish are actually Scots, or something. And then I don't know.
They switch roles every few decades. Yeah, I'm just going to step out. I'm going to make myself some coffee.
Hey, you're reading my mind there, dude.
Yeah, I'm all out.
Also, 4 hours and 33 minutes, and I've only grifted once. So anybody who wants to say that I'm a grifter trying to sell the truth, Mr. Queen Stephanie. Yeah, screw you.
Where's the beef?
Ladies and gentlemen, we're coming up to Christmas for this 48-year-old fucking washed up musician, separated from society by language barrier in the place where he's living. No, yeah. If you're feeling generous, you're feeling charitable, please consider.
When we relate to each other with attentive and generous gaze, Simone Weil said, attention is the purest form of generosity.
If I was Dusty, I'd say something like, screw your kids' fucking Christmas present, send me some money. Right, coffee break. Unless you gents want to talk amongst yourselves, like Guru and Dom and Mac.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
game for
just
anything.
done. I'm on Facebook Marketplace looking at RVs, used RVs.
Nice.
Yeah.
What's the game plan for that?
Game plan is, I know shit's gonna hit the fan around here in Chicago, so I got to get away from population. I'm trying to ease the wife out of the, she don't want to leave this area because of my daughter and my mother-in-law. But I figure once we get on the road and she don't like it, she go back to the house and I got the RV. I can be a vagabond, do whatever I want.
Nice.
But 36 years of marriage, it's like, what the hell? She's a good person. I couldn't do that to her. So yeah, I'm going through some issues myself.
Are you the cat? And forgive me if my memory doesn't serve me, because so many conversations at this point. We rapped a while about it, not too far back, about the idea of that. And you said that that's your kind of one hang up.
Yeah, with the wife.
Yeah.
Yes, that's the hang
right,
up. That's
okay.
the one.
Just making sure I got the right person there.
I
So
mean,
now you're looking for the RV and considering making some moves by the sounds of it.
Exactly. But like I said, I don't fight with the wife. She's a great person. I love her very much. I'd be lost without her, but it's just, I got to do something. And it's just been bugging me for shit. Damn.
Well, that's
like
very
10
commendable.
years. 10 years.
Yeah, man.
She's
Because that
stubborn.
was the message in those conversations, is like, you don't have to, abandon or give up. You can go in that direction still. So it looks like
Right.
you're putting that kind of idea as in a plan of action. And then either way, if shit doesn't really hit the fan, you're covered. But if it does, then you're really covered. And she looks at you and go, boy, weren't you thinking ahead for us?
Yep. What I'm trying to do. She don't like South Dakota, though. It's too cold. Shit, I lived out there for like 6 years. It's not that cold.
Well, the beautiful thing about the RV is you're nomadic. You can be
That's
snowbirding and all this kind of stuff. You're not limited, right?
Yeah. Go down to Courtside, live there for free, but I got to move my vehicle every, 2 weeks? Can't stay in the same lot.
That's where you start to get a little outside the boxy.
Yeah.
And it's a lot easier to boondock these days than it was when I first started moving in that direction. I'll tell you that much. This is where I am still a fan of technology. I'm not against technology whatsoever. I think it's fused wisely, and you don't forget how to function without. It's a tool, right?
Right.
So, solar and batteries has come a long way, and it's on the cheap these days compared to before. And it's not too hard and not that expensive if you're still in capitalism. To set up a longevity boondocking scenario in an RV. It really isn't.
Yeah, I'm looking at a $25,000 2006 Fleetwood Storm in really good condition. They kept this thing in a pole barn. It got 29,000 miles on it. Yep. I just trying to figure out where I can hook up all my musical equipment and stuff, because I make music. I got all my electronics, my guitars, and my computers and shit. Yeah, it's let's see,
29,000 miles. That's okay as long as it was.
It's a Class A motorhome.
Right.
It looks like it's diesel.
Oh, it's diesel. Okay. Be careful. Diesels tend to like being
Cost more.
driven more often.
Yeah.
So that low mileage might not be a good thing when it comes to diesel RV, but got to look at the total. Get full inspection. Spare no expense for that, right?
Oh, exactly.
Unless if you're fully mechanically inclined yourself and you know that stuff.
Yep. I don't work on engines or trans, but I can do everything else. I don't have the tools to work on that stuff.
Matt, can I ask you?
Sure.
Are you making the transition towards like retirement?
Yeah, I guess you can put it that way, but it's just around my neighborhood, it's not the neighborhood I grew up in. It's just things have changed. People are different. A lot of foreigners here. It's just, I don't see the friendly people that I used to, notice. People are just about themselves and me attitude. And you look at somebody, you talk to them, it's like, what are you talking to me for? It's like, hey, I'm a friendly guy. I like to talk to people. Why don't you like to talk? Oh, because you're weird. Oh, so you judge me right off the bat that I'm weird. You know what I'm saying? The kind of shit that goes around.
Okay, because I have other inquiries. So, your wife is comfortable there?
Oh yeah, she's very comfortable here at the house.
Okay, so she's not going to do this voluntarily. It sounds like because I heard you say when the shit hits the fan.
Well, we talked about it. So if we ever get a divorce and shit, she gets half the house and blah, blah, and all that stuff that goes with it. And it's like.
Well, I heard NG talk about maybe she'll come with you. The reason I'm saying that is, let's say the fan, and I guess the question would be, what type of shit hit in the fan? If the economy collapsed, I think an RV wouldn't be the right thing to have because you probably wouldn't find parts, let alone the fuel.
No, just find a place to park it.
Okay, good. No, I'm just putting it out there, right? Because I heard, when people say the economy, in this case, they use applying the shit's going to hit the fan. Right. What can you do? It's like having a major flood. Well, why would you get on a plane? Where would you land at?
Well, I definitely could survive out in the wilderness by myself, no problem.
You could.
But the wife, she had to have the microwave oven there, and
No, I get it. It's not necessarily just a woman. I could say the same thing about me.
Yeah.
I want my comforts.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we're talking a tsunami, it's not time to get a boat.
No.
Maybe those arm floaters.
I mean, I got 2 bug out bags just in case. We got a plan for if we have to leave the house and what to do. I mean,
but that's one piece of the equation. If you want to go further with that, there are other options as well with the RV or the mobile nomadic mobile ideology. Depending on what you want to do, there's quite a few different choices and options. You can learn to gasify yourself if you want to stick with that, do biodiesel or whatnot. You can also convert it into all electric and do the solar thing for that too if you want,
Mm-hmm.
So you can extend even further than just and then how far you want to go with that too to be self-reliant. You don't want to put all your eggs in one basket, and you probably want to have backups,
Yeah, well, this $9,000 a year property tax kind of sucks,
Yeah, that's what comes along with the delusional idea of ownership.
Yep.
That's what you get, right?
Wasn't like that when we bought the house. The tax here is probably what, $2,500? Now it's jumped up that much since I've been here.
Well, yeah, they had to bait you into it. If it was too much at first, you wouldn't be able to get it and be a tax slave, right?
And all the old folks around here are having 2 sheriff's cars pull up in front of their house. You know what that means? They're getting evicted out of their house because they can't pay their property tax. Even though the house is paid for, they can't afford the property tax, so they get kicked off the property.
Right.
And I'm seeing a lot of that around here. Our mayor of Chicago screwed things up so much. It's that bad. It really is.
Yeah, that's inevitable in a game of.
We're $1 billion in the hole.
Yeah, in a game of profit, right? That's inevitable.
Right.
One of the most profitable aspects of capitalism is regulation. Think of how much money this thing that people call law is worth. Just one. Now you know why there's so many on the books. So they'll tax you tooth and nail all day under the sun coming up with that because it's profitable to do so.
Right.
For your safety, right?
There's an example right there, NG.
Everything for your safety. They always throw that at you.
Yeah, it's a great excuse.
Is it your safety or my safety?
There's one right there, NG. Mac just said it. I'm pretty sure Mac knows about this, where people would turn around and say they don't like paying property tax, or they think he gave a prime example. Why is somebody that actually paid off the house going to be booted off that piece of land? Then they have to start questioning what is property tax then.
Yeah.
Once people realize that, the reason why they can kick you out is because you've been paying tribute the whole time to whoever the lords of that land is.
Right. It's a pimp fee.
Well, what sucks is that I own the house, right? Now, for instance, it's like, well, my house is on your land. I understand that. So I can do whatever I want in my house. So I go with the sledgehammer and break my foundation, strip this house and make it so unlivable that nobody's going to want to move into it. I'll go to jail for that.
Yes, you would, because you're damaging the land.
It's my house.
But it's your house. But hear the word. It's not your land. It's like having a condo.
But I'm not messing with their land. I'm just messing with my house that's on their land.
This is where it gets real funny, though.
Yeah.
The pimp doesn't own it either. Nobody does.
That's true. That's why we have lords. They understand. They're rulers.
Landlord.
That's right. They're just taxing you for your belief in ownership all day long.
Yep, exactly.
Or I should say you're taxing yourself, because that's what money is. It's a tax.
Quick shout out. Cheers. Paying for my coffee. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Wasn't much, but I figured I'd get the dono train rolling.
Dude, it's like I say, it's so my favorite coffee is €5.97. So
yeah, do you know how much that is Canadian?
Yeah, man. Yeah, I know.
Holy fuck, man! And on top of which, PayPal charges you fucking $3 fee to send you that.
Yeah,
bullshit.
They got us by the short and curlies, mate. They got us by the short and curlies.
They made just as much money as you did.
Yup. Yeah. Cheers, PayPal. We love you. Elon Musk, you're just a god. Peter Thiel was actually part of fucking PayPal as well, wasn't he?
Peter Schill?
Peter Thiel, yeah. Yeah, Peter Schill.
I'm thinking of a different guy, actually.
Yeah, but he's still he is actually a shill as well, though. He's a shill for the rail of is.
I think Peter Schiff, I was thinking.
Oh, yeah. Well, Peter Schiff is better than Adam Schiff.
Yeah, it's related to Adam.
Yeah, he's related to Adam. There's Adam Schiff, and of course, their great-great-grandfather, Jacob Schiff, was it? Who basically financed the Bolshevik Revolution.
Yeah, shifty people.
Well, helped it along with the logistics. Yes, very shifty. Shifty fuckers.
So yeah, it sounds like you're really understanding the problem with the ideology of the ownership game and leaving that, and you're ready to experience freedom.
Yeah.
There's nothing like that's all I can say.
Be giving.
Well, I looked at like a bunch of different avenues. I did that. I even looked into the eco villaging. You know, they're out in the middle of nowhere. They live off the grid. They're kind of like people that think kind of like the same. Got a goal and
yeah.
Here stuck in the house. Winter sucks.
I mean,
having fever.
It's obviously that there's a certain level, because I love the idea of having an RV as well. Just having that freedom to be able to go wherever and still have a certain amount of comfort. That shelter, and even if it's a bucket, you got a bucket and a private space to take a shit in, and you got a little. Oh, by the way, that's just reminded me. There's a new supermarket. It's not that new, actually, but I've only just recently noticed it and started using it just down the road. And they sell a perfect little fucking hob, like that would take a large frying pan. It's perfect. It's only €25. Cooking facilities. It's only not just cooking, heating as well. Like if it got cold, it doesn't get that cold here. But when I lived in Las Moretas, where it was way more windy, it got colder in the evenings. It got cold, and I had a four 4-hob gas oven, and I used to just chuck 2 of the hobs on a low heat, and it'd heat up the room in no time at all, and would cost fuck all to do it as well, because you'd get, however, I forget how many litres you got for €9. That little pot lasted me for fucking 3 or 4 months.
Wow.
So, just one of these little hobs. I've actually got exactly the same gas canisters. I've already got 3 or 4 of them. I think I've got 4 of them already. So they'll fit if I get this hob. And
What's
then
that, like a 3 liter, like a gallon size? Or the larger ones?
Oh no! For this thing, it's literally it's a camping stove hob, but it's just one big hob that's got rings on it that allow you to use smaller pots. I guess it's not necessarily a good thing. Actually, it means I wouldn't have to bother going out to the fucking kitchen. I could
Think
just
about your
make
carbon
my coffee.
footprint, Richie. How about your carbon footprint?
Oh,
I mean,
man,
I want to make a defense there, because all the carbon footprint that Rich is producing in that room, he also sucks it up and back into his lungs. I mean, so that's
right. Absolutely,
right?
and also deposit it regularly in the toilet.
Are you saying inadvertently, Voy, that Richie is the cause of climate change?
I might be.
No. I was saying the opposite. I was saying the opposite.
Okay. I was just like
No,
making sure.
I'm like a tree.
Yeah.
I'm breathing in carbon dioxide and breathing out oxygen.
So Richie's the solution.
I am the
He is part of the solution.
Aha! He's the savior that's going to come into the clouds with his army of angels.
See, now we're getting there.
On a flying horse.
No, we're getting there.
Please, can I have £100,000 now, please?
Yeah, don't dispute it, or you're the Antichrist.
He's going to be riding Pegasus.
The last thing I fucking want to be is anybody's fucking savior. My God, what a horrible thought! What a horrible thought having to be responsible to for saving everybody.
All of humanity.
Can you imagine?
I've got to be honest, right? If
I can imagine. We're trying to imagine, right? And
right, but if God were to come down on his fluffy white cloud, right, and say, "Listen, Rich,
it's you.
I got a deal for you, all right? You basically sacrifice yourself, all right? You die, but what will happen is everything will get fixed, and then you can come back and enjoy that."
Right.
I'd say, come on then.
Sounds like a fucking pretty good divine deal to me.
I'll take the deal as long as you pay me first with your life.
God can't die. God is always has been, always will be.
It's the Alpha and the Omega.
I've said this before. I really have seriously contemplated the possibility, right, of what if
if you were him.
Well, what if I was carrying the soul of, because I don't know if I'm carrying a soul that's been reincarnated, right? Last time it was incarnated, it wasn't Richie. I don't know who the soul is. I don't
It
know
was
what
Genghis
my
Khan.
soul is.
Yeah, I did some research. Yeah,
I don't know what
Genghis
my
Khan.
soul, but I don't know where my. I like to believe that my soul has been in many different incarnations before this one, and that's why I have certain talents. That's why I'm able to do certain things. They come easily and naturally, because and that's why I'm able to see. I think that's why I'm so pissed off with what I'm seeing when I look at the world now, because deep in my soul, I remember a time when it wasn't like this, and I'm not just talking about 30 years ago.
No, I think deep in your soul, you want to have the idea that there was a time.
I think maybe it's just my ego. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little bit confirmation bias there, and I'm not saying that's a bad thing because you're recognizing toxicity and stupidity and all these kinds of things. But that's all you need to do. You don't need to go further than that. Knowing what not to do is the important part.
So Nude Guru, you actually have this paradigm of in which there is no reoccurring soul, no reincarnation, or there's just incarnation. There's no reincarnation. Am I right?
Is that a question you're asking?
Yeah,
me?
yeah, that was a question. Like, is that your viewpoint?
No.
Oh, okay.
That's a question mark.
Right. That's a known unknown.
Yeah. I don't hold a view because I don't practice belief, so it's possible.
Do you like the thought of it? The idea is actually it's kind of a nice one, isn't it? It means that then there has to be some deeper meaning to what's happening.
Oops. Well, I don't know what a. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go
on. The deepest meaning I can see is breath, the existence itself. It's only the ego that will want to not recognize how divine that is and try and look for something as an alternative.
Well,
can you imagine the idea of not existing?
It doesn't have to be all of the ego or all egos. Like I think it can be an aspect of the ego to know and not want to recognize.
Yeah.
And that is, I think that's
because then it has to admit it's not the big cheese.
Right, and that's part of being humble, right?
Yeah.
Being humble before God and all of that.
Well, it just humility, which brings clarity. If you calm that and just observe and be aware, that's a gift.
Yeah. Even if the clarity is recognition of the obscurity of of the
getting there. I mean, people will pay thousands, especially executives and everything, to get back to that point, to follow a course, that sells that, like, get back to nature.
Enter capitalism.
Yeah, and they will never get there. But some people are there naturally, right? They're just zen.
But I mean, it's demonstrated, isn't it, in like comedy, in Arrested Development, where she goes out to India to go and see the guru, and the guru is just her daughter dressed up as a guru, right?
Yeah,
but the reality is, if you go out to India, there are like the streets are flooded with fake gurus. Literally, they're just painted up. They're wearing a costume. It's hilarious. And that's obviously
that's one of the aspects of why I chose the Nude Guru name. One of them is actually a satire mockery of that whole thing.
Right.
I'm not familiar with that series. Is that a series or a movie?
Oh, Arrested Development, mate. It's
no,
one
the
of
other
the.
one. Like, what's the one?
No, it was in Arrested Development.
Oh, okay. Oh, I've seen that scene where she visits her daughter. I've seen that one.
It's just like the Beatles and their guru. They all got off their kick, went down to India and listened to this guru. They were with them for a year or so, and then they found out this guru is hitting on all these women and shit. And he's supposed to remain celibate. What's going on? Yeah.
I don't know. Is a guru supposed to be celibate?
Well,
they don't
this
have
one was
a sex drive or something?
This one's supposed to be.
Gurus, they're not supposed to procreate, I guess.
I guess so.
Is that gurus or is that shamans? What's the difference between a guru and a shaman?
different countries.
Is that it? Is it just it's a guru and a shaman the same thing? Just it depends. Like if you go to India and it's a guru, go to Tibet and it's a shaman.
I will tell you the difference. A shaman lives in a society, and a guru is just a lost soul seeking for a tribe. Is that? I mean, that has some validity to it. So a shaman is.
Wouldn't it be the other way around?
You know, a shaman is necessarily placed in his village or in the tribe. It could be. It's a guru is like a prophet. It's always somebody from another place. It's never somebody from around your place where you live, right? That's the shaman. And so the guru always is a prophet. He's always from another place, preferably from another country, from another culture. Does that make that does make sense? Yeah.
It does, but it's going to be subjective.
Yeah.
Like all things. I'm stating the obvious, but that's definitely the variables there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the example could be when you compare like people that were Osho or Muji and all that. The same applies to when people see other people that do channels or running a business. I think I could do better than that other person. And then in terms would be, I'm going to have a network of people that I service. So it's very similar. Like when I think of YouTubers, they're doing the same thing. They're trying to get cult-like behaviors to follow them. Subscribe, click likes. It just is what it is. If a person wants to join those things, all the power to them. But they shouldn't be upset when somebody tells them, yeah, you're in a cult.
It's not necessarily that, right? It's also just a way of expressing oneself, and but once you start making videos and you start streaming, you start to do the whole interaction thing with the chat and the panelists, it might appear cultish, and of course, some of it will be, but it's not necessarily all that, Dominic.
No, you're right. No, you're right, Bo. I'm just giving some examples. People can build on it or expand on it or even destroy it. It's just some of them want, something between some woman's leg. They want you to pay attention. They want to give financial gains, maybe give me some sort of notoriety, which is fine. That is human behavior.
Yeah, and the issue more is where the confusion lies is using behaviors and verbs for labels, descriptive labels. I am a doctor. No, you're not. That's a mask. You are a breathing, living soul who has the ability to practice things. Right?
Yes, but I'm a doctor on YouTube. Sorry.
I was like that guy that tried telling me that he was I can't remember what his name was. Tried telling me that he was a lawyer, and so I pinned him down on it and said, "Okay, well, where did you study law? Right? Are you registered with the bar? Are you licensed?" And then he learned it in prison. Okay, and also he's been to court more times than your average barrister. So that therefore qualifies him because he's read a lot and he's experienced it. He's been in the court scenario where he's experienced it.
It sounds like archaics.
Right, and a lot of people would dismiss that experience because they're jaded in the label. Oh, he's a criminal. Can't listen to him. He was in jail. Right.
Well, actually, I dismiss it more to my basically how much actual intelligence the guy has, because clearly if he's been in court that many times he's not that intelligent, because it just means he's been caught. Right? Am I wrong?
So it depends. I'd have to see the rest of the scope to make a determination on that for sure, but possibly he's just
I was fairly confident
not an obedient-minded individual, right?
Yeah, I was fairly confident in that assessment just by the way that he conducted himself, and then, ended up. I think he rage quit. I can't remember, but it showed his level of, maybe he was intelligent but not emotionally.
So Richie, does he also been in the Queen's Court, or does he have a house in the House Court? Like, there's many courts. What court does he have?
Oh, this I think he's talking about mostly magistrates.
I get it. We play with words, but you can always tell a person that's caught up in their persona. They say the things like "I am," and then whatever's after that. I am a plumber. I am an electrician. I am a man. I'm a human. Okay, those are nice personas.
Anything fill in the blank after those two words, and you started walking in the path of dishonesty.
I am delicious. That's what that Irish guy says. He says at the end of every. He says, "Follow me. I'm delicious." I'm definitely going to take some pointers from that guy because there's something very magnetic about his personality. Right?
And sorry, go ahead.
No, go on.
I was blurbing my contemplation. It's off of what Dominic was saying there. In addition to that, it's also the fill in the blank is a complete display of insecurity. Because what one is doing is they're trying to fill in a gap. Either it's for fulfillment or, whatever it is. They're looking for a worth or a purpose or blah, 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 or a representation, a stance of authority. And the moment you have to go to these delusional extents to do such is the moment you're just projecting your insecurity of admitting the truth to yourself that you exist. That's all you need.
Right. It's seeing a blank and feeling the need to fill that blank where there is no blank, because all you need to say is, I am. What are you? I am. It's like,
I exist. What's wrong with that?
Yeah. The irony is a lot of folks they're unaware that they're insecure, and then they actually mask it with a false sense of security.
Yes.
They're not them challenge themselves. They'll challenge others. It's like somebody who's twisted as this may be, they've been molested and they don't know now. They've been put into a program that they're actually wanting to do it to others to try to understand it.
Right.
Or they want to be redone to themselves at a different stage of their body development years to try to grasp it. So at that point, if a person goes inward, goes, yeah, I've been full of shit. I've been dishonest with myself. What do you mean? I'm insecure, which is a human behavior, as much as I may say that. It's one of those things you can learn from it. Oh, okay. So, and then you can make an assumptions as long as other people are being honest with themselves. Are you insecure? Yeah, I am. I was just waiting for you to admit it.
Yeah, it's a study of self and observing, and also how to come out of that, which one who is honest with themselves will totally benefit from. You can observe this behavior, right? Recognize that's within yourself, and hey, I don't have to be like that. That's a choice. That's a pattern. I can just stand in truth.
Because if you're truly secure, why would you pick up a weapon and fight an animal? Why don't you fight it with your bare hands?
I think one of the most interesting things is observing people that are outwardly appear to be incredibly confident and outspoken and performative. They're often the ones with the deepest insecurities.
Yeah, and that's where the masks come into play, and layers, one mask after another, feedback loop.
And then they put on many personas. You could be a people pleaser. You could be a narcissist. You could be a sociopath. It's funny when I hear people talk about all these other paths, but what about the masses? Where's your contribution in all of that? It's always fun when they want to label somebody else as the scapegoat. Well, what about you?
Yeah, that's kind of what it came to earlier when Voy was here before he left. I'll bring back to case in point with that when I was pointing the mirror of responsibility back to the individual. It's something that a lot of people want to immediately react and deflect because they're so used to practicing scapegoat and they're uncomfortable with that aspect of things, because that means now that the choice, you have to admit to yourself that you did it to yourself. You have the choice whether or not to continue. And if you're objective, that's a really healthy, good thing to admit to yourself.
That's why people more times not are attracted to the shit show, because it's a false sense of security by saying, I'll do backbiting, I'll debate with other people. I said, have you ever done it with yourself? Well, not really. So then why are you doing it to others? Treat others the way you treat yourself. Now, if you're treating yourself like you're full of shit, that's fine. But the other person should at least know in advance. Yeah, I'm going to be lying to you while I'm talking to you. I've got my persona up in this public display. Dare not have a private conversation. It's okay. You feel safe now. What's your excuse now?
Be careful.
It's funny
with
you say that.
Treat on to others part. There's a lot of masochist-minded people out there.
That's true.
And it's funny you say that because I actually did that. Was it yesterday? I told everybody that I was going to cope hard because I lost against Dusty in the NPC awards, and I actually acted out the coping the whole time, like as if I had all kinds of excuses for not winning, and but they kind of believed the cope, and then they kind of came out and called me out for coping, and I was like, yeah, okay, but I kind of said that's what I was going to do right at the beginning of the show. That's like. It's not like I'm being dishonest about it.
I remember now what it was, or sort of what was going on. I don't remember exactly what was being said, but I do remember you saying why you should be but this is why I am and I should be voted for, right? Because I am the best. I just remember that.
The best degenerate, that is. I mean,
yeah.
No,
well, that was a lie.
To win, right?
Whose idea were those awards?
Well, Gabriel. NBC. Yeah, Gabriel did them last year. He did the award.
Right. That was the whole thing with. Oh God.
Yeah, what's her name? What's her face?
It's funny because the guy if he hadn't done that
stuff.
Mel.
Well, it comes from that area, but it's funny because if that guy hadn't done that award thing, and because I won like the YouTuber, the most innovative YouTuber of 2024, and if it wasn't for that, I might not even be here. Because when he did those awards, I was on like that downward spiral where I was completely discouraged, didn't know if I wanted to continue doing YouTube. And then boom, all of a sudden, somebody comes out and shows appreciation for what I do. And I'm like, wow, somebody actually recognizes the effort, finally. Instead of all of the bullshit and disparaging and dragging through the mud and discouragement, that one thing kind of like sparked up the fire up again and got me going. And I did, I'm still here.
It's a good thing you didn't win the competition, dude. It might have gone to your head.
But it shows that we all just, a little bit of encouragement goes a long way.
Yeah, that is the truth.
Yeah, I mean,
Gabriel is like that. I mean, he's a very humanistic. He's a very likable person. He's not just likable; he actually cares. So he did that just at the right moment when OTW needs.
Wasn't there a synchronicity that was there? So,
Patrick, was it rigged?
Well, yeah, that's why OTW won an award, of course. Right.
No, because there was no voting involved.
To feel better about themselves, so
everyone's got their price.
Yeah, they just based their parameters off of their own, perception, I guess, or because it was not just NBC. I believe there's like 2 more people involved in the production of the award ceremony, and I believe this year is going to be even more structured and fucking awesome. I can't wait for it's the 17th of January.
I'll sit here and take the piss out of it. But also,
want to be nominated next year, don't you?
No, I really, truly, honestly don't. I will be like, yeah, thanks. You can keep me out of that, thanks. But there's still, I do realise, I'm just being a bit of a see you next time because, like I just said, a little bit of encouragement goes a long way. And if nobody else is doing it, nobody else is fucking encouraging, YouTubers. There's nobody else holding award ceremonies or whatever. So what? Fucking why not?
Yeah.
Like we create our own competitions. We create our own.
It's not the
Whatever
most
it is,
original
we-
idea, but it really works. It does.
Right. Create our own theatre. Like if we're all locked in a community with no no other outside entertainment, no internet, nothing like that, what would end up happening? There would be open mic nights would end up being set up. Open mic nights where people got to come up and that's why open mic nights exist. Because
also
normal people do actually want to get recognised in some way, even if it's
It's
only
not
by
only
a
about
small
the
group of
recognition.
people.
It's not only about the recognition. It's most of it is about the entertainment and the surprise factor, right? I think that you're the best, and here's many more people that think that you're the best in this too, right? It's very much like giving a present to somebody. It's very much like making a poem for somebody and reading it out loud. It's those are all things that you will start to do, like you said, when you're in a community. That's what you do.
House of Bad Influence. I noticed that. Well, actually, mine's going all right. You can see that that's me talking, but other people, it's not really registering. It's very tiny little movements. Yeah, it doesn't. You can't tell who's talking. Can you just hold up your hand while you're talking, please? Whoever it is that's speaking, hold up your hand so House of Bad Influence can actually work
What's
out.
up, Chris?
What. Have you not worked out whose voice is what yet? Like we've got 3, 4. Well, we've got 3 guys from North, not America, Canada.
Oh,
From
wait a
Canadian
minute.
lands.
Wait a minute.
Well,
How
Chris
is
knows
it?
my voice.
Do I sound better now?
Oh, that's a little bit louder. It's not that. It's just I could hear you fine anyway. It's just that the way the thing goes around your avatar when you're speaking. It's just
Yeah.
registering
Yeah, it doesn't
very,
really show,
very.
does it?
No, not really. It's just.
I don't know, dude.
Maybe if I make them bigger. 1 2 1 2. There we go.
1 2 1 2. No, still doesn't work. I really need
Yeah,
to
it's
shout,
serious.
don't I? Before it starts to move.
Whereas Mac just mumbles and you can see it. The reason, it's because of the people that are talking that's not registering very, very much. But Mac, when he speaks, it registers. Go on, Mac.
Mac Daddy.
Yep.
Say
I know
something.
Chris.
There we go.
He knows my voice.
Mark Bassett, I haven't seen you in a while, man. How are you doing? You sound better in one of your vests. What? What does that even mean?
He's talking to me.
Are you wearing a vest?
I was wearing a dark blue velvet vest today. Yeah.
Oh, do you? Well, no, it's yeah. I would. Don't you normally? Actually, no. You wear a jacket when you see your mum.
Yeah, well, a jacket, a vest.
I love that. I'm not taking the piss in any way, shape, or form. I fucking love the fact that you meet up with your mum, like, and you dress you. It's an occasion, so you dress for it. You look good for your mum, and she looks
Usually,
good for
not
you.
always, but usually I will.
Right, and it's a.
Today I
It's an
totally look
occasion.
like a chauffeur, like dark blue velvet, and a dark blue pantalon and a shawl. Yeah. I mean, I like to dress up.
Hang on, that sounds like female clothes. A pantaloons and a shawl. That sounds like you're wearing that, my friend.
I try.
Pantaloons. That's from the fucking 1600s. Pantaloons. Who wears pantaloons? What are pantaloons? Are they the ones that are baggy at the top but skin tight down the shin? Isn't that what a pantaloon is?
Pantalon, dude. Pantalon. Just pants, just...
Oh, right. You're talking about the fucking...
It's actually a French word. Pantalon is a French word.
pantalon. Okay, all right. Maybe that's where we got the word pantaloon in English, which I'm pretty sure it's they're ridiculously baggy around the thighs, and then skin tight down the shin and like 3/4 length. So you
Those
wear
are petticoats.
socks. Wear them with socks. High socks. Knee length socks type thing. Ugh.
What's the occasion that one would wear pantaloons?
Maybe in some Shakespearean play?
Yeah, because you just described pretty much a clown look, clownesque look.
I think the best place would be at a funeral.
To lift the spirit of it, right?
To make people laugh.
Well, if you wore pantaloons with, say, welly boots.
That's the best time to be nude.
It would be actually functional. Yeah.
Or just nude below the waist. Fully dressed up on the upper half and just nude below the waist, like you forgot to put anything on.
Yeah, like news anchors.
Oops.
I did think that was just a complete, ridiculous, maybe fantasy of some people, but it is true, isn't it? There's been people that really have been caught. We're not wearing any fucking trousers. On national TV kind of thing, right? Fat people in yoga pants. Don't be sizist.
There should be a law against that.
There should be a law against many things, and there's many laws that shouldn't be. It's all upside down and fucking ridiculous.
There should be laws against, particular personalities.
Yeah. Well, I think there are. There are actually.
Like, here's a good example. There should be a law for King Stephen.
Well, yeah, but then you're infringing on.
King Stephen.
Hang on,
Right,
you're infringing on freedom of speech. All right, we all want freedom of speech. That means that Queen Stephanie is absolutely free to exist and spout whatever the fuck he wants. Whether that bothers us or not, that's got to be up to us, hasn't it?
Oh, yeah, you're free to be bothered if you want.
It's a good
I'm not
thing
bothered
it's
by it.
institutionalized.
I'm actually like I'm massively amused by it, in a kind of nasty, vindictive way, because there's the nice side of me that is a little bit concerned by it, because it's an obsession. Like, I'm living rent free in the guy's mind, obviously somewhere slotted there in the background, because he's either looking for, like, he's blocked from my channels, so that means he's making an effort, or he's subbed to me with one of his sock channels, which means I'm fucking there, sat in the back of his mind, pissing him off for whatever reasons. I think it's just jealousy.
He's got to get even. He's got to get even.
But that means he thinks he lost at something. Like,
There is no higher slavery than ego slavery.
Yep.
Oh, please help me raise the funds for me to go and visit him. I swear to God, I will not disappoint.
You're so cruel, Dominique.
I will not fucking disappoint.
Hey.
I promise you.
I don't live that far away from the guy, so you can drop here. I have an extra room, and we could go visit him together.
I don't want to know because that would just be.
Right?
Listen, dude, that would be incredibly intimidating for him. I don't think. And it would just be an opportunity for him to, say, ganging up. Weren't begging man enough to come by yourself. No, I'll fucking go by myself.
Yeah, I'm just the driver.
I'm the nurse. You can beat him up. I can patch him up.
Well, you could do that. We could do that. Like, you could, give me a lift down there, and then I'll go out and meet him, see what happens.
We could give him a really fun trunk ride.
If what I'm pretty certain would happen happens, the way I'm pretty certain it would go would be it would be ridiculous. It would be a ridiculous moment. We'll stand there in front of each other, and I'll say, "And son," and he'll fucking laugh it off, and we'll end up going and getting a coffee, right? And talking, and he actually might be. On the inside, he might be a really nice guy. The thing is, that's the trouble. I thought
That's
that I
what
saw
you
a
want.
nice guy there.
You want to think.
Yeah, I know, but I'm not. I don't want to. I'd like to see the best in people, dude.
That's
I like
delusional.
to try to see the best in people.
Yeah, see, that's your
That's delusional.
right. Exactly. That's what I wanted to
Listen.
point out. Yeah.
I'm an angel placed here by God Himself. All right,
I rest
I'm
my
here to
case.
save. I'm here to save him.
I look for the positive in people, not the negative.
But seriously though, just the excuse to go to Canada would be, I'd love to go to Canada anyway. It'd be awesome to go and catch up with OTW and have a good old proper jam. Write some songs like in person, where we could actually bounce off each other in real time.
Tell me about it. I haven't played with somebody about 6 months right now. It's been a while.
Yeah, I've
What
only
kind of
been
playing?
with myself for the last 5.5 years. Oh, sorry, we're talking about music. Yeah, yeah, I haven't played in a band for a while either.
Actually, sounds like a good chemistry that could be. When I think of it, like the two of you together, I think that sounds like good chemistry. Yeah. That would work. Certainly would work in the studio. Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah.
I know it would. If like, I was saying, if I could have the opportunity to go into a studio, if I could have the opportunity to go into a studio with somebody, and in a collaborative form, we'd either walk out with absolute gold, or one or both of us would be ending up in prison. And that might be for any kind of reason as well. Might even be for, the reason you think. Just, yeah.
Yeah, I just put backstage one of my. This was my last collaboration with a fellow musician.
Rod Stewart from behind.
That's in my backyard.
What did you use for the strings?
Cat gut.
Oh, it was a.
just
It was
need
an
to turn it
audio.
down just a little bit.
Oh, yeah, hold on a second. Well,
Turn it down
here, let me
just
pause
a little bit. It's
I
still a little
used,
it's blasting in my ears.
I used some audio footage. Well, not like some tracks that were already in the editing program. I used Filmora, so it was like you can go to the audio section and download some like this type of music. You can download anything from Filmora. Stock footage, stock audio, stock everything.
Somebody save me from myself. Spent so long
Right. This is a cover though, dude.
Yeah, but it's rewritten.
It's the only thing that seems to help. Yeah, all of this drinking and smoking is hopeless, but feels like it's all that I need. Something inside of me's broken. I hold on to anything that sets me free. I'm a lost cause. Baby, don't waste your time on me. I'm so
Belly roll this song.
beyond repair. Life has shattered my hopes and my dreams. What if the night sky was missing the moon? There were no shooting stars. He was wishing on you. And all of my sorrows, I just washed them down. It's the only peace I've ever found.
I remember now. It's just the two of you, isn't it? And all of it. But it's-
We're cloned. Yeah.
Cloned. Yeah, yeah.
It's hopeless, but feels like it's all that I need. Something inside of me's broken. I hold on to anything that sets me free. I'm a lost cause. Baby, don't waste your time on me. I'm so damaged beyond repair. Life has shattered my hopes and my dreams. And my dreams. I'm a lost cause. Baby, don't waste your time on me. I'm so damaged beyond repair. Life has shattered my hopes and my dreams.
Oh, shit, sorry.
Baby, don't waste your time on me. I'm so damaged beyond repair. Life has shattered my hopes and my dreams.
I give the revelation of the method right at the end. You'll see how I do it.
Face post.
Yeah, that's cool, man.
Yeah, so me and my friend rewrote the music for it because the version, like the original version, I thought was missing all of that big band sound, right? And so I just like we just recorded all the instruments, the bass, the drums, the piano, and friggin' went all out and then recorded the clip like I think was 6 times. So we could get those different camera angles that you could fuse into one image. So it would look like that we were all there at the same time, but it was all, superimposed imagery.
There's so much work goes into actually making a music video, man, and lip syncing everything, and having to do it several times in order to get the different shots, especially if you've only got one camera to work with. I made a couple of videos on my first channel. Made a couple of music videos out of songs that I'd written and songs that I covered. Where I was doing backing vocals, and so I was had a shot of me singing the backing vocals and a shot of me singing the main lead vocals and that. And it's just a lot of fucking work, man.
Oh yeah. Well, all of the recording we could we only had like a couple of hours because of the sunlight, because the angle that we were at, the sunlight was at a particular spot in the sky, but if it moved too far off, the cedars would have hidden it, and then we would have had a different lighting. So all those 3 different segments, they wouldn't have fit together because of the different lightings.
Yeah.
So we had 2 hours to record those scenes.
Like 2 o'clock in the afternoon, fucking.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Till about, well, it was more like noon till 2 in the afternoon. So we redid, like, we actually played the song out there, like, you know, but we had the stereo system playing the recording, and we were playing along with the recording. So that's why it was so easy to synchronize the lips and the guitar playing, because we were actually playing the real part, but we didn't record outside. We only did the visuals outside, right?
Yeah, and then just lay the recorded, the mastered copy over the.
Yeah, so we did one of the recordings was I was playing by myself, and he would walk around with the camera to get all those awesome transitions where, you know, they close up onto the face and stuff like that. And then we do another recording session where it would be just me and him, him on the drums, me on the guitar, which you saw in the middle. Then we did another recording where I was on the lead guitar and he was on the keyboard in the other, on the far right. And then we had him do one by himself where he was just playing bass on the left, right?
Shout out to Morgan. Thank you, brother. Cheers, dude.
Oh, damn it. I'm late. I got to go, guys. Hey, thanks for playing my video, Richie. Have a good one.
Man. You too. Have a great day, buddy.
All right. Good day, gentlemen.
Take care.
Anon. See you anon. It's funny, isn't it? There was a phrase used by, you know, certain people in the UK, a certain class of person would say, see you anon. But anon means fucking anonymous. And I can't remember why we said see you anon. Maybe it's French. Is it French?
Did you see, Richie, how the rest of us were behaved? Like, that can almost be an example. As you and Patrick were talking, the rest of us fell into the background.
Yep.
Weird.
I want to talk. My turn to talk. No, I gotta say something. No.
It's it's difficult with that one. Like, Patrick likes to obviously, you know, share his stuff and showcase it, and he shares it on mine a lot. I don't always let the whole song play. I don't always let the whole video go, because it's cutting into the conversation. Kind of.
If I were to do that, I'd be on the streets with my guitar, you know, where people are on their fentanyl and they're at their lowest and stuff, for a backdrop, because I think a video expresses the music more. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Be on top of your RV.
Yeah,
Exactly. Be on top of your RV.
and gargling peanut butter. Yeah. But yep.
For fuck's sake. Now I've got a tickly cough. They're the worst, man. Tickly coughs are the worst.
Yep.
Well, or are they? Dry coughs. Dry coughs are fucking horrible
It's
as well.
phlegm that tickles the back of your throat when it's dripping down. Yeah.
It's not even the back of your throat. It's the top of your lung.
Okay, get a little phlegm tickle.
It's like, because I know there's gacky crap in my lungs because I'm coughing it up in the morning.
Right.
And I can feel it moving, when I cough. No, I appreciate it, dude. Thank you, man. It doesn't happen very often, so it's always welcome. It's amazing, man. It is actually amazing that I get through each week. I still get through each week. I scrape through each week. Right, by the end of the week, the bills for the week are taken care of, and then just start the rat race again on Monday. But I still, still getting through each week. So it's phenomenal.
You still have
I recommend. Absolutely. Who did we just lose? And why can't I immediately recognise who it is that we just lost? Was it Void?
Yes, it was Void.
I challenge anybody to put a price tag on just one of those.
One of what?
Breath.
Oh.
And
imagine
when
that.
you're getting close to your last ones, the understanding of that will get crystal clear.
And
when all the things that we made matter that don't come to realization how much they don't.
You imagine if Justin Trudeau, or no, it's not Justin Trudeau anymore, is it? It's that other Nazi dickhead. But if he suddenly turned around tomorrow and said that they were imposing a tax, an act on breath because we are breathing out carbon dioxide when we breathe, so you're going to be charged by breath now. So every breath you take is like 5 cents or something.
I'd laugh because people would pay it.
Oh no!
I'd bet they're 2 milliliter. You breathe into it, you can breathe your same air over and over.
As ludicrous as that sounds, I see the same ludicrousness in everything with the pay-to-live model. It's all just as ludicrous. Paying to eat? What?
Yeah.
Paying to shelter yourself from the elements? Are you out of your mind? You're doing that? Really? It's
like
insane.
we all understand that farm workers, the workers that and the farmers that grow the food and then work to farm it, and everything in between, getting it to the table, right? Obviously, that takes people's time and labour, and there should be some sort of compensation for that, right?
Should there?
But otherwise, well, I mean, it depends how the compensation comes, couldn't it? Because it might just be they do that, but they get something else, What
about just sharing resources together? Is that not compensation enough? What about the fact that you're overly compensated to begin with because breath is a gift, not a certainty?
Right, but the human condition says that the guys working in the field, right, farming and gathering the harvest and all of that, right? They have to they put in the work, and everybody gets to eat for free. But they don't. They're the only ones doing the work, right? So there will
naturally.
I think naturally always be.
Nature does 98% of it.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, all that has to be done is planting and then harvesting. Well, and feeding
and sharing.
Like, tending to, like, you're a farmer. I guess there's only so much that can be done, right? Like
yes.
you plant
there's only so much that really needs to be done.
Right.
And if you understand food wise, we're just talking about that specifically, but it goes into other things as well. There's so much food that grows wild naturally. It's insane. But it's one of those things that when you're atrophied and you're cut off from the awareness of nature, you don't know that. And so now you're fucked. So now you think that, oh, the only way I can get access to this is I got to run the hamster wheel, and basically my superiors are these farmers when you're the one being farmed.
That's the thing, NG. Nature's wild and untamed. What we do is demystify it so we can duplicate the process. So, even the human part, we're wild and untamed. So then we put policies over top of us, not laws. That's a different game. So, but again, go ahead.
The ideology behind that, right, to mitigate, is where the sideways part happens. Nothing wrong with doing this when it's in harmony with how nature functions. But when you want to try and play the horde game because you're insecure, and the ownership game because you're insecure, you're done. The game is over. Mm-hmm. You just spun yourself backwards into a feedback loop of disease and darkness.
It's like when
now you're out of an alignment with the balance.
It's like when we talk about air, breath of life, fire needs it. So we've introduced frequencies. So introducing radio frequency, electricity frequency, and Wi-Fi, it's going to distort the airwaves that we use. Mm-hmm. So, and of course, then they play this game of carbon tax. Okay, so you're a smoker. We'll charge you more tax. Okay, but that's not going to solve it. Even though it's going to, the rich folks, generational wealth will pocket it. And a lot of them don't even live in the same communities that it's mostly being polluted.
The fact that most people aren't even capable of deeping the concept enough to realize that that is a forever tax. That's not net zero is an impossibility. It's an unbelievably ridiculous goal to set because we're actually it's some of the lowest levels of carbon in the air. Apparently, according to history, there were times when there were much higher levels of carbon in the air. But
why not challenge which carbon that's being focused on? Nothing wrong with carbon dioxide.
No, but they're saying there is. I mean, that's what cracks. Carbon dioxide is a greenhouse gas. Oh my God, greenhouse gases. Oh, well, think deep that. What's a greenhouse gas? It's a gas they put in a greenhouse to make the fucking plants grow.
Right, but let's ignore the carbon monoxide part.
But as you're educating it, again, it's the few that are manipulating, the few like us that are probably helping maybe share awareness. But it's the masses that's the issues. Their ignorance is actually what's driving the energy.
Right.
And that's not going to change. If anything else, not changed by us. It'll be manipulated. That's why when they, in a small generation, they'll have the 2019 to 2021 experiment, having a whole bunch of people having cell phones, pagers, driving cars. That's the frog in the water mentality. It's when you become aware that you're in it and you can sit in it long enough to not get upset about it. Then you're actually doing some sort of work. But for a lot of folks, when they become aware of this, they get really pissed. I'm like, that's nice, but you're misdirecting your energy. Why? Because it's the masses.
Now you're amplifying it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're just not just get pissed, but also play the blame and scapegoat game again.
That's why the media fuels it. That's why the media.
I'm all sick because I ate chocolate.
What type of chocolate?
Excellent. No ideology or sense of responsibility for the fact that you bought it, you opened it, you ingested it every single time.
Did it say X-Lex on it?
You're kinky that way, Max.
But it's like that. So one of the videos I made the other day, I showed a clip of an English woman, and she's complaining about the fact that her fruit was moldy and disgusting. And she opened the video saying, "I'm a bit of a chunky monkey, right? And I need to start my ears, and so I'm buying fruit. But oh God, what's that? Oh God, I can't eat that. So Asda or Aldi, whatever the shop was, Aldi, I think it was, Aldi, you've given me no choice. Now all I can eat is chocolate biscuits.
Well,
I wanted to eat fruit, but
yeah. Let me put it this way: if you're buying fruit incorporated. So you're just buy chocolate then. You might as well. It's the same thing.
I mean, if you're buying fruit from a farmer's market, or you're going down to a local farm, and you're
Lesser of two evil, maybe.
Giving a contribution for you take a crate of apples and a crate of bananas and a crate of, what farm fucking grows apples, bananas and and oranges all on the same farm. That's the trouble, isn't it? Like, we've all got used to having access to food that we would never have had access to before. Like back
Buying
in the 80s.
food is the problem.
Right. Because food is a commodity. They made food a commodity on the stock market. I think that's one of the most criminal things that happened to society, was allowing food.
Then you should blame society for choosing that.
Right. Well, no,
makes
society didn't choose that.
Sure they did.
Stockbrokers and bankers chose that.
No.
Didn't they?
Every time you go to a grocery store, did somebody hold a gun over your head to do that?
No, but thanks to lack of awareness, people
go.
just thought it was a great thing that, oh, look,
Right.
there's bananas. We can buy bananas here now.
Now, who is
They're
responsible?
kiwis.
Who is responsible for due diligence and becoming aware in your life?
The individual, but if the individual has never been, that's never been impressed on the individual, right? It's never really been impressed on the individual, is it? We are not
That doesn't
encouraged.
change. That doesn't change. It would be nice if you were encouraged and somebody told you, but that doesn't change. You still ultimately bear the responsibility and the consequence.
Yeah, the thing is, Richie, once you start pushing back, go ahead, Fred.
One last thing, not to mention, if you're honest with yourself, you'll see the results at a very early age, if not with yourself, with other people, what happens when you don't bear that responsibility and you stop doing that. The sooner you stop doing that, the sooner you begin to walk the path of healthiness and you stop making excuses for yourself and you see a whole different reality.
Yeah,
that's the simple part. Go ahead.
Yeah, it goes back to being ignorant. One thing is being ignorant. Once somebody starts hearing about this and then they start excusing their behavior, justifying their behavior, now they're consciously ignorant. You know,
Right.
it's not about
Well,
saying, listen, I have no choice. No, you have many choices. Some people just limit their choices, and it could be based on their preference. So at that point, unless you're going to be honest with yourself and say, yeah, I like eating my food at the grocery store, even though I know it's unhealthy for me. At least they're not a hypocrite. It's the guy that justify it. Well, you know, it's a corporation. It's
Right.
big pharma. It's, you know how it is. It's those aliens. You know how those reptilians are, right? They really like to really mistreat us humans, right? Really? Are those the same aliens that give you guitars and synthesizers and cars and all that? Well, yeah. So where's your accountability then? Most people
Right.
react, and at that point,
Damn lizards.
Gotta get those damn lizards. You know how they are. They go to the grocery store. They're driving the 18-wheelers and bringing the food, loading it up.
They're the ones who taught us how to gargle peanut butter.
Yeah. I thought it was cockroaches and peanut butters. Yum, yum.
Black Santa will save us, gents. Black Santa will save us. Happy Kwanzaa, everybody.
So very important to understand, you know, giving willful ignorance a free pass is actually a projection of your own willful ignorance.
Isn't right? I was going to say, isn't giving willful ignorance a free pass just willful ignorance?
Yes,
You're willfully
that's exactly what that is.
ignoring the fact that people are willfully ignorant.
Right.
Not if
You
you're
see,
aware.
and it's so important for a critical thinking mind to understand that, so that you take response, stop the cycle, stop it, right?
Richie, you're hearing a person in me. I know I'm a hypocrite, but I don't mind talking about this stuff because I'm okay with myself. Where other people say, well, no, I can't talk about it. Why? Because I don't eat healthy. I said, at least you're being honest. Like I treat my body like it's a recreational vehicle.
Right. I can be. I have been known to be and can be. It's possible that I can end up being a hypocrite about something I've said or whatever. But I do fully recognise that, and always just say, look, it's fucking work in progress. You know, I'm working on it.
Take it till you make it, if that's possible.
Well, I don't bother trying to fake it, do I? I don't think I ever sit here trying to pretend to be something I'm not. I'm not pretending to be a washed-up failed musician. I actually, I am. Look at me. But no, that's just a joke.
But some people believe just because they don't practice health that they can't talk about it. There's people that practice it that don't talk about it. So this is why people get disturbed when they start hearing things that, yeah, that resonates with me. What do you mean? That person understands health, but he doesn't practice it. Okay, yeah, but he's not openly saying that. He does both. It goes back to people that say they want to live off the grid. I said, okay, what are we talking about? Absence of a certain resource? Because living off the grid, you wouldn't be happy. Yeah, exactly. What grid are we talking about at that point? Yeah, at that point, NG, we're looking for clarity at that point. Why? Just to know where that person stands.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm not here to judge them by saying it's right or wrong. Those are usually the people that want to play that game. They're ever so lightly waiting with their sword, their words to say, listen, you're wrong. I said, I don't give a shit about that. I'm just having a conversation with you.
Reason why I focus on this, and it's kind of my main one now, it's the mirror aspect of things, is because I see so few and far between. So I'm trying to, if anything, other than just bring positivity and recognition, a bit of awareness, reminder, if anything, which is always for myself too, that there are other options. Who else is going to be the balance beacon of responsibility if it's not ourselves? The government? The same people that people are crying about?
Anthony Fauci.
Right?
Turn to Felix the cat.
Felix the cat was awesome, man. I can't actually remember seeing a Felix the cat cartoon, but I definitely know Felix the cat. It's weird, that.
There is an antithesis to loop without fear. There really is.
There is this thing in NG, and you're just sharing it. Whether people want to consume it, that's for them to figure out.
It's totally up to them. And that's a beautiful thing. I'm totally at peace with being in the place that I'm at. And that gives me an energy to extend the reach for whoever wants to benefit from that as well. Totally up to them, though. I have no skin in the game to be disheartened or heartened either way. You reap what you sow in life. Good on you.
Whose spring was that?
Oh, that was my phone. My
love it.
Another
my phone keeps getting a little hard on.
Another important point, though, when it comes to accountability and responsibility. It makes no logical sense, nor brings any merit to the table to waste time with time wasters. So ourselves is the first one. We always got to ask if who's wasting time, and be impeccable with that responsibility, because once again, breath is not a unlimited commodity.
The word I would probably use, NG, would probably be misdirect energy. I know a lot of times we focus on energy. Does it really serve you? And if it does, how does it serve you? Entertains me, amuses me. Is it productive? Like working in a factory, as much as people might turn around and say, but I'm earning all kinds of money. I said, yeah, but that might give you the means for your needs. It might. But for most of it is for us to consume, to buy things.
Right.
A coin, a car, a truck. Now, we can indirectly say, I need the car, but the invention of the car actually killed the community, by the way.
And not to try and put weight on or burden on the sense of urgency there, but there is a true sense of urgency, because breath truly is not an unlimited commodity. So if that's a divine gift, then any arrogance is the ultimate spit in the face to that, right? And wasting one of them for anything irresponsible is the ultimate act of destruction to oneself that one can do.
Well,
so that would be the thing not to do, right?
Well, if you present it in a way so a person can at least, ease in on it, because a lot of times people will feel judgy even though they're projecting.
Yeah.
Where, how long can you fast? Now, a person might turn and say, well, Dom, I don't fast. Well, let's not get into that game. How long could you fast if you wanted to? And they say, okay, so that tells you the value of the body needs food. How long could you go without liquids? And then eventually they'll probably say, well, maybe 2 or 3 days. How long can you go without air? Okay, so now you understand what's vital to your existence here.
The only thing that's really vital, it's the only thing that is actually vital. You can't go without air for, like you'll pass out after a minute and a half, 2 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And then, if there's no oxygen enters your lungs, you will die.
But it gives you a good indication the type of person that you're having a conversation with. If they get really defensive or they attack or they're just, going sideways, then you realize no sense of presenting other topics then. No sense of talking about stewarding the vessel.
They did you a favor.
Yeah. And at least you know where you stand. Hopefully, eventually down the road, they can play in their own little world and say, I didn't realize that actually I did that. For some people, they're going to do that reflection years later. Some people do right on the spot. Oh, Dom, I never thought of that. I said, there you go. You've given yourself a gift. Don't think that I gave that to you.
Let me also call to attention that I see a lot of pot and kettle and a lot of people projecting ideology as solutions, and they haven't solved a thing for themselves yet. So what are you doing focusing on other people? Right? That's very important. You have more power than you realize if you solve your own dilemmas, your challenges, figure that out and sort it out. And if you walk a road of true solutions, what you actually disempowered is more powerful than you might recognize. Because now you're disempowering that conglomerate of toxicity that you are part of, right? You're more powerful as an individual when it comes to that than you probably realize in a lot of ways. Without that participation, yes, from whether it's one person or 200 or 200 million, whatever, without that participation, it's nothing. There's zero energy unless you as an individuals, whatever, charge it by focusing on it, participating on it, playing it, amplifying it, everything, right? That comes sort of full circle back to what we're talking about at the beginning, why focus. Taking responsibility for that focus is so fundamentally crucial and important when it comes to solutions.
If I'm honest with myself, Morgan, I definitely don't love people. I love individuals. I love individuality. I love communities, and communities obviously involve people, but there's different types of people, aren't there? And that's another word that actually might have been weaponized and used slyly in a fucking legalese way that people really doesn't mean what we think it does. And being a person and all of that, persona. But I love humanity. I love the human race. The fact that we're here, we're fucking amazing, right? I mean, individually we're fucking amazing, and as an entire group, as an entire species, we are pretty amazing. We've done some absolutely amazing things. But people, these people.
I guess
I hear a duality coming into play.
That's it. That is another representation of duality, isn't it?
I guess to praise a moving target, because somebody shared it, I just decided to voice something on that. It's usually when a person asks you back, what do you think of people? And then you can give them your interpretation. For me, I'm just going to interject openly. I'm disappointed with humanity. At that point, what am I really saying about myself?
People are really fucking stupid. Did you ever notice that? How many really stupid people you run into during the day?
I was struggling with that for a little while there, Dami, and I'm back in a good place again as of a couple days ago.
You made it
for me.
You transmuted yourself. You shift. I can hear it in your voice. So where, even that when you're showing George Carlin, he was actually making fun of the people in the audience.
Yep.
As much as people might think, oh, we're making fun of the elites. No, we're making fun of you. That's the only person that can make the change, not them. Whoever they are, we could speculate about them.
And George Carlin might not be part of the upper echelons, but George Carlin is part of a group that we're not part of. we're not in the same group as George Carlin.
Well, actually, you are just at a very low level on the totem.
He ain't with us anymore.
And those groups that they talk about, are they wanting you to join them as a community or as a cult? Most of those clubs are cult. They don't even know that they're in an inner circle. Inner circle, just for most of those cults, is you're the sacrifice. Now they might turn around and say, "Well, I'm rich." I said, "Yeah, well, you don't think the Musk family and the Gates family, they're in cults."
Right. Really, if you're a part of the inner circle, right? Are you actually directly bloodline related? No. Yeah, you're not part of the inner circle then.
You're using their money.
Well, the money that they conjure up or whatever, and again, that's more flesh and blood.
Yeah, and their monetary system.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you got to coin operate it. You got to make it coin operated. They're not. Most of us say, "Wait a second, why am I not working with the land?" Regardless if they can say, "Well, they have rulers." No, isn't it our own people that are actually monitoring it? Police officers, military, politicians. Now, there could be shapeshifters in them if we're going to play that game. But outside of that, last time I remember, isn't all the dogmas involved with human factors?
But see, then they can't get away with it by putting on costumes and calling themselves officers.
True.
Masks. Take off the masks. Just see reality for what it is. Stop playing the game.
It's funny when you hear people that vote for governments and then they get perturbed by saying, "Well, I heard that those people believe in Satanists and I don't believe in that stuff." I said, "But you vote for them. Wouldn't it make sense that at least you're going to at least try to understand what is Satanism? Satanism is all about the me.
Money is the root of all evil," as they go buy another quart of milk.
Well, it's the love of money,
$10.
technically, but this is what my biggest contention with Rocky, right? This insistence that Satan is actually an individual entity. I know enough to know that Satan didn't have a capital at the beginning of it. It wasn't the name of an individual entity until 300 or 400 AD, when a Benedictine monk decided to capitalize the S in Satan or Shaitan, which just means adversary, right? And actually, don't we all at some point play an adversary?
Yes.
Against something else, right? I don't agree with that. That's completely against my morals and whatever. I am adverse to that. I am an adversary to that. So you are the adversary then. You are Shaitan. You are a Shaitan to this. And it's
a lot of times yourself.
Right. Most of the time, I mean, that's the other thing. Sun Tzu, know your enemy. Well, how many people skip past or don't realize the fact that your biggest enemy is yourself,
right?
Is your own fucking ego, right? Your hubris.
And you're also your biggest best friend too.
Yeah.
But which one do you want to embrace? That's up to you.
If not merge them, So go ahead, Richard.
I'm just saying. So we are both. Every single one of us has the potential to be either Shaitan or the Messiah, right? Our own Messiah, our own Savior.
Yeah.
We can either condemn ourselves or we can fucking save.
where it comes down to, it's like Bruce Lee using the statement, be like water. Water actually affects emotions. So now, like martial arts, just move out of the way. If a person values Christianity, and they might even push it a little bit more, they might be channeling something. So listen, I'm the adversary right now. What do you value? I don't value God. I said, that's no problem. Well, carry on. Again, the adversary is only there to challenge you. It doesn't play by rules, and it's not caught up in attachments like right or wrong. Now, it's usually the guy that says, well, Dom, I'm playing the devil's advocate. I said, first of all, you're not worthy enough to be the advocate. Let's play the ideal that you're going to play the advocate to what? Now, if that person has done the advocate to themselves, the question is, why are you doing it with me? Have you called to challenge me? Again, if people believe in Christianity, all the power to them. Now, it's usually when somebody becomes a little bit more, fundamentalist about it, that will challenge you by saying, I'm just going to move out of the way. It's of no interest to me because I'm not here to live their existence. And that will tell it. And then it becomes a gift now. You're going to transmute that and say, oh, that person gave me a gift unaware.
Yeah, that devil's advocate one. I'm learning to call it out because I wasn't looking for it enough and ask why. Why do you want to do that? Why do you want to play devil's advocate? Yeah, what's your intention with that?
Right. Can I answer that? Because
sure.
that is a role that I do fulfill sometimes when I see that it needs to be. The idea of the the devil. Let's say the devil is Satan. Well, let's forget that Satan's an individual man. Take the original meaning for it. It just means adversary. So the person opposing or playing adversary to isn't necessarily wrong, right? And if there's nobody else in the room that's gonna that can't see both perspectives and be able to just for the sake of the argument, play the other side.
Mm-hmm.
Just for the sake of the argument, for the growth of awareness, basically, because if you can't just have people dogpiling.
Yeah.
You know?
Yes, that's a sharing views, which I think would be the wrong context to use. That people typically use devil's advocate in. What they're really doing is they're challenging the narrative truth. It's like this. I make a statement of objective truth. If you stop breathing, you're going to die rather quickly. And somebody goes, let me challenge that by playing devil's advocate.
Well, they're not.
I'm out of there.
Yeah, at that point.
That's ridiculous, isn't it?
That's what people do, right? That's what they do.
What
I'm
happens
using
is,
that as an exaggerated example, but
most people are peddling their own opinion. So I'll give you an example. I will challenge words. At that point, I'm being clever. I know that about myself. Because wisdom comes in, I'm quiet. I'm observing inwards, thinking, Dom, you have nothing to say. So why are you communicating? Because I like to socialize with other people, but I'll challenge words. But unfortunately, most people think they own the words. So then I'm thinking, I really hope I can talk to their subconscious. Why? Because they have to divide that for them. So at that point, when I ask questions, what do you mean when you say hello? What do you mean when you say devil's advocate? I know I'm being clever because I already know my response. But at that point, that's what I'm saying. Once you understand it, you'll see it in everybody. Now, they're going to try and say, yeah, but Dominic, there you go. You're talking already. You're talking about afterthoughts. And again, I don't give a shit how old you are, how many degrees you think you have, your entertainment. For me, for you, yeah, whatever for you. But I know I'm being clever. That's why when people become smart, then they become clever. They actually choose to be wise. And when you're wise, it's like I have nothing to defend. Go ahead, sorry, Rich.
Yeah, just picking up on the degrees and PhDs and doctorates and whatever. The more letters you got after your name, then that is not a sign of intelligence to me, unless you can stand there and say, I pretty much know that this was all a load of bullshit that I've just been taught. I was just playing the game to get the letters, to be able to. I know that this doesn't actually mean anything at all, because all I've been taught is it's just been indoctrination, right? So Although, if we went back to the 1800s and somebody said they had a degree, it would mean a whole lot more than it does now, because those men in the 19th century could think for themselves and were encouraged to think for themselves, right? To find nuances, to question things. It's obviously been, in the last 150 years, they've been really clamping down on that, because, they knew this time was coming. They always knew this time was coming, and the last thing that they fucking want is people sat there thinking for themselves. Because anybody with the slightest bit of intelligence that thinks for themselves, they wake up.
They do, but then they struggle once they wake up. So I'll give an example. Degrees, okay? Even though people use the common term degrees when they go to university, whatever. Degrees, I'll change the word around, modalities. Each language is its own degree. Each census has its own degrees. We call it language. So now, what degree are you going to talk about? You're on a boat, there's many degrees. So at this point, what language are you going to speak? But most people will narrow down to another subdirectory of indoctrination. So I got an indoctrination in being a doctor. Okay, that's one degree. But what other degrees did you use? Well, I used my senses. That's one degree. And what sense did you use? My hearing senses, my touch senses. I was able to write. Those are all degrees. Once a person becomes aware, they realize, okay, so how do you communicate with other people? With one of the degrees. I'll speak it. Now, some people will quickly defend that. I'm like, there you go. There you are. Now, I'm just going to figure out in a short period of time what emotions actually struggling with. Are you the type of person that gets excited? Are you the type of person that gets sad? Are you the person that gets defensive? And at that point, it's like having a gun. It perpetuates a cycle. You get a gun to defend, no different you get a gun to attack. That's a loop. At that point, my question is, are you really after awareness, or are you just looking for pleasantries?
So that's like you mentioned a loop, and we're talking about degrees. Well, how many degrees are there? There's 360
many
degrees.
as you can make up.
That's right.
Well,
thank you, NG. Yep.
Right, but we think of it 360 degrees in a circle. So
what about 359.2 to the power of 6?
Well, you got 360, which is 9. Okay. Can you do the circle, or is it angles? That's why when people say 33 degree Masons, I'm like, that's really low. And then they play with numbers like 11 and 22 and 33 are master numbers. You need a descended slave. Go ahead.
Original Moorish masonry goes to 360 degrees, doesn't it? And it still exists now. But I think, that's got to be symbolic in itself, 360 degrees. So they've just gone full circle, right? And they're back at the beginning.
Yes, because you're talking symbolic, and then there's energy behind it. That's why you have 45 degrees, 180. There's a reason why there's number 9. The energy with number 9 is the spiritual and the material. So this is why when people talk about 440, time, and all-encompassing number, opposed to 432. Now you got time, trinity, and duality. You add up to number 9. So that's a circle that you're talking about. Number 9 always goes back to itself. But for most people, it's plug and play. It's not about what's the energy behind these symbols. Whether it's in an angle, think about the Latin when they used to have the number 4. They had the 1 and then they had the V. Angles, opposed to circles. Look at nature. Nature's all curvature. What humans create is all angles. One's not in harmony. Go ahead.
And boxes.
Which is angles. Which are more angles again. And there's no harmony in all of that. Not to say it's bad. Hence why you have the circle and the square, and then you have the triangle. Usually it's the lower triangle, not the upper triangle. But again, we're using things for symbology. It's kind of trying to understand the language as best as you can. But to understand it, you have to be inwards, not outwards.
All right, guys. I'm going to go grab something to eat.
No worries, man. Have a
See you
good
later,
day,
Mac.
Mac. Thanks for joining us.
No problem. Thanks.
69 yin and yang, blue and red, purple in the middle, but there's more than 7 colors to the rainbow. How does it serve you?
Say that again. I was just thinking about what Dana said there. And
6 and 9 yin and yang, blue and red, purple. Blue and red makes purple, but there's more than 7 colors to the rainbow. How does it serve you? That's the question.
Yeah, that's right. How does it serve you? Not you serve it. How does it serve you to know that stuff, let alone how that energy works? Like, we've been really indoctrinated a lot here, guys. Like, it's really, like, to a point, most people will spend enormous amount of energy to shelter and feed that vessel. That's more indoctrination, by the way. Oh, I really need food. Do you? Do you really need food? Well, or is it your body that needs it?
How much food do you need when there's no more breath?
Aesthetically, food helps. You know,
True,
for
Richie.
appearance, because otherwise you end up looking like me. Dana, I'm going to play devil's advocate in a sense, right? I absolutely agree that the surgeons, there's a level of education that allows them to hone a skill, right, which surgery requires skills. And, incredibly steady hands and all of that. But there is still a level of indoctrination. They have to become a medical doctor to become a surgeon. And in order to become a medical doctor, they do need to be indoctrinated. And that's why when they're the medical surgeon, a cardiovascular surgeon, they'll say things like, cholesterol, fatty foods, right? And they'll just parrot what they've been told is the cause of cholesterol or whatever, rather than actually truly understanding what they're talking about. Because if they truly understood, they'd be able to say, actually, yeah, the food pyramid's upside down. You should be eating a lot more red meat. Cholesterol isn't necessarily bad. Butter, eating butter is not going to increase your cholesterol. It's, I'm telling you, up until this point, has been an absolute load of bullshit. But because of the level of indoctrination that's taken place, they don't do that. If they weren't indoctrinated, they would absolutely do that.
See you later, Dommy. Pleasure.
See you later, Dom.
Enjoyed the.
That was just did a void. Although he did say bye in the Void doesn't even say bye in the private chat. He just goes.
Carry on.
Yeah,
You're making a point about the medical.
Just about the fact that there is still a level of indoctrinations that required education, right? So educating them on the body parts and how those parts work and how they're connected in order to become an actual surgeon, to be able to effectively a mechanic of the body. But layered all into that, there's a huge amount of indoctrination to buy them into the system that is a business model, not.
That's right.
None of them are actually looking for cures for anything. That would be the fucking worst thing that they could possibly do.
That's right.
Or maybe
What are
they're
they
looking? I mean, the truth is, they already know the things that will eradicate the issues that we have, and legally we can't call them cures. Legally, you're not allowed to call them cures.
That's only a problem if you believe in legalities.
Yeah, but unfortunately, the world is currently controlled by legalities, so there does have to be a certain amount of
but you don't have to be. And I don't have to be.
No. Just when speaking publicly, we have to at least remember them, right?
No, I'm going to tell the truth regardless of people's delusions and fallacies. In fact, I'll intentionally be the antithesis of that. Strongly.
But the point is that
like,
they
for
already
example,
know that.
Go ahead.
Go on.
I gotta
I'll just say quickly. They already know the remedies, right? And the healthy remedies that more lessen the chance of reoccurrence and whatever, like the prophylactic treatments and stuff. But that is not part of their business model.
Yeah.
They wouldn't be able to be paid hundreds of thousands of pounds a year if people weren't needing to go in to have this fucking heart surgery, you know, and have kidneys replaced and livers replaced and just all of that.
Yeah. So it's just like everybody else who's participating in this: doctors, lawyers, cops, politicians. What are they signing up for? What's their motivation? Is it to serve society? No. What is it?
Sorry.
What does somebody go and get a career for? What is it they're chasing?
They're chasing the money.
Paycheck.
Purely so that they're able to, like, they want to do. People ideally want to do something that they think that they're going to enjoy, that has a future, that will ultimately result in enough money for them to be able to live a nice life.
Yeah. So you see
have a family or whatever.
You see the thing is everybody's chasing this money as their priority, and that's at the forefront, not to serve others and to cooperate, and health isn't in the forefront, cooperation isn't in the forefront, morality isn't in the forefront, none of that stuff. That's not even on the back burner. That's just not in the equation.
Because none of that is rewarded.
Well, yeah, and it can't be in a capitalist society. That's not how that works. You need in capitalism an exploitation system, which is what it is. It's a plantation. The only motivation for anybody to do something is artificial system of scarcity. And now enter monetary system and money in the equation. Now you've got the ultimate control over that, especially if you got people who are irresponsible minded and don't want to learn how to function outside that. So now everybody's just chasing that. They're not chasing a better way of functioning for themselves. They could care less about that. All they're chasing is, I just don't want to be too far under the dog pile. Just want to be comfortable enough. And the rest, I'll ignore morality, the consequences, my part in it, with alcohol or marijuana or mushrooms or whatever, or TV or YouTube. Right? Irresponsible. That's all it is.
Donut, there's nuance to the indoctrination, right? So take engineers for example. Engineers are, I guess, actually it's conditioning, right? What's the difference between conditioning and indoctrination?
One and the same in my view.
Technically,
what
right?
What in your view? Mm-hmm.
Right, yeah, I would say that they are technically the same thing. An engineer would be conditioned.
Yeah, trained. That's another synonym I would use.
Yeah, trained. And right, what do? You train a fucking dog.
Right.
You train your pet.
Domestication. That's another word I'd use.
We go into training. You go into training to be an engineer. Part of being an engineer, I think, it's part of the unwritten. It's the unwritten part of being an engineer is, hey, you've got an opportunity here. You know way more about what you're dealing with than the person that you're talking to. So you could tell them that their car needs new spark plugs and an oil change and new filters, and you could tell them that you've done all this stuff inside their engine that they have absolutely no way of checking and no way of knowing whether you have or you haven't. Right. Unless they're qualified and trained themselves and have taken pictures of everything before the car went in, and then inspected everything afterwards. They have inspected everything that you've done afterwards. Doesn't matter how many receipts you provide or invoices for parts. That doesn't mean that they used the parts. It doesn't mean that doesn't mean that the work was actually done. You could put the car in there, and they could say, "Oh my God, yeah, it's terrible. You need all this, that, and the other." When all you need is a little adjustment on the fuel intake or something, just a little tiny adjustment, or you just need one new cable, one new spark plug, but they'll charge you an arm and a leg and say, "Oh yeah, it was 4 hours work, man. Only took them 20 minutes, but I'll charge you 4 hours for it."
Right.
And that is a level of conditioning that they've realised that, oh, hey, everyone else is doing it.
See, that's where I'll put a case in point to what Dominic was saying earlier. There's a difference between clever and wise. So they're being clever. They're learning how to play the game of exploitation a little better so that they're not as far under the dog pile, right? But wise is the person who secedes and doesn't play the game.
Dana, I don't understand why you're putting words in my mouth or in our mouths. Why are you putting words in our mouths? We didn't ever say that an electrical engineer is conditioned to be stupid, or that a cardiovascular engineer was also conditioned to be stupid. Who said that? Who actually said that? Nobody here said that. I have a great deal of respect for surgeons because they saved my life twice. So I've got a huge amount of respect for surgeons. I have no respect for doctors. No, or rather, no, that's not a fair way to say it. I will not respect a doctor just because he's a doctor. Right? That individually you can respect individuals, but I'm not just going to respect the profession, because the profession has proven only to be a bunch of liars. The profession, the industry,
capitalist,
is a capitalist industry that's built to there's a business model, and like we said, cure is no business model. There's no business model in curing people. The only way to have a business model is to have recurring customers.
Yeah, the business itself is the disease. The pursuit of that's the disease. That's what needs to be understood.
Right, but it's actually seen as a business, right? It's I mean, it's like these unavoidable side effects, right? A surgeon, particularly a brain surgeon or a heart surgeon, is essentially, they have the power of life or death in their hands, right? And you can understand why they might get, and some of them do get, these fucking godlike complexes, God complexes, because they're able to do such amazing things. They are skilled at what they do. There are very few people that are able that have those skills.
Just fathom what they could do, though, if you remove capitalism from the equation there too.
Right, but would the same person aspire to be a surgeon? Right, a lot of surgeons only aspire to be surgeons because they see there's a great deal of money in that, and there's a great deal of respect. So it's not because they necessarily want to save people's lives. They only want to save people's lives because losing patients is not good for business. That's the only reason they want to save the life. A lot, like not all, but a lot of surgeons are actually the diagnosable psychopaths.
And it feels good to be worshipped by a bunch of monkeys who don't think for themselves, apparently.
Well, a bunch of individuals that think they came from monkeys.
Yeah, the don't think for themselves was the important part of the equation there. Call them what you will, I see parrots.
Dana, I didn't actually you're specifying educated people. You think that because somebody went to university that means they're educated. And I say, absolutely bloody not. That means they are indoctrinated. If they'd been going to university in the 1800s, absolutely there would have been education. 21st century, the last thing they do in university is educate anyone. They're Marxist indoctrination camps. Pretty much every single one on planet Earth is a Marxist indoctrination camp. That's why the people filling these roles have the ideals that they do, or follow the ideology that they do, and they all walk. Well, no, not all of them, but the majority of them walk in lockstep, right? Because and most of that is because of the fear, right? Because they fear, their ego fears being ridiculed or ostracized, and if you speak out against the system, that's exactly what will happen. You will be marginalized and pushed out if you're speaking against the official narrative about stuff. And it's the same in science as well, recognized by that Sabrina girl, that science is just, it's not science anymore. The science community, it's just all hubris. You can't get any recognition unless something's peer reviewed, and it's only going to be peer reviewed if it agrees with the official narrative.
Cowardice is capitalism is a cowardice path.
That's why, at the end of the day, I just have to sit down and take my hat off to them and say, wow, you've really done a fucking number on all of us, on the whole of mankind. I understand why you think you're gods, or why you think you're entitled, because you've managed to pull off the ultimate heist.
Well, whether they think they're entitled or not is actually kind of moot, because the masses willfully give over that energy still. It's their choice.
Dana, when did you leave university? 20 years ago? 25 years ago? At least anymore. It's absolutely not the same place anymore. I went to university in 1999 to do a bachelor's in business management. Well, you went also. You're over there in that's actually all right. Well, maybe it's unfair to tar all universities with the same brush. Over here in the West, right, in English universities and in American universities, and I'm pretty sure in most of the European, like, Berlin and France, in Germany and France, they are completely infested and corrupted with Marxist idealism, Marxist ideology.
I'll tell you why you'll get the resistance, because people don't want to admit publicly, especially, that they've got skin in the game, and that's the reason why they don't want to turn a leaf over to the truth.
Illuminati confirmed. You're an Illuminati plant. 33, that's no coincidence. That's no bloody coincidence there. Now I've worked it out. No, I'm joking, Dana. I love you. I didn't realise you were so young.
People don't want to acknowledge responsibility. Go ahead.
Right. What you were just saying though as well, it's like I was trying to explain to some of the globe questioning, the shape of the earth questioning community, right? What we're trying to do, basically, is get people. You imagine, you're 70 years old, and you're a professor in a university, in a prestigious university, and your entire career, everything has been on a lie. try to imagine that. Try to imagine.
Try to be honest.
Imagine what sort of questions you'd be asking yourself to actually admit to the fact that it's all been based on a lie. You know,
Dominic, it's a big Dorito with a Wonder Bar in the middle. Massive Wonder Bar.
No way. In 1990, I really had no idea that you were so young. Do you mind me asking, are you married?
Me? Sorry?
No, sorry, Dana.
Okay.
Yeah. If you're married or not, I'm guessing you're not.
Definitely not.
No. But are you single?
Well, I kind of can't help that. I am.
Are you in a relationship?
I know what you mean. I'm in many
relationship with a significant other, male or female, doesn't matter.
I have a pretty close lady friend, but again, everything that I do is rather unorthodox and unconventional. So I'm very fluid when it comes to relationships.
So what you're telling me is you got a fuck buddy, right?
No, she's somebody that's very dear to me, and is in France right now, and just family. Let's put it that way. I consider her family.
Right. So that would be basically similar to my similar to my relationship with Roxanne. Right. Roxanne is my little sister. She's extremely dear to me. We've never even fucking met each other in the flesh, but she's extremely dear to me, and she is. I think of her as my little sister. So I guess you mean in that, in a similar. It's a similar thing.
Yeah, I think so. Just we've known each other for a long time. We've lived together for a long time as well, years, and we're just family-like, very close. But we align with openness and fluidity of relationships, and there's an understanding. There's no you're my this or I'm your that. We don't own each other, that type of stuff. There's no business arrangement.
That would be the slight difference with obviously my connection to Rox. When I say family, I mean brother and sister. She's my little sister. It's not. There is absolutely nothing sexual at all about our friendship. It's like.
There is. Sorry, in this case.
Yeah, that's different. So it is. It's one of those. That's like a unicorn relationship for a lot of men.
Right.
You found yourself a unicorn there, sir.
I get called a unicorn now and again.
I am actually a unicorn. It's just most people are not able to perceive it yet.
I don't have a horn growing on my head, though. That's the thing. I try.
Right. Yeah. No. I got a horn. It's just not on my head.
Yeah, it's funny when I hear that. This new guy, he's a unicorn. What you're telling me when you say that is that I'm so far out of reach in reality that your fantasy can't fathom that. It's like they're projecting, right? They're saying I'm in a fantasy because they're in one. They can't see the reality. There's just someone in a fantasy. I find it's funny that a lot of the stuff that I talk about is hard for people to even visualize at first, especially, and it's mostly just because they're in their own way. But it's because they're so out of touch, and they're just at this point, people are born with never even no mention of sowing a seed in any sense. You know, it's just all going by, purchase, consume, blah, blah, blah. That's all they know. So they haven't been even engaged with the nature. And so mentioning that is quite foreign to a lot of minds, right? And I find that very interesting because even though I grew up in 2, I still had enough exposure and longing to want to be that there's a sense of any participation in the corporatocracy, way of life was always a sense of disturbance, right? I knew something is just so wrong with it and I don't feel right, and everybody seems rather insane because they are, you know. So for me, it was very easy to draw to looking for another path and finding it and not being surprised to discover it at all. So it's interesting to see people have quite a resistance to something that I wouldn't call it utopia, because there's challenges, you know. I mean, if a bear wants to come and put me out, it could happen tomorrow, right? So it's not like you're mitigating reality in that sense, where you're immortal or anything like this. But as far as quality of life goes, and awareness of meaning of life and sense of purpose and all this kind of stuff, what a contrast. You know, it's a hell of a lot closer to a utopia in that sense than what I see people try and fight for and defend. And I just think that's the most bizarre thing, why they do that. But it's okay, they get to.
I think the whole idea of utopia is it's a false image anyway. Like,
yeah,
there was a club in Reading near where I used to live called Utopia, and you know, it's a perfect example of it. It's not utopia only exists for moments in time. It's not something that you can continue, because you'll wear it out. You know, it's a state of being. It's not a place. It's not a destination, right? Utopia is not a real destination. It's a state of being.
Right. It's a good way to put it. In that sense, I'm there consistently.
Right.
There's a fluctuation of it, but I'm there consistently.
Right. I mean, could you? But is it blissful?
Yes,
if
and peaceful.
Right. But it's not. It's not continual bliss, is it? I mean, it's not like every moment of every day is just continuous, injected with absolute continuous levels of bliss. No, because...
Well, not from like ounces of morphine and heroin compiling on each other type thing, but from a sense of the duality, that there's a contrast there. It always remains the same, and being at peace with that, to know that without the forgetting, there would be no remembering, and remembering that it's my choice is where the peace continues to never get mundane. Without that, right, it would just be trivial, right? It would be what's the word where it's constant over and over again, boring to an epic proportion, right? There's a word for that.
Monotonous, right?
Monotonous, yeah. It would just be divine monotonous. I mean, that would be crazy. Right. That would be hell, you know? So yeah, no, there's a fluctuation there, but because I'm in a habitual practice and my way of life and the rest of it, location and a lot of other things, the fluctuation is within a margin that even the lows are incredibly peaceful. So I'm in a great place when it comes to that. And it's a beautiful thing to be able to express, because if it's possible for me, it's possible for anybody. I'm no exception, all right? I'm just the same potential as anybody else, the same essence of energy that's flowing through me. It's flowing, same breath, right?
Right.
So I guess that's kind of another full circle when coming up here earlier. Reflecting, remembering, projecting that in positivity is the way to.
And that, in order to achieve that, you have to.
One thing.
It's about finding, being content in the now, right?
That's right. That's right. And there's one thing to do. By default, there's nothing to do. But what happens is people get caught up in and so there's only one thing to do to get back to that. Now there's something to do, but there's only one thing. That's just to let go.
Unless you're hanging on to a pole being suspended 2,000 feet above a large canyon, that might not be the best time to let go. You might want to wait.
Well, that's probably a good time where you need to be really centered and focused.
Well, I think
in a moment, you know.
You have to ask yourself, why am I here dangling at the end of a crane above a 2,000 feet? What put me here? It's because I wanted to end it all and have a great time going down. Am I ready to let go?
What were we talking about with the breast being limited and arrogance and all that stuff? You know, clench on that pole harder. Yeah, how did you get there? That's a good question.
That's Nathan trying to call me while I'm still live. I'm not sure if he realizes that I'm still live.
You know, it's another really good topic to just remind people of too, is that so much of the discord, internal discord, is self-imposed because of all the chatter that people do, all the hanging on to fallacies and fictions and chasing after all the things, the masks, the formulas. You know, this is what the ego does, right? I'm going to create a formula for contentment. And then I'm going to go after it till I'm blue in the face. Then I'm going to blame everything but me for doing that. And then I'm going to sit and sulk and perpetuate that until I get so exhausted that I have no choice but to fall asleep and let it go. And then I'll rinse and repeat that the next day.
I'm sure it was Big Bang Theory or something, where Sheldon Cooper says that, you know, there must be a formula for happiness. And it's...
Is it a math equation?
I think it's a true, you know, they actually have... This is a true thing that scientists have actually tried to find a fucking formula for happiness, because that's what the hubris does. You know, that's this need to understand and overstand and understand everything, to be able to take it apart and put it back together again. It is the ego that needs to do that.
Right,
and I think I don't think there's necessarily anything wrong in that. I think that's what makes us what we are, right? That's what actually makes us what we are, because we are inquisitive and
part of being here is discovery. Nothing wrong with that. It's healthy. But if you start putting these masks and formulas on and practicing this thing called belief, what you're really doing is you're implanting something, a fallacy, in place of the I don't know, and you stopped yourself from discovering. It's the end of it.
But that it shows, and that's demonstrating exactly why those that want to control have felt the need to, and successfully altered our, completely altered and corrupted our own perception and comprehension of ourselves and each other, and the potential within us, right? But to stop thinking critically and being too inquisitive and adventurous and innovative, because at the end of the day, that is just it's competition. If we all started thinking for ourselves and applying the knowledge that we gained, right, and applying it to become wisdom, we would find it wouldn't take very long at all for the majority of people to say, "Hang on a second, this what's going on here?" With these families that think that they're the overlords of everything, right?
But the
and
question
they're
is,
hoarding. Go on.
Yeah. The question is, why are we worried about the majority of people doing that? When the only thing that matters as far as reap as you sow goes is whether you do that or not. And then to help matters, cooperate with others who do that too. Because there will always remain the choice whether people get to do that or not.
I think the stumbling block is, for myself, is setbacks, right? And I rationalize.
You mean challenges, or can you elaborate?
Well, yeah, I guess you could call them challenges, but when it's why individuals like myself have this perception that maybe
You're kind of
possibly in some way the system has targeted it, even if that's just to put a black mark against that basically makes you fall through every fucking fall through.
You're in a
every door
conundrum.
that there is, you know.
Yeah. So and exercising anything other though than embracing more of what we're just talking about is only going to be just a perpetuation of complaining about it and making excuses. Like this ideology, and I hear this all the time, right? If only this, if only that, if only the masses woke up, if only the masses started taking responsibility for, these are pipe dreams. And you actually don't need the masses or any large number or group of people, I'm an example of this, to do that, to do it yourself, and to find other people and work with other people who want to do that too. And that's where the rubber meets the road, because we'll find excuses till we're blue in the face if we want to, and that's an easy one. So what is it? Let's look at the masses one. Is it like all of a sudden when a certain number of people aren't doing that anymore, then all of a sudden we don't have to? That's another paratopia mindset. What is it that's really stopping you, or anyone, but in this case you, because I'm talking to you, from actually finding a solution and implementing?
I mean, one of the issues here is transportation, and because of this situation, because it's a tourist place, so the only real decent people live far away from here. They live up in the mountains and stuff. Mm-hmm. And the disconnection from that since losing my car in 2021, because I had a car up until 2021, and that gave me free roam around this fucking island, where I could go and see whoever I wanted, do whatever I wanted. But while I had that car, for the majority of that time, I was still lost in a haze, not really recognizing what the really important things to be doing were. Like, I wish I'd known in 2015 that this was all going to be happening now, because I could have got myself completely sorted. I would have known what to do, but I was so lost in the haze of getting distracted by carnal desires, by women, relationships, searching grasping for something that was, you know, unachievable because I still hadn't sorted out what I needed to sort out in myself.
Right.
Which was this, you know, this inability to let go and to be able to recognize when to let go, to be able, you know, to actually accept the pain, right? Accept it and almost embrace it and then let it go, right? I was constantly running away from the pain and trying to escape the pain by self-medicating and you know, and distracting myself. So yeah, everything happens. I always rationalize it to myself, you know, by saying, yeah, everything happens for a reason, and I think that because it does. You know, I can look at what's happened in my life, and say, well, if that hadn't happened, then this wouldn't have happened, and then you know, and I can see the path, right? I can see where I should have made this decisions on that path much sooner, but the reality of it is, I didn't. I made those decisions, and this is where I am now.
Right.
So who's to say that they were the wrong decisions? I am here now.
Right.
Who says I wasn't supposed to be? I say I was supposed to be exactly where I am. I am exactly where I'm supposed to be.
You learn
exactly
from your
the
choices,
stage.
so you know it's
Right.
how you look at it. Huh?
I feel like my situation, you know, like what the last 5 years has done, has stripped away so many choices.
Okay, I got you. Before going deeper into the more specifics, because that's very important. Fundamentally speaking, there's three things that ought to be in check, and they go hand in hand with each other. And so these are the three things to set right for the path of responsibility to be taken, and that's attitude, health, and focus. Those three things. Ask yourself the question, do I have my focus in check? Or am I irresponsible with that? How much of the day am I focusing on obliviousness? How much of the day am I focusing on things that are responsible minded and are sowing seeds of focus for things that are beneficial and healthy, so on and so forth? Attitude, do I have my attitude in check? Positive attitude, mental focus. Do I have a strategy and a plan that goes that encompasses with that together, or am I just erratic and all over the place?
That's where that's where I say right, because up until that point I'm like, well, I can't, you know, I don't focus on hopelessness. I don't feel I focus on hopelessness or what was the word you used?
Attitude?
No. I can't remember. I mean, it's adjacent to hopelessness, I think. You know, things that are ultimately not of any help at all, essentially. Not of any, you know, not of any use to me. I focus on my channel as far, you know, being connected. It's about, I can't seem to stop just switching the computer on in the morning, and the only thing that stops me is my, you know, just really not being up to it, physically up to it. If I'm physically up to it, I put the bloody computer on, and then I sit here and I wait until I connect with people and we have conversations like the one, you know, the ones that we've had today, and connections like the ones that we've had today, and yesterday, and you know, when it works out, and I end up having a panel and streaming for, you know, 7 to 12 hours, because I've got lost in the conversation, and and it's like fucking 7 hours, man. I'm streaming for 7 hours. I believe that in the first half an hour of me starting, I said, yeah, I'm not going to be streaming for 7 hours today.
First rule of thumb with streams: expect the unexpected, and whenever you plan, expect it to go in another direction.
Oh, definitely.
I know that too well from experience.
I mean, I wouldn't apply that just to streams. I
Yeah.
actually, that's something that I kind of apply to life. I try not to make I don't make any hard plans for anything, because whenever that's been done, it's always gone awry, And there was a time. There was a time in my 20s when we used to go out and we'd on a Friday night or a Saturday night, we'd organise to go out, and part of going out was going out and getting the party prescription, right? And what started off as the worst, most stressful, irritating, frustrating nights, running around, going from pillar to post, chasing after the prescriptions, up in the best night ever, right? But nothing went to plan. Nothing went to plan. It ended up, the destination where we all ended up, that it was always, we were always happy with it in the end. But we never got there the way we thought that we were going to get there.
Oh, sure. I get it. Most enjoyable times for me are planless fluid times, which is majority of the way I live pretty much. So when you make plans, and this is another problem with my corporatocracy and capitalism, all these things, is so problematic. It's so rigid. There's no room for fluidity, which is by design, and that's the point. It doesn't give you flexibility, so that now you're constricted, and your ability to maneuver is suffocated. So what can you do if you're in a suffocated box environment? Well, you can be desperate. You can struggle, and you could lose your breath. You can get so behind and not be able to catch your breath, right? So, and I only bring that to light because this is to highlight what not to do, but I want to put favor in what to do instead. So we had those three things, right? Focus, attitude, and what was the third one? I lost my train of thought. Focus, attitude, and shit, help me out here.
Oh God, yeah, I'm just thinking now.
And they go hand in hand. These are the three keys. It's very important for the path of conscious self responsibility.
Why does this always happen, right? Why
Yeah.
is it that as soon as somebody says, or as soon as it becomes apparent that somebody's forgotten something, it's like a little flashbang goes off in my brain, and it's just sort of white. I try and think what is it? It's just this white noise. I can't see it. Focus, attitude, and
health. Right.
Health.
There we go. Yes. So and the three. This is how they go hand in hand. Your primary focus should be your attitude and your health. Your attitude is your health, and your health is your attitude. Everything that you do should be based off of that as a forefront priority. Nothing comes second to that. Nothing. The moment you start making anything as an excuse secondary to that is the moment you have 1 + 1 is 2, disease, the opposite of health. And the moment you have disease, the opposite of health, what do you have? You lose your breath. So which path, right?
It's funny. I just suddenly remembered this. This is something that I've experienced more than once, and like there's been times here, walking around, when, or even just sitting here, when it felt like there wasn't as much oxygen in the air, right? And I was breathing in, but it just didn't seem like I was getting a full lung of oxygen. And I remember times where I got so out of breath, not the same situation, running or something, right? So I was walking. I'm somebody that I don't mind helping people. I walking up it's a slope hill that I was walking up, and this guy's trying to push his car up the hill because he wants to push it up and then into a lay-by. And it's not really that much of an incline, but there is an incline. And this was like an Alfa, an Almira or something, I can't remember. But a reasonably big car. And I said, you want some help? Yep, no problem. Go on. Yeah, I'll do it. And I just powered into it and didn't, obviously, because I'm not as strong as I was before. So it took more effort than I fully appreciated it was going to. And I didn't realise I was going to be pushing it completely by myself. And that he was going to get in the fucking car and just sit. It's like, dude, can you not hold the fucking door open, hold onto the steering wheel and push with me? But I don't speak Spanish that well, so I can't, I couldn't say that. So I got him there. I got him pushed into the lay-by, and then my body realised how much effort I had put into that. And bearing in mind, it's been the same way for 4 fucking years, 4.5 years. I'm not eating every day. I don't eat every day. I sometimes, it depends. It's not like this every week that I'll sometimes go 3 or 4 days without any food. It's just, it depends on what the donations have been like. Basically, I prioritise my rent, because the roof over my head, the access to and connection to the people out, outside, you lot, the connection to you lot, and the connection to my family, and a toilet to shit in, and a shower to wash in, a bed to lay in, all of those things, and somewhere to store my things, my things that I think I own, but they're my attachments that I've built up over the last 10 years. I've lost my train of thought. Fucking hell. I really lost my breath, and I'm breathing like the biggest breaths I can, and it just doesn't feel like I'm getting enough oxygen, but I know I'm not going to pass out. I've just got to keep breathing, and just stay calm and fucking hell, I can't do it. Can't do it with his chest. Yeah, on the edge of panic because I wasn't getting enough air in my lungs. There wasn't enough fucking air to be able to restore what my muscles required to be able to have done what I just did, which was, it was quite a distance. I pushed it in the end, but when you don't have breath, when there is no, just imagine somebody holding your head underwater.
Yeah.
And when you try to come up, to get breath, they're still holding your head underwater, and you can't. Not everybody experienced this. I did, because I went to private school. And also the lads in secondary school were much the same as well. I think it's just the age thing, isn't it? Dunking your mate under the fucking water and not letting him get back up again. It's all really funny, right? But fuck me, the panic that sets in. I have a similar panic that sets in if I'm completely trapped, if I can't move my arms. It doesn't matter so much my legs, but if I can't move my arms, if somebody's pinned my arms, I freak out. Like if I get dog piled and I'm on the bottom of a dog pile, I freak the fuck out, because I can't. So I guess it's a phobia.
I think it's
Okay,
more than that. I think it's instinctual.
Right.
Because it's reflexual as well, right? Because without the breath, it's just dead. So it's ingrained into you. Same with the reflex of, something is coming to hit your head or whatever. You're going to have a reflex or reaction. That's ingrained into you. So it is a panic, but it's a reflex panic ingrained instinctually because you're not meant to stop breathing until it's time.
Right.
Naturally, right?
It actually is life or death.
It is.
It's the idea of actually not being able to take another breath.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Well, I mean, now contemplating it in a moment where we're able to, when we're relaxed, is where we can observe that and start to get an understanding of how arrogant people really are and dismissive towards this. And again, that counteracts. It's a way of understanding what not to do in favor of being extremely counter to that and taking extreme responsibility for everything that caters around that. What do we do when it comes to that? Well, if you come back to attitude, embracing the moment, you have to stay in the moment if you want to focus on attitude and health. You can't get out of it. That's irresponsible. And by doing that and walking this path, what do you get in return? Well, you get the opposite of what you get when you ignore that. When you ignore that, you get out of breath and endurance and stamina goes. Little by little, maybe faster and faster. On the flip side, when you focus on your health, your endurance and stamina are the first things you'll notice will improve. But there's more than that. It's not just about longevity and even living longer. That may or may not be a byproduct of it. But it's the quality of your life. That's the main thing. And your ability to maintain and sustain yourself, mitigate challenges. And eventually you can get to a point, like for me, I don't have any stresses when it comes to these things that you have in capitalism. I know there's going to be challenges that come my way. Nature makes hurricanes. Nature makes things happen and whatnot. But those are just like fun exercises to keep me in shape now. And that's an incredibly different mindset and outlook to be living in. On the contrary, in contrast to everything being a stress. Obviously life is not meant to be lived in a perpetuation of stress. All day in and out, worry and stress and toxicity and how do I get this and da-da-da-da, and I need this money and I need to pay tax and then blah, 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 day in and day out. No, that's what a contradiction and smacking in the face to the whole idea of divine existence and breath to begin with. What a waste. What a way to throw that all away, right? And so, of course, disease is what results in that, because that's what you're doing. You're throwing that away. And you get to, right? There's no judgment on that. If you want to, that's the closest thing. I don't like to use the term free will, because it's very much one of those things used out of context, but you get the ability to choose if you want to step on that divinity and reap what you sow in a negative light for yourself if you really want to. On the flip side, you get to choose if you want to do the opposite and see what that holds. So I get to be somebody who can express what it's like to do both. And every effort, every piece of energy and effort into mitigating out of the toxic way of life, as hard as it was, and it was, especially come out of near-death experiences.
How long did it take?
Oh, the first time about 3 years, about year and 7 months just to get to stable.
Yeah, like to become stable in the in the change, but the changes that and stable and comfortable. You know,
You mean
the changes
you
that
mean
have
from
to take place.
Yeah, you mean from like, okay, so there's different sort of stages that I went through, and again, it all sort of stemmed from me walking the path of fixing my health. And so it took me about 1 year and 7 months just to get to neutral. I was in dire straits. Okay, long story short, 29 years old. I was in dire straits. So it took me till I was almost 32 to just neutral out and not be progressively going towards that. From there, every single day was an inch towards healing, just little by little by little. And then as I gained my energy and strength back, I also had breathing room and stamina to learn how to do the other things to succeed the rest of the way out of capitalism. And then finally, I was able to be strong enough to go on some expeditions and be totally in health environments with other people and experience profound levels of healing in so many ways when it came to that. And then it just sort of exponentially, it's like compound interest. It's like the opposite of inflation. It went the other way, you know? And it just sort of carried on from then. So I would say by the time I was about 35, 37, if I remember correctly, was when I knew how to truly stand on my own 2 feet in life without having to rely on the system.
It makes sense that you would have been 36, because then that would have been 7 years. On a 7-year cycle. Right, the first 7 years, the next 7, the next 7. It's all in, with 7 being the number of completion, right?
Yeah, they say there's something to that. Like even our body, it's a new body every 7 years.
Right. But I think Plato or Aristotle or whoever it was that give me a boys at the age of 7, I'll show you the man. Well, be able to show the first stage of the man, because then you got 7 to 14, and then 14 to 21, 21 to 28, 28 to 30. Like, what did I say? I was 35 when I started thinking differently.
Mm-hmm.
And then I was 42 before I started thinking even more differently, right? Before I started to be able to actually appreciate and comprehend, or comprehend that I did not comprehend, or comprehend that I did not understand. To answer your question earlier, though, Novium, I didn't. Sorry, TW, I didn't mean to ignore it. I have been. I started coming down with symptoms last Tuesday, after I announced to everybody, I've only been sick twice, or 3 times in fucking 7 years, and then almost immediately after got the symptoms, and then which turned into fever and headaches for fucking 3-4 days, and then coming back onto YouTube, thinking I'm on the mend on Monday, thinking yeah I'm getting better now, it's all good, and I'm putting 7 hours into a stream, and then just coming down with a fucking fever again at the end of it, because it was like, I forget who it was that said, I think it was OTW, or maybe Voy, talking about how much energy actually goes into making a stream. You know, people do sit there rather complacently thinking that, oh, what are you doing? You're not doing anything. You just sat there talking. You just sat there pushing buttons and talking, typing stuff. Well, it's not work, is it? Well, it depends what your definition of work is. It's a massive energy exchange, whether people want to recognize it or not. There's obviously people that don't want to recognize that exchange of energy that takes place. And even when it's good, you know, even when the conversations are really good, it's not that it's draining, but you can feel exhausted at the end of it, right? Because you put...
Especially as a host.
Right. Yeah, because as a host, obviously, there's a...
Yeah, there's more focus you need.
Right, and you know, like having to deal with silence or being the only one, oh God, I'm the only one here, so I've got to fill these freaking airwaves with something to keep everybody engaged and entertained. But I'm not here to entertain people. I'm here to connect with people and talk to people. And I've spent 8 years, or rather, I spent a good 5 or 6 years really sharing myself and my own story and my own experience, which I still do, but rather than foisting it on people, rather than just, you know, I don't want every time he comes to fucking stream, we're just talking about the same shit all the time. So I want that's why I wanted to expand it into just connection and discussion and conversation, intelligent, not intellectual, just intelligent conversation, mature, if we can use that word, adult, without the 3x implication of that term. I've got my Magic Treehouse, which is a group on Signal, and it's a very private group.
Oh yeah.
We don't have as many members, Goonies, as we did. Had 33 at one point, which was a little bit troublesome, a little bit worrying, you know, Illuminati confirmed and all that. But yeah, a lot of people, their accounts were deleted. They deleted their accounts on Signal and stuff. So
why?
A lot of people left. I don't know. It's been over the last 5 years. Well, no, the group's 3 years old, so over the last 3 years. But there's still, you know, I still at like 14 or 17 members, Goonies.
I haven't used Signal yet. But, can you use it on the web, or is it just on the phone?
You need a phone.
You need a phone.
You need a phone to be able to... yeah, the codes have got to be sent to the phone and stuff. You have to be able to get it on the computer. I don't have it on Linux. It doesn't work on Linux, but I've got it on my iMac. Although I don't use it on my iMac anymore, I just use it on my phone. I've just got it on my Android. But yeah, in that group we've got a subgroup, which was meant for, so the when I originally started the group, I said basically this is a place. It's a place for us to be childlike again. I don't want any. I didn't want any stupid hormones getting involved. Right, the whole idea that to enter the kingdom of heaven, you must be as a child, right? It just means innocent. It just means innocent and playful and imaginative.
Yeah, or free thinking.
Right, free thinking. But without, so that was, you know, before the age of 11. You know, it was probably about 11. I was probably about 11 when the hormones really started kicking in, and, you know, started realizing, yeah, having an attraction to boobs and stuff.
Right.
Before then, life was simple, right? Before secondary
Simpler.
school,
No doubt.
much simpler. Like even in primary school, right? In primary school, yeah, it was about kissing and have you French kissed yet with tongues, right? But there really wasn't anything sexual in it. We didn't understand, you know, the sexual part of it. It was just like we did it because that's I don't know. It's what there was a desire to be close to. It was when you first start wanting to actually be close to somebody else and to touch them more. Not when I say intimately, I don't mean in intimate places.
I understand.
To be tactile,
Yeah, like from a child's place, affection.
Right, and it's that. I guess that's when, although I never played Kiss Chase was innocent. Really, it was just, it wasn't kids running around trying to stick their willies in each other.
Right.
It is shocking what they're teaching 3-year-old kids now in English schools. In English schools, graphic illustrations of anal sex and massaging the prostate.
Yeah, that's what you were showing on the last time I was here.
What the fuck does a 3-year-old kid need to know about that? What does an 11-year-old kid need to know about that? Right?
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Well, that should be, if you need a wake-up call not to send your kid to the fucking state, it would be that. And people are still sending their kids to the state after that. What's wrong with you as a parent?
Actually, during the lockdowns, that's when people really started waking up to that sort of stuff.
Right.
And started taking the children in the UK. Started taking their children out of school. It's already illegal here in Spain. It's illegal to homeschool your child. You are legally obliged to send your child to school, and the schools here actually look like prison yards. Like, there are huge, great big fences all the way around, and the gates are locked up. Once the kids are let in, the gates are locked up, and those kids aren't allowed out of that building.
It is a prison. It's an institution.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it is.
It wasn't quite as strict, although it was the same philosophy, but it wasn't quite as strict in the UK. I mean, we had a great big wall around actually every single school has got a big fucking wall around it and gates, and they do lock everybody in, don't they? So it's the same everywhere. Like, it just seemed more apparent here. I don't know why. It really did seem more like prison.
They add things progressively, right? Like when I was in school, there was no security guard. Now there seems to be one, I think, in every school, if I understand that, or whatever. But again, it's all conditioning to get people to accept that ideology, that prison walls, is what keeps you safe. So they embrace their own imprisonment.
Right.
And that's what they do.
Yeah.
They beg for it.
They're under the misconception that those prison walls are to keep the dangers outside of the school,
right.
not to lock the children in.
Right.
No. It's
we wouldn't think of that, right? There's no criminal-minded individuals in there. No, they're all just angels. They're not there for paycheck too and doing as they're told. No. They're actually kind-hearted people that would never do anything heinous unsupervised.
So in the UK, as soon as the government noticed that so many people were taking their children out of school, they now created a load of hoops. And now you can't, it's not that easy now to take your child out of school and homeschool them.
Yeah, of course.
They've made it extremely difficult.
You want to resist the abuse? Well, then we're going to tighten the reins and the ropes, shackles around your ankles to make it as a punishment for resisting, so that you'll think twice next time. That's all that is, right? And now here's the moment of truth and check, which was the case all along anyway. How much courage do you have? Are you going to continue to acquiesce and make excuses and bend the knee? Or are you going to finally put your foot down and stop the fucking madness in which you're participating? That's it, because you'll reap what you sow again.
And the reality is that
I know what it is.
we
It's
we
sad
don't
for
know. I don't want to completely write what what it is. It seems to be that the absolute majority of people are just too afraid of the unknown.
Too out of breath, dude.
They'll just acquiesce at the end of the day. They'll just acquiesce because it's much easier. Just stop. Stop resisting and just go along with it, man. Might as well. Like everybody else is doing it. What good could I do?
Right. Excuses.
Yeah, we make excuses for ourselves, don't we? I mean, I guess I'm sort of doing that myself with my attitude about my situation here.
There it is, right? The three things: attitude, health, and focus. What am I focusing on? Am I focusing on my attitude? Moment, now, every moment. Am I focusing on that? Am I regulating myself? Am I mindful? Government, control of mind. Am I self-governing? Am I in control of my own mind? Because if I'm not, somebody else surely will be in my place, right? So what side of the fence am I on for me? And I report am I putting health at that forefront? Am I doing that? Am I making no excuses for that? That's the focus, It always comes back down to that. Go ahead.
TW, have you got well, of course you've got email because you've got a Google account. So just drop me an email. I'm not sure if we've communicated on email before. Drop me an email and I'll drop you my my handle, my Signal handle, and phone number, and you can find me on Signal. But I'm not going to do it live because I've got the the flying monkey that is Queen Stephanie flying around at times in the background. I don't know how long he watches for. It wouldn't surprise me if it was sat there watching the entire time, but to be honest, he wouldn't be able to contain himself. I know he wouldn't be able to contain himself. He comes in and he shoots his load and then he leaves. Were you here? You saw the spurge in the private chat.
I'm familiar with the cat too, though, so I know the games that are going on a little bit.
But the reason,
how boring.
The reason. Oh, yeah, PayPal. I can send you a message on PayPal. That's a missed opportunity. Yeah, you should just maybe if you. I don't think I've got your contact details on PayPal. Maybe you need to send me another donation. I'm only joking, but I'll find you. Hang on. I'll find you and send it to you. But I'm at the tail end of this, TW. I am really at the tail end of this this thing that I've had, whatever it is. It's it's just my body's just been purging. Obviously, the toxins have built up to a point where my body's just gone. Yeah, that's had enough now. Need to fucking get rid of some of this shit. Deal with this temperature. I've got no idea what my fever was. It was, I would imagine, I'm guessing that it was somewhere around 102, 103. Just by the level of sweat. I think when it's just like 99, 100, you don't really sweat as much. You just have a bad headache. There we go. I found you.
Do you tend to eat a lot of fruit?
No. The fruit here is only really. I mean, yeah, the fruit here's got expensive.
Really?
Yeah.
Are you on the volcano island?
Yes. It's
Wow.
ridiculous when you consider that the fucking bananas are grown here.
Yeah.
And yet we're paying the same price for bananas that they are in the UK.
You got to go find the farmers direct.
Oh yeah, well that was something that I used to do when I had a car.
Oh, there you
go. I went to the farmer's market. I went and got honey that was made from bees that were pollinating the fruits and vegetables that I was eating. Me and my girlfriend did that. My girlfriend at the time, we did that for for about a year.
Well, I know it's a bit expensive right now, but if you can, I would encourage to ingest watery fruits because you'll rehydrate yourself while you're purging, which is very important, and you'll keep your electrolytes up, plus your nutrients, and you'll absorb them better. So, oranges, berries, pears, so on and so forth. Even veggies will do that a lot if they're, tomatoes, celery, cucumber. That'll help. So make sure of those. Throw in some cilantro. And I don't think you can get oodles there, but some omegas. If you can get your hand on some omega oils, plant-based. And you'll do good. Because your body wants you to fast right now, right? That's why you've haven't been eating and haven't had the appetite.
Actually, my body now is massively craving fruit and vegetables. And
there you go. Yeah, so you're coming off that. Yeah, it wants to heal now. So it wants to replenish. So it used the resources and probably transmuted some toxicity that you had within you, because the body has got an amazing ability to do that. A lot of people don't know that. And it can actually turn storage of toxins into a fuel and energy source while it's healing.
And honestly, my fruit intake has really not been that good. My fruit and vegetable intake has been, extremely bad. I've been subsisting on pasta, egg pasta, pre-cooked meatballs that really don't have very much meat in them, but they have a nice sauce, nice sort of bolognese sauce with them, and it's nice with the pasta and some Tabasco sauce, salt and pepper, and a bit of cheese. Bloody lovely. Or alternatively, barbecue sauce is also lovely, and alternatively, just plain seasoning with salt and pepper. I like to mix it up. I don't like to eat the same thing every day.
Yeah.
And in the absence of that, or in addition to that, I treated myself to a pizza last night because I needed to eat. I've been streaming for 7 hours. I was really, really hungry. I felt sick. I actually felt nauseous. I was so hungry. So I was like, no, I need food now, like as soon as now as possible. And it needs to be something that's going to fill me up. And meatballs, that means walking 15 minutes down to the bloody supermarket and then having to walk all the way back up again. That's half an hour plus another 12 minutes to cook it all. No. I need it like in the next 15 minutes. So I got a pizza for like €13, but it did the trick, did the job. I think this is somewhere where my mindset is helping me, right? I'm doing the best with what I've got, and my body's probably having to work hard for it, to maintain in some way. but I'm definitely not looking very healthy at the moment. I'm definitely not looking healthy. I'm not the picture of health in any way, shape or form. I got people here fucking keep making noises and, you know, of concern and stuff, and am I eating enough and whatever, and it's like, just
Well, even
shut up
so
and
much
leave
as
me alone.
yeah, even so much as having a cold like this, a lot of people don't realize that they think that this is just like of life is meant to happen every once in a while or whatever, and that's not the case. It's actually your body signaling you that you're so far out of balance that it's lost its ability to process and filter out toxins, and now it needs to go to an extra measure, and it's actually very dangerous. It's a warning signal. That should never happen. It's a signal that one is really far out of balance from a number of things, probably environment.
Sorry, because I was temporarily distracted for a second. Then can you just repeat that again?
Yeah, sure. So a lot of people don't realize, and they're conditioned to think that even just having the common cold is just a happening of life that just sort of happens every once in a while, and that's normal. And it's really not. It's actually a warning sign. And what's happening is your filter system is clogged. It's out of balance, right?
Right.
And so the body is going to second resort, third resort, extra measures to force purging and detoxing, where it
encapsulates it all in phlegm.
Yes, and a lot of other things, infection, and then it'd force fever, right? And then eventually the loss of appetite if it's deep enough, and really it's forcing you to fast, because now it needs to go into deep detox and healing so that it can try and get a semblance of balance and stability going, so that it can reinitiate nutrients that are depleted and try and get to another functional pace for you to be able to survive out in the wilderness. A lot of people don't look at it that way, right? You have to look at the way you're designed, and we're not designed the way for the lifestyle that people live in the city and corporatocracy. Not at all. We're designed to live more like with the nature and be foraging and be more wild and this and that. So if you look at it from that perspective, a lot of this stuff starts to fall into place. In order for you to be capable and have the ability to endure that, fitness and health and all this stuff is part and parcel with the stuff that is supplied out in nature. So that's why I'm very healthy now, because I'm out in nature and I'm eating from living foods, and so that's why the healing is taking place. So, but back to the cold thing, it's that's a very severe, rather severe warning sign that should be taken seriously. It's not something that's really ever supposed to happen. If it does happen, it should be very rare, and it should be definitely taken seriously. That, hey, you've got to really take a look at either your conditions of environment, or there's some toxicity, maybe it's the food source or whatever it is. Chemicals now in this day and age, really it's all of the above, the way you live in corporatocracy now. But if that wasn't the case, it would typically be, well, maybe there's some mold on the trees or something like that, so we got to inspect if you're growing food and stuff like that, But in corporatocracy, it's easy to see why colds and flus happen all the time, because the whole entire way of life is completely out of balance. It's all chemicals, and the food, by the time it reaches your plate, is long dead and watered down with preservatives and so on and so forth, and on and on it goes.
I think the where I'm getting what I need from, quite literally, from the sunshine and the climate, the weather, the air. I live not that far from the sea, 15 minutes from the I can see it at the top of the hill. You know, there's points. I just go for a little walk and I can see the ocean.
Yeah, that helps for sure.
Massively, massively, massively helps.
The only thing I didn't like on that volcano island was the diesel. Yeah, everybody drives a diesel there. I don't know. You notice what I'm talking about?
Not anymore.
Not anymore? Yeah, it's been about 10 years since I've been there.
Yeah, and diesel has the engine has kind of evolved as well. Quite, it's diesel engines now are not quite as loud as they used to be, but diesel is so expensive. So everybody goes for petrol.
Interesting.
It's only it's only the real yuppies that buy diesel.
Yeah, I noticed it is from the moment I arrived. It was just in the air, and the more, you know how it is where around the mountain, it's like these little towns in sections type thing, right? As you're driving around that main highway strip there, and the closer I got to every one of them, the more concentrated the diesel stench was.
Well, the worst, I know that we have Kalima. They call them Kalimas. They're supposed to be. It's supposed to be sand that's blown over from the Sahara. The same sand that's supposed to fly over and hit the East Coast, in America. It's done that a couple of times. It's that same supposed sand. When it gets really bad here, when we have a bad Kalima, the air quality here is the worst air quality. It's reportedly has been known to be the worst air quality on Earth, right?
Really?
Or some of the worst air quality on
Earth because of
the
how often does this happen?
In there. Well, when I first arrived on the island, 2015, for the first 2 years, 2016, 2017, it would happen maybe once a month.
Oh, really? That often?
Yeah. But
well, I'm glad I didn't experience that. So.
During COVID, or maybe even less, like 6 weeks, or maybe even 8 weeks. It just wasn't a regular thing. But they started spraying in 2017. Weather started changing in 2018, and then 2019 onwards, and then during COVID, crikey, we went through a couple of months, probably like 3 months, where we only had a couple of clear days. It was just like a constant Kalima. And it does that when there's a Kalima. I generally have an idea when there's a Kalima because my eyes feel gritty and I just feel like, because obviously we're breathing it in, even inside. Right. It's getting in because we don't live in clean rooms.
How long does it last usually? A couple of days or something?
Well, like I said, like before, it would only take. It would only last for a day or maybe 2 days, but during COVID and stuff, we had it lasting for weeks. It was weeks in some cases, and like different levels, right? Sometimes it's a light Kalima, and you just can't see the mountains. You don't have any visibility. You can't see anything. The sky is kind of white out. You can't see the horizon or the ocean. You can't see where the ocean meets the sky. You can't see the mountains and stuff. And then there's other days when it's been that bad that it's literally you can't see to the end of the street. It's like there's a sandstorm. It's not a sandstorm, but it's the same sort of visibility as a sandstorm.
Right. Yeah, that wouldn't boast me too well. That's for sure. I had considered actually putting a bit of roots over there at one point, just because it does have that kind of on the I think it's the south side. It's the north side. That's the rainy side.
Yeah.
Yeah. So kind of had that good fertile middle ground. Eternal springtime, great for self-reliant, great for the human anatomy conditions to it, So I definitely considered that.
I have a friend who just before Christmas, I think it was last year. It might have been the year before. I'm not sure because of how fast time's moving now. But let's say it was last Christmas. His mum died just before Christmas, and he came into some inheritance. He was working. He was renting a flat, and he was working in the burger restaurant next door. He was the chef, the head chef in there, and he went up north and bought a property, bought land. It didn't have property on it, but it was land, and he's building his own little habitat, his own little habitation, and he's doing it in a really cool way. It's blending in completely with the background, right? And he's growing marijuana up there. Legal to do, but maybe not in the quantities that he's doing it in. And he's making. His plan is he's going to make remedies and herbal, medicines and salves and stuff, and doing stuff with food But all this year he's been basically building that little house. Out of bags of dirt and hay and wooden frames and stuff, and part like that. That's an option. Well, I don't know how much of an option, but it's a possibility. There might be. For me to maybe go up there and stay with him, and help work on his house and, do all of that stuff. But that does mean going off grid, pretty much totally off grid. Like no electricity, no running water, nothing. But he's fucking loving it. He loves it up there, and it reminds him of home. He's Polish, and it reminds him of home because there's scene like, it's much more, like you said, European. Green, really green and fertile, and the perfect, because it's like a perpetual spring. Instead, it's just spring and summer. There's no real there's no autumn or winter. It's just it's spring and summer, and spring can be can get quite cold up there in comparison to down here. Down here it doesn't really get much below 17, 16, 17 degrees. One second, Tracy. The way it used to work before the @handle, before they introduced the @handle, it used to be that you would only be able to see me if I also had your number. So maybe send me your number or your @handle, and I'll put it on my phone, and then Signal should notify both of us that it will tell me, TW is on Signal, right? I just had my phone tell me today. It just popped up with an announcement to say that one of my contacts is now on Signal. Because I have his number and he has my number, so it will tell us. It's told him as well. It will have told him that Richie is on Signal. Richie, English guy. TW. That's not. I didn't call you by your name, did I? I just called you TW. I know you're Nobium Time now, but you were TW before. That's why. Oh, there we go. Look. Oh no, that's a different one. Your video cannot be monetized. As every single one of my videos, I get that message. Your video cannot be monetized. My channel isn't monetized, so tell me something fucking new. And Dana, I brought this comment up earlier and neglected to say anything. It's a shame that your granddad has reached that stage, but it's beautiful that you're taking care of him. My nan, my cousin did the same with my nan. Because my cousin spent such a long time, just so much time with my nan when she was growing up, and my cousin was like, she was like my mum. My cousin basically was a bit like my mum for the first 3 years. You know, she used to change my, and she was only 10 years old as well, you know, but she changed my diaper and feed me and play with me and all that stuff when I was just a baby kicking in a high chair and that, and in a cot. I think that's why we have the bond that we do. It was that cousin that rescued me from my failed marriage. When I phoned her up and said, "You got to come and pick me up. I got to get the fuck out of here." She came and picked me up and put me back together again. And it was 3 months living with her. Well, 6 months actually. It was after 3 months. That's when I started really seeing the benefits. When I started seeing the results in myself, and that's when I was like, I'm me again. It's me. Where have you been, Richie? All this fucking time. And within 6 months, I'd found another girlfriend and was moving in with her. Moving too fast, as always. But yeah, she lives on a small holding, so we were eating chickens that came from the garden and eggs that came from the garden and vegetables that came from the garden. The milk didn't come from the garden, although she did have cows. But the beef in the freezer, that was her cows, and the pigs, the bacon, the pork chops, all the mince and everything, that was all the meat that we ate, all came from her small holding. And just the positive effect that had on my mental health and both my mental and physical health, purely eating purely organic, homegrown food and eating animals that had actually been loved, right? Loved and taken care of.
But then slaughtered.
Well, yeah, but I do like my cousin when she did slaughter a cow, it was but she supplied meat to everybody. Like they'd fill their freezer up, obviously, and they'd have 3 months of meat or whatever, 6 months of meat. But there was an income that they made from that because the rest of it, what wasn't given to family was then given at a reasonable rate to locals. And obviously they paid for the upkeep of those animals, so I remember the ordeal that they had to go through to organise the slaughter and butchering of the animals, the pigs and the cow. Like it was no fucking small deal, man. It was because the price increases and stuff there were at the time. Yeah. Well, wow, we made it to 8 hours today, ladies and gents. That's an hour more than we've managed the 2 other days this week that I've been streaming. I'd like to say thank you very much to the 11 people that are still here. And kudos and respect to you, because you've sat here through the deepest, most philosophical conversations that have been heavy in some parts. Nude Guru, it's always a pleasure, man. Thank you very much for joining me and helping this one along.
Yeah, pleasure as well.
And shout out to Dom and to Cage and to OTW and Voy and MacGyver. And also shout out to Queen Stephanie. Hey there. Yeah, I'm going to wrap it up. I'm going to go and get something to eat.
All right.
I don't feel as run down as I did yesterday when I finished, so that's cool. I'm still feeling, actually, I feel a little bit better than I did when I started, which is different.
Well, that's great.
Yesterday and Monday, right?
It was a meaningful engagement for me. I'm glad that I decided to come up, and maintaining and projecting the positivity and the information. It was enjoyable, and glad if it was benefit to other people. So yeah, I'll just echo the same sentiment for everybody. Focus on self-responsibility, because that's what's greatly lacking amongst most people and the masses. Take care of yourselves, and thanks for letting me up and letting me participate. We'll see you again on another one soon, probably.
Excellent, man. Thank you very much.
You bet. Take care.
Shout out to the chat room. Oh God. Excuse me. TW, it's good to see you've been a little bit of a stranger. No, I'm doing much better. I don't need to take any tablets. I've got no headache. I'm just shaking loose the stuff that's accumulated. You know, I am actually doing much better than I may sound. I wasn't really aware that I sounded that stuffy and bunged up. But there we go. Ricardo, shout out, dude. Thanks for being here. Dana, thank you. Love you. El Perro, if you're still here, mate. Shout out to you. Morgan. And that's it. You've all been on in the chat for the last fucking hour and a half to 2 hours. I'm not scrolling up any further. Much love, everybody. Thank you for being here, and see y'all later.
Something's in the water, I think. I think it's in the water, and it might be the same shit that's turning the frickin' frogs gray. You know what I mean? You know, Alex Jones reference?
Give me money. Money me. Money now. Me a money needing a lot now.
You can't say that.
Who said?
You just don't. That's not what you say anymore.
If heaven does exist, I'm worried that I get up there and there's a load of people who I know who've annoyed me in this life, and suddenly you're on this place with them forever. People who are a pain in the arse, and suddenly, hiya, Carl. Oh, you're dead, are you? Oh, Jesus, you made it, did you? Forever.
What a load of oh shit!
Shut it down!